It is the season of holiday and we still have more action here in Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League. Ladies and gentlemen, PKO is here alongside with Infinity, ready to bring the action for the battles that we will witness today. Infinity, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking that, PKOs. We're now on our 4th day of Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League for 2025, and I'm really excited because we have already seen how these teams have been playing so far, and this time around it will be the second week, or well, rather the third week for them to be able to come through and gain more points here in the round robin.
Yeah, we're almost halfway. Actually, we're halfway from the group stage of the tournament, and later on we will be having the playoffs next year on January. And quite interesting on how we have seen these teams improve alongside with their victories and their losses. I know it's a tough road for everyone else, but you know, everyone is really improving and, you know, showing a lot of prowess. But let's take a look at our tournament calendar here, Infinity.
Yeah, so basically, we have the Southeast Asia League. They want to say 7. It's currently happening that we have right now for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, coming from November 2024 last month up until January 2025 to come through into the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship Finals in March next year.
Yeah, and of course, we also have the Winter Tournament. By the way, registration is already open both for APAC East and APAC West, which would happen at the first and second week of January, because we have a lot of teams who are really hopeful to make it into the finals of Asia Champions League.
Yeah, and now for the draft rules, this is very traditional. I don't think we actually have to discuss it, but for the new viewers that is currently tuning in to watch the stream, to watch the tournament for the very first time, this is pretty much a very standard phase that we have during the picks and bans, wherein these teams, 2 of the teams that will be playing each and every single game, will have alternate options to go for the respective bans on their Pokemon, and then you have the alternate pick phase as well. So really, this is just very, very standard across the board.
Yeah, sure. And for our game rules, there has been a little bit of tweaking actually, when it comes to the Pokemon that we can use for today. So Darkrai, Tinkaton, and won't be able to use for now. But for Hoopa, there is a specific restriction or setback that the players will really have to face. Hyperspace Hole cannot be used at least for day number 4 and 5. So this is the biggest challenge that we will see for today, because a lot of teams really utilize this moveset.
Yeah, for sure. Especially considering how in the prior weeks of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, Hoopa has been a little bit of a game changer, if you may, on how it affects and how he impacts each and every single game.
Yeah, of course, but make sure to get that. Oh, that's a good outfit that everyone must have. Make sure to use your code, that is PUACL 2025, for you to get that awesome outfit for your trainers into the game. I actually redeemed myself a while ago, and it's looking pretty great, and I feel like you're part of the league as well, so make sure to get that outfit already and use the code. Once again, it's PUACL 2025, because that is just for a limited time only.
Yeah, it's amazing. It looks good. It's sort of the memorabilia of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 as a commemorative gift for the viewers watching at home. So tune in, watch the stream, and of course, we have consecutive days of respective Pokemon Unite licenses as well. And then you have day number 1 for all-rounders, you have day 2 for attackers, day 3 for speedsters, day 4 for defenders, and day 5 for supporters. So choose your favorite Pokemon Unite licenses for 5 consecutive days.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I chose Blaziken, Inteleon, Dodrio. Forgot who I chose from the defender, but from supporter, I chose Clefable. So, guys, make sure to log in every single day. It would just take 5 days for you to get your favorite Pokemons. And not just that, we also have a lot of things that we could give to you for today. We also have our Twitch drops here, so make sure to tune in on our live stream in Twitch for you to get your special holiday-style Holowear, and of course, a lot of gift packs from Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, just imagine, right? You have like a good, amazing outfit coming in for a gift pack for PUACL 2025. Then you have Holowears. Then you have 5 consecutive days of Pokemon Unite licenses that the community and the trainers outside currently watching this at home can avail. So a lot of good stuff for the viewers watching at home.
Yeah, of course, you just have to log in your Pokemon Trainer Club account, link it to your Twitch, and of course, watch the live stream on Twitch for 15 minutes. That's just like the minimum, but make sure to tune in till the end. But of course, we also have our giveaway, a lot of prizes, ticket to ACL Finals Japan, Pikachu original keychain, official jerseys, and of course, the anniversary original puzzle. There are so many things that the viewers would have for today, Infinity.
Yeah, and we have so much in the viewers watching at home. I just imagine how many days that we're having PUACL, that we're having Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for 2025. Currently, we're already at day 4. Tomorrow would be day 5, and then succeeding to the following year, we have so much more gameplays and game time for the tournament.
Yeah, we were talking about Winter Tournament a while ago, which would happen at the first and the second week of January. So, speaking of that, registration is already open, ladies and gentlemen, both for APAC West and APAC East. For those who are very curious about these two bracket from the APAC West would be including Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. And again, the champion team from each tournament from the APAC West would be having a shot for them to qualify, of course, into the PUACL 2025 held in Japan. That's going to be on March 29 and March 30, wherein they will receive, accommodations and tickets as well. They're going to be booking themselves all the way to Japan.
Yeah, for sure. And that is just a big opportunity. That is just a massive opportunity for the viewers watching at home to be able to finally see Asia Champions League 2025 on their first hand, having that experience on the site itself. But of course, as we have mentioned a while ago, next year we will also have winter tournament before the finals. So that will be something that the viewers can expect and could definitely be excited for.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially on West. I have been seeing Arena 9, as far as I know. Arena 9 is one of the top teams as well that I have been seeing competing a lot in APAC West, and definitely they really have a shot in this tournament. So for the frequently asked questions, of course, each team must consist of 5 members. They have the option to have a 1 substitute player. Now, the 5 members, 3 members must be a local citizen of their respective region. And for APAC East, it is going to be consisted of Hong Kong, Macau, Philippines, South Korea, and Taiwan.
Ooh, exciting stuff there for APAC East. We have so much tournaments proceeding into the following year with $5,000 each respectively. And as you have mentioned, here in APAC East, we have Hong Kong, Macau, Philippines, South Korea, and Taiwan to be participating here in the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for every single teams that will be competing in the February. But of course, our tournament rules, it's the same format, single round robin for the group stage, best of 3 series. And this consists of 10 teams that we flashed a while ago during our countdown. The top 8 teams would qualify, of course, for the playoffs.
Yeah, still very standard here. We have seen this happen for the past 2 weeks, for the past 3 days that Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League has been ongoing. So pretty much all of these teams will be meeting each and every single one of them a single time for the round robin to conclude. And then right after, you have the top 8 teams going through from the group stage onto the playoffs, battling in the double elimination best of 3 matchup across the top 8 teams.
And of course, top 4 would qualify for the finals of the Asia Champions League that will be held in Japan. So a lot of slots are being given to the representatives of Southeast Asia, but only 4 teams, top 4 teams, would have the shot to compete into the finals. And of course, let's not forget that all of these teams are really fighting for a big prize pool. That's a total of 20,000 USD for our champions, 10,000 USD for our second placers, 7,500 USD for our third placers, and 5,000 USD for our fourth placer.
Yeah, and in total, I believe, if my math is not wrong, if my math is not going haywire, I think it's over 50,000 USD in total. So a lion's share of that prize pool going into the first and second place, along with the third place coming forward in terms of distribution. Really exciting stuff. So a lot of stakes at the line as well for these teams to battle up against.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of cash. You know, the feeling that whenever you beat the Elite Four multiple times on their games, that's really a lot of money. And of course, we do have the leaderboards here. PaperX still on top together with Buriram United Esports. And for third place, we have ONIC Rise, Full Sense, Evos Onyx getting 9 points.
Yeah, and it's just PRX right now and BRU who is fighting really very, very closely, if you can imagine, just because how PRX and BRU have won 4 times in their respective series and lost 1 each. So that will net them 13 points each. You have ONIC Rise, Full Sense, and Evos Onyx matching at 9 points each. And then you have Talon, Alter Ego, Blacklist, and MSJ, along with Elevate, that will follow through down into the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is going to be a tough time, especially for Elevate, knowing that they're at the bottom of the standings and they only have 4 points compared to Miraen Sanjong having 6 points. It's really much near at the score of Alter Ego and Blacklist International. So Elevate will really have to take their shot in this day to catch up in terms of points.
Oh, I love this. I love this coming in from the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, actually defining what type of Pokemon we could expect coming forward into day number 4. So really having our Shifu as the top pick, really flexible and really strong as well in terms of that huge impact. Hoopa, unfortunately, we see it at number 5, but Hyperspace Hole right now is in a bit of a jiffy. So we'll see what we can look at in terms of adjustments for those supports.
For sure, and we might be seeing a lot of Psyducks right now, especially that there is a Hyperspace Hole handicap that we will be seeing for today. So a lot of options will be available as well, especially that our Pokemon is, coming back and forth. But right now for match number 1, it's going to be ONIC Rise, ladies and gentlemen, up against Paper Rex. One of the most awaited matchup. Paper Rex still on top of the standings, and ONIC Rise is here to prove that they can go head-to-head once again with every team in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and these two starting teams that we have here for day number 4 are huge hitters for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Considering that PRX right now, as we have discussed, is currently sitting on top. And then you have ONIC Rise slowly sitting through at the 3rd place. So if ever, if ONIC Rise is able to beat PRX in this series, ONIC Rise will stand up, and then BRU will come at 1st place. And then you have PRX and ONIC Rise on even footing. So really a really important series for these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure, because they need to fight for that spot in order for a higher chance to be on a much more chiller space later on at this tournament, because they have to secure that playoff spot. That's the most important thing that every single team must consider. But for Paper Rex here, HT with Urshifu, Zoroark, and Cyriledge, the central laner of their team, being able to provide a lot of damage, a lot of ambushes for their team, making sure that there would be successful takes in their objectives.
Yeah, for sure. And then Urshifu, Zoroark, we have seen a couple that has shown in the prior days and prior weeks as well. And of course, you know what, looking down into the prediction, it's just the PRX across the board, except for one, we have ONIC. But it's just PRX is too strong right now.
Yeah, Hashigi voting for ONIC, for today. A lot of casters, by the way, were proven wrong on day number 3. So let's see if Hashigi still has the shot for today. We never know who's gonna win this series. We go, everything is unpredictable in this league. Everyone is so strong. But right now, Paper Rex is totally controlling this tournament, knowing that they are the top seeded team. They just dropped their first game, as far as I know, during day number 3. But we'll see if there will be a major adjustment coming in from their team.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is always that opportunity for a switch up in terms of like who will be the favorites, who will be able to take the crown, who will be able to take the dub coming down into each and every single series. We saw it in the prior 2 weeks. There was just a huge amount of upsets that occurred, especially in day number 1, wherein each and every single one of these teams are just sitting and then standing foot here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So those upsets could definitely still happen today.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of upsets were happening back and forth in this tournament in Southeast Asia. So it's really hard to tell who's going to be emerging victorious here. But for sure, Paper Rex, is the one that's in front. So definitely they have that momentum. Keep on going. But ONIC Rise, still one of the top teams in this tournament. They're currently at the, 3rd to 5th, as far as I know, because they were going head to head. It's a matter of score differential only. The reason why they're on top of everyone else who has 9 points into this tournament. So of course, guys, make sure to tune in into our live stream for you to get those giveaways running and going later on. But right now, it is going to be the draft phase for our match number 1 again, Paper Rex versus ONIC.
Yeah, and now jumping through into the picks and bans, Umbreon, huge capability in terms of that tanking prowess, and also having the capability of hindering their opponents. So really strong bans coming forward, coming from ONIC Rise. PRX answers back as well with huge damage dealers removed for the side of ONIC.
Yeah, and right now Confe is banned, so definitely we won't be seeing a lot of speedster supporter combos here. So I'm guessing that there won't be any Zoroark for today, at least, coming in from game number 1 of the first series. So, Miraen taken away as well. So, a powerful backline would be taken away into the story. But Zacian for the last ban of Paper X. What do you think, Infinity?
It's very interesting the Zacian has been removed. I think it's still really strong if you think about it, but there are a lot of hyper priority picks. Armorage, Cerulean still up and open for both these teams. Leafeon is still an option. So these Pokemon could see the light of day, but for ONIC Rise, Psyduck now locked in.
I love this Mewtwo Y as well. You know, it has been one of the most consistent attackers that we could get in the game, especially with the moment that you Mega Evolve. Definitely could snowball a lot of damage coming in from the opposing side, and that will be very difficult because Psyduck, knowing that it has Disable on its hands, definitely could, you know, on like 25 seconds as far as I know. So it's actually a huge thing coming in from a side up, knowing that you can actually shot down a little bit of a second in order for your team to bounce back or have a momentum in order to reposition themselves.
Yeah, and now you have Serena and also Urshifu locked in for ONIC Rise. We talked about and we touched on Urshifu's power coming down into the game itself. Really strong and impactful Pokemon that could shift the tides in terms of ONIC Rise's favor if ever a good position is found. But now Paper Rex answers with those damage dealers as well, locked in onto the Dodrio along with the Snorlax.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. Dodrio, in order for them to score the match at a much more faster pace as far as I know. So definitely that's the benefit that they could give, aside from the ambushers, that it would really provide a lot of space. But this is quite interesting, knowing that there was an adjustment that happened into Crustle in which the cooldown reduction was lengthened into the Rock Tomb. So this is quite interesting, knowing that there is a minor setback from this Pokemon. I really wonder how these trainers, Eluna to be specific, on how he would utilize Crustle right now. But for Espeon coming in the side of AXU, I was expecting a bit more range, just like a Solar Beam with a Venusaur, which is one of his favorite Pokemons as far as I know. So let's see. Psychic Solaire is a great, very great tool in order for you to give a little bit of control on your team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And I think at this point, PRX has to slowly pull through in terms of reaching that power spike. They have the likes of their composition coming to game number 1, especially Gyarados, takes a bit of time to be able to reach that point of power, and I think that is what we can expect here for PRX. If there's anyone that can delay that early game into putting his position and putting their position into an advantage, it will be Paper Rex currently setting at top 1. But ONIC Rise, expectedly, they could look into a dependency into Urshifu as well to make those huge impact plays.
Oh yeah, see, because ONIC Rise, they have a lot of potential, especially onto the early game, coming in from the Espeon. Definitely could dish a lot of damage, but it's quite the opposite as well here, coming to the side of Paper X. They are more reliant onto the late game with that Gyarados on their hand that they have to babysit for at least 2 minutes in this game. So that will be the biggest challenge here, and ONIC Rise would have to take advantage of that handicap. Game number 1 is on its way here, ONIC Rise and Paper X.
So it's all about that pressure. It will be the name of the game here. ONIC Rise slowly pulling through, and this is what we're talking about. Those early stages could be a good advantage coming down into ONIC Rise. And for now, Paper Rex, they still have to buy time here with only Magikarp alongside with their support Blissey, or well, Chansey, on the top lane. So it's all about just patience game here for PRX.
Yeah, and you gotta love a while ago the quick ambush from HD in order for, you know, Paper Rex to have their footing once again all the way into the top path, because ONIC Rex was trying to go over aggressive in order for them to take the knockouts that they would be needing actually in order for Yemo to have a little bit of a time to evolve into a Gyarados, at least for this game.
Yeah, and now you have ONIC Rise already with Urshifu. So really strong power. They want to deny the Altarius and the Swablues on top lane, and PRX can't do nothing. They only have Dodrio along with a Magikarp, so ONIC Rise dominate.
Zoe has to back away a little bit here, actually. 4 members from ONIC Rise all the way into the top path, and ASU is having a lot of pressure here all the way into the bottom side of the map. So actually, it's a matter of trading and priorities all the way from the Swablues and the Altaria. So that's actually a great trade from Paper X, knowing that they have the upper hand in terms of firepower already, knowing that they have the Dodrio on their pocket.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about those back and forths, right? It's always finding equal trades from your opponents, finding equal values each and every single time. And that is what PRX wants. Now Gyarados is already up, so now they can find plays.
Oh yeah, they can actually dominate this top path already, and 4 members from Paper Rex are trying to advance even further. Tri-attack would be there, but has to back away a little bit here. And look at that, drop kick, triple axle as well, being popped up by Cell. And Boji having a hard time on his life to pack away here, but that rest would connect. Same thing with the bounce coming in from Yimu, as that is going to be a knockout coming in from their team. But Solo is a little bit of a trouble here, and that is going to be a trade once again for ONIC Rise.
Yeah, and ONIC Rise right now, even trade so far for PRX. But in terms of those levels, so far, ONIC Rise is finding a little bit of an edge there up against Paper Rex. And so far, Paper Rex has to still find something, because right now, ONIC Rise is on a good foot. Now, those Rock Tombs can deny those backaways and retreats, and Snorlax will go down.
Oh, that's a good triple axle coming in from Cell, making sure to take the knockouts that their team needs. And Illuna is just using the X scissors in order to delay things out all the way to the top path and make sure the attack weight is tacking at the hands of Cell.
Mewtwo. Oh, Mewtwo Y just so close there onto having that KO onto Crustle, but so far objectives will be the priority.
Priority right now, and they will bounce all the way from the Regieleki. Heavy slam, it's gonna connect at the side of Illuna, and look at this, tall grass being utilized by Cell, but who will they take down first? They will be taking down the Regieleki.
Yeah, and Paper Rex has just left Regieleki to put that pressure in onto Cell to go for that defense. As for now, they know that Paper Rex, or well, rather, Paper Rex knows that ONIC Rise could definitely have an edge in terms of those team fights, especially in the early mid-game. 5 minutes will be the mark wherein Paper Rex wants to contest this. Now, Altaris and Swablues goes up in mid-pad.
You gotta be very careful on that one. Yimu can bounce anytime he does want, so definitely Paper Rex would enjoy those birds on their favor. A lot of AO's energy being converted, but look at that, Tri-attack trying to connect here at the Urshifu, so definitely ONIC Rise still has to secure the prioritization, and they will be taking both of the Swablues here.
Yeah. And so far, Paper Rex, ONIC Rise, really having that huge advantage in terms of early game. This is one of the expectations that we have for ONIC, that they will gain a bit of an edge in terms of that point accumulation and having around 56 points leads up against Paper Rex. But as we all know, once Rayquaza comes up, this will change. This will be a huge coin flip for both sides. So that is something that we have to really look upon, how ONIC Rise will be playing all throughout these early mid games on how they can gain a bit of a further edge up against PRX.
Oh, this is looking good for ONIC Rise as well, knowing that it's a 3-2 setup here. That Urshifu can actually take down the objective all the way into the bottom path, and this Crustle will just, use the Rock Tombs, X Scissors in order for everyone else to fall back. But it is going to be a different story here. ONIC Rise would prioritize the Regieleki and a quick execution here into the Regice.
Yeah, now ONIC Rise wants to answer back as well on top lane, having those dunks onto the tier 1 goal zone and actually removing it away from Paper Rex. So that will be the first goal zone removed by ONIC Rise as they shift towards bottom path.
Okay, ONIC Rise will back away instead of taking down the Regieleki all the way into the top path. Quite interesting that they didn't take it, but Illuna is left alone here. But never mind, there are 2 members left coming in from ONIC Rise. That block is gonna be blocking the way from ONIC Rise, and Paper Rex trying to find a position for their own good.
Oh, Crustle very low already as you have HD just walking on the side lanes, going into the backside.
Oh, Psychic Solaire in order to crowd control. The Sai is gonna be popped up as well. But look at who's controlling the team fight. Every single member of ONIC Rise is having a hard time here. Those moves won't connect that much, but the Dragon Current is gonna be the savior for Paper Rex. And at the back, it's going to be Cell coming in from the trades. But this is too tanky for the Snorlax. Yimu is left alone. He's gonna bounce back immediately. And the assistance from Yang is way too good with a soft boiled in order to regain a lot of HP. And they are just having a top side to take down Yimu here.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y as well, having a lot of damage pouring out, but you have AXU bringing him down, just one shot, putting him back into the base.
ONIC Rise really has to set their prioritization. That Blizzy all the way into the backline is a huge threat in order to prolong the team fight, but HD has to back away a little bit here if they want to secure the Regieleki. High jump kick in order to back away, but that drop kick won't be reaching it.
Look at Snorlax and also Chansey into the bottom path, or well, rather Blissey now, as they put a lot of pressure up against AXQ. But so far, the good defense, along with Zoe as well, just hovering around the mid path to be able to respond to any threats coming down into the top lane and the bottom lane. So far, Paper Rex having to dissuade the pressure from the top path as you have the Regieleki pushing them down. Regice now spawns in the bottom lane.
This is going to be the big challenge for Paper Rex. They have to defend as well as to contest the Regice, but Illuna will be the main front line here in order to deny the push, and that is going to be another objective coming in the side of ONIC Rise, but they do have to reposition themselves as quick as they can. 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be the final stretch.
Now, a huge lead already for ONIC Rise. They also have the Regice buff coming down into the biggest objective of this game so far. We've mentioned this already. In terms of the final countdown, Rayquaza will have a huge amount of pressure that can change the type of game here. And even then, ONIC Rise only with around 30+ point lead up against Paper Rex is not definitely a safe keep for them to be able to sit pretty in this game one.
Dragon's Current is available here. It could be the savior of the game eventually later on, but Pochi is just the main front line here. Heavy Slam way too early, but Illuna is pinched all the way to the corner of the Rayquaza's pit. They have to reassess their positioning. No one is ready for the flank at the side of ONIC Rise.
PRX now slowly pulling through. You have Cell jumping in as well. Pochi isolated. This will be dangerous for them.
Oh, very dangerous indeed, but Heavy Slam would back away once again, and that is going to be the Unite move, but Illuna is pinched once again by 4 members of Paper Rex. But what could be the possible case for Paper Rex in order for them to bounce back? It is just tag play here. Cell will go in, and he overextended, but Queen's Ascendance to save his life with a Psychic Solaire, and the Project Sai is going to be there to deal some damage as well, but ONIC Rise is still looking for a room in order to back away and still be up into this team fight.
Look at Gyarados going in for the side lanes, going for the 100 points, and that will put Paper Rex in a huge lead. And now Soul may have been in danger, and yes, he might go down, but it doesn't matter as Paper Rex is now on the lead.
And that Crustle all the way into the bottom path will trade the tides once again. Dodrio all the way to the defense, all the way to the top path, but that buff from the Rayquaza would be denied by the Urshifu. And ONIC Rise, ladies and gentlemen, with a little bit of sweat, they take game number 1.
What a fantastic play coming in from ONIC Rise. They know that they are in a number seed. They know that Mewtwo Y is isolated. They know that Gyarados is no longer found, coming in down into the Rayquaza pit, and they bit that opportunity to take the Rayquaza and win game 1.
Yeah, and see, this is one of the most high risk, high reward whenever there's someone who's going to be sneaking into the opposing goal zone in order to put the pressure when having those points coming in. And that is the pressure that happened alongside with ONIC Rise. But what did? They just focus on the objective, on the Rayquaza, and they know they have a lot of Eos energies on their hand and just slam it all the way into the goal zones the moment that they get the last hit.
Yeah, wonderful play coming from ONIC Rise. Just a play onto the book of Paper Rex as well. You know what? You can dunk a couple of points. You can dunk 100 points, gain a little bit of that lead, but that is just false hope. ONIC Rise just bit through that for game number 1. As you can see, the graph is just too close. It was almost how Paper Rex was at the precipice of actually winning game number 1, but no, can do. Objective taken, and ONIC Rise took the win.
Yeah, and this is going to be a lot of pressure for Paper Rex. ONIC Rise driving the bus once again. They're running on their Mac bikes right now, and definitely they want to speed things up all the way in game number 2. But what do you think was been the major advantage here for ONIC Rise? It seems like they were controlling the game since from the start up until the end. You know, there was a little bit of hope from Paper Rex the moment that Gyarados slammed the 100 points. But what do you think was the main turning point or the key factor or advantage coming in from ONIC Rise here in Infinity?
I reckon like ONIC Rise and Paper Rex all throughout that game was actually very near to each other in terms of that point accumulation, in terms of that battle. They also both had huge capabilities in terms of those team fights. If you can consider that you have Espeon, you have the Crustle, you have Urshifu for ONIC, and even then you have huge impact coming in from Cell as well, having the backline access. But the thing is, it's just how isolated things are going to be for Paper Rex. We called it a while ago, right? How Snorlax initiated the fight. He was onto the backside, then enabled how ONIC Rise just pierced through those backlines, and consistently that keeps happening. Alongside with a Unite move of Espeon that constantly just finds a couple of members from PRX. That just is so good that ONIC Rise was able to win that team fight, bring down Dodrio, and then have that isolated team fight in the Rayquaza pit wherein they had huge, massive number advantage for them.
Yeah, because, you know, Psychic Solaire is actually a great tool in order for you to prolong team fights. And that was actually the main game plan of AXQ on their side. You know, use the Psychic Solaire when needed only, because it became a utility Unite move for their team, wherein if the Rubble Rouser would run out immediately, the Psychic Solaire is still available on their hands. So definitely they are not running out of crowd controls immediately, and Paper Rex having a tough time in order to break that control.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you also have Crystal as well that's constantly on the front line that is able to keep his teammates safe. They cannot, well rather, PRX cannot gain access onto the likes of Espeon and Serena consistently time and time again. And even if they do, we all know that Serena and Espeon has huge mobility in terms of the game. So it's so hard for them to be able to burst them down that quickly.
Yeah, and if this would be the same draft here for ONIC Rise, definitely there might be some changes from Paper X. They would want to have someone who's really good in terms of early game. Could be an Espeon, could be an Absol that could really dish out a lot of damage, especially on the attackers at the side of ONIC Rise. But we'll have to see that one later on. Paper X, they have a good lineup a while ago. It's just they can't get the access because of the Crustle who's in the front line.
For sure. So we'll see how the difference is going to be here for both PRX and ONIC Rise. And I may say that this game number 1 is so close. If you can recall what happened there, it's ONIC who was in the lead for a moment's time, and PRX answers back in the last minute or two, and then ONIC Rise just took the objective and won the whole game. And I think that is just like what I love about Pokemon Unite as well. These ups and downs, these roller coaster of emotions, and you don't know exactly who's going to take it down for a win at that very last moment. If you just make a mistake, just one wrong move, and that's over, and your opponent takes the win.
And that was a hot move coming in at the side of ONIC, because they were able to control the tag game all the way on the Rayquaza's pit, despite a lot of members, especially Illuna, was being pinched by 4 members of Paper X. Not quite sure how he was able to bounce back and get away from that kind of situation, but you know, it is what it is, and we are just waiting for game number 2 to pop in anytime soon. And Paper X needs to bounce back because they need those points in order to secure their spot. I mean, you know, they are really close to securing their spot, but they really want to make sure that they would secure it as early as they can to have, you know, a little bit of a breather in the later part of the tournament.
For sure. And I think it's really much important for ONIC Rise in terms of the series to be able to win it, because if they do win it, that will put up ONIC Rise in terms of the same position against PRX. They will be 4 wins and 2 losses in terms of series. And I think that's really amazing stuff. If ever ONIC Rise wants to really compete for those top spots and secure themselves a good position in the playoffs.
Yeah, and despite if this would be a flip or reverse sweep actually from Paper X, we cannot deny that ONIC Rise rather already secured a point from the pointing system, because as far as I can remember, or everyone can remember, if a team gets a series 1, they would have 3 points, and if they won a single game despite losing the series, they have 1 point. So definitely every single win counts in this tournament. And of course, not just that, we also have, you know, score differentials as far as I know, in situations like there would be, you know, tiebreakers all the way from the overall pointing system. So everything is really tough here for both teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think today you also have another series later on, PRX up against Talon. So that will be really exciting. So if ever like PRX loses this is going to be really unfortunate for them, but they could still make it back. They could still garner more points down the road later on, because as always, today we're gonna have, like, I believe 8 series once more.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting stuff. A lot of things to watch for the viewers watching at home.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. And actually, for those who are curious, for game number 2, it's going to be Talon up against BRU. So one of the top teams as well in the league, especially BRU, standing on top with Paper Rex. But never mind, let's hit that back later on. And we're going to be, of course, into game number 2, Paper X at the purple side and Tony ONIC at the orange one.
Yeah, and I reckon it's really, really important for these teams to actually have that priority in terms of the purple side selection. We all know how these side selections work, and so far PRX, or well, rather the purple side selection, has that priority and has, in terms of statistics, a better chance of taking the win, just because you have that priority in terms of the first few picks. Up against your opponents onto the orange side. So now the bans are pretty much similar, except for Serena as a respect ban from PRX.
We might be seeing here an Umbreon, knowing that there are actually 2 supporters banned away immediately. So Umbreon could act as a supporter, as a defender as well, with depending on its moveset. So definitely that Wish would be able to sustain the teammates as well with a mean look. So that's an option. But never mind, there's Blizzy as well available. And if they do something much more similar than Blizzy, they could actually go for a Clefable and Eldegoss as well.
Yeah, and I reckon for ONIC Rise, I think Eldegoss would be a much better option for them if ever they really want to go for an all-in type composition, right? Because they already have Garchomp, they already have Urshifu, so having that Eldegoss is really just stating an all-in for ONIC Rise. So that is one of the expectations that we have here for ONIC. For Paper Rex, you've mentioned this already, so much sustain. You have the Blissey, and then you also have the Trevenant that can self-sustain at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I saw what I am seeing right now. I just saw it. You know, it's going to be an Umbreon here, and definitely that will land onto the defender and supporter role, actually, because they do have the XP share. So that's not going to be the Foul Play and the Snarl composition coming in from this one. So I'm loving the lineup so far of ONIC. So they just need a speedster or a little bit of a range, an attacker to be specific. Could be someone like a Deathduai if they want to, or a Nidoqueen actually. Yeah, very available here. So I love the lineup here for ONIC.
Yeah, I really do. And I think, you know what, instead of the Eldegoss, they could also go in for the double defender. You called it a while ago. I think this still worked. And I think the reason for it is because their composition is an all-in type of composition. And having an Umbreon as well and having Crustle allows you for a lot of capability for utility. You have the Rock Tomb, and whether Umbreon goes for the pathway of the Snarl or the Wish or the Foul Play or the Mean Look, it doesn't matter because he's capable enough into rushing and playing for that front to back, wherein it's ONIC Rise have set their composition as it is. For Paper X, this is a lot more standard, right? You have the Miraidon either for a long range distance play or that short distance, going for the all-in alongside with the Trevenant, Lapras, and the other Pokemon that they have in terms of their composition as well. So really, really strong overall, both sides here for Paper X and ONIC Rise.
But yeah, here's the thing. What do you think would be the main maximization here for a Lapras pick? Since it's very traditional that if they do have a supporter and a defender already, aside from the Lapras, definitely this Lapras would be a perish song. So definitely they would want that last hits in order for them to get the KOs. But do you think that's actually a good response, knowing that they have a Miraidon, a powerful backline damage actually from their team, but they really do lack someone like a speedster or some sort of that? But you think this Lapras is a good replacement for it?
Well, Lapras, I think so far for the recent times, so we have seen for the first 3 days of the ACL, is that it's consistently pair song. And I think there are 2 ways that you can look at it, especially considering if you're battling up against Ho-Oh. I think this is one of the bigger aspects of why Lapras has been picked so far, because if Ho-Oh goes in for the Unite move, their HP is a little bit lower than expected, so those Perish Song could be having like huge amounts of values. And so far in terms of Paper Rex, they have Miraidon, they have Dodrio in terms of those damage, so it's still going to be enough down the road if it ever comes down to it, wherein Lapras is just there to go for those executes.
Oh, I love that. Actually, we'll get to see the execution here from Paper Rex. They want that W here to force game number 3, and definitely this would be a top obstacle, knowing that ONIC Rise has, you know, double defenders. They have a mean look as well coming in from Zoe. So that is the toughest challenge right here. But we haven't been seeing that mean look landed actually against Yimu. So I'm not quite sure what happened a while ago. But, you know, we get to see that one later on. Maybe it's just a tag battle here for both sides. You know, getting the prioritization from the Swablues. Actually, they got it already. It's already 8:30 of the game. So, you know, it's really quiet, surprisingly.
Yeah, and now Miraen actually, I believe, went for the Electro Drift instead of the Charge Beam. So Paper Rex is pretty much going in for a similar type of composition, a front to back, going for that all-in type of playstyle, with the ONIC Rise having a similar type of composition as well.
Yeah, they would be needing that actually, because if this Garchomp would just hunt the Rhydon later on, might as well use your mobility with the Electro Drift and just go in, you know, take down the back lines or this Mewtwo Y to be specific at the side of ONIC Rise. But HD is here ready to charge in with a tri-attack. Gonna be missing a couple of shots though.
Yeah, it's just Paper Rex and just HT putting up his presence down into the bottom lane and just shoving ONIC Rise back to their own goal zone. But now the switcheroo, now going down into the top lane as well, supporting the Lapras. They know that ONIC Rise has a couple of players down onto the top side, so they want to put that pressure in. And so far, PRX and ONIC Rise have very minute point accumulation so far.
Yeah, they haven't been stacking up their attack weights and, you know, their SP attacks as well. Dragon Claw not going to be landing against Yang. That's actually a good safeguard of their lives, preventing for them to be knocked out in this situation, knowing that this is very critical. 8 seconds on the clock is going to be the objectives. Oh, that wood hammer landed a while ago, all the way to the top path, and Luna was knocked out immediately. And Cell, the only option is to back away, knowing that there are 4 members, but the response from ONIC Rise, the ambush, is still ready here.
Yeah, and the thing is, Paper Rex has full control over the game so far in this early matchup. If you see how Dodrio consistently just goes down into the bottom lane, goes into the top lane, and forcing ONIC Rise to put up that response instead of just playing for themselves, playing for their strat. It is Paper Rex who has full control, and now they have the Regieleki on top of that.
Yeah, of course, and that's not gonna land as soon as they can. But look at this pressure. Solo gonna be pinched all the way into the back line. That's the disadvantage when you have that Electro Drift ongoing. But that Horlage plus Wood Hammer would land here for Paper Rex, and they managed to take a 2 knockout coming in the side of Paper Rex. And they want to push this Regieleki in order for them. But look at that. X Scissors would land still. Still a tough time here for ONIC Rise defending things down. But Iluna would perish immediately with the song.
Really amazing stuff coming from PRX. They're really pushing it. They have to commit towards that first tier goal zone on top side. But now, ONIC Rise answers back.
Oh, what a good answer back with the Unite move, Moonlight Parens. But look at who's getting the knockout. It's going to be the Garchomp with the Livid Outrage. And right now, they're trying to take down more members here for ONIC Rise, sending them back into the base. Solo left alone. Dragon Claw not going to be landing immediately. And Zoe having a tough time here. But Cell would be scoring instead. Same thing with the Luna.
Now, ONIC Rise has been able to dunk a couple of points. Paper Rex, ONIC Rise, very, very terms of that pointing accumulation so far. And now you'll also have 9 points left into the bottom goal zone. So really, ONIC Rise is still in the game here. They have a couple of points stored up, especially for Garchomp and Umbreon, as they slowly move towards the bottom pad. And this might be a possible engage for them down the road, especially considering that the Reggies are coming up in a couple of seconds time.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock, actually, and this could be an opportunity for ONIC Rise to take down this goal zone all the way to the bottom path. Bochi has to back away here, and that's going to be an overcap once again into the bottom side. But look at who's marching all the way into the top path. It's going to be ONIC Rise, and Paper Rex needs to finish this as quick as they can.
And the reason for this, ONIC Rise saw each and individual players down, dunking in tier 2 goal zone. Miraen isolated though, in danger.
Oh, very dangerous indeed, but the meteor strikes would land here from the Miraen, but Browser will be there as well, coming in from Illuna. Not gonna be enough though, but on the back line, it's gonna be the Urshifu, but the Phantom Forest will be there for the knockoffs. But the Moonlight Prance, once again, in order to lengthen the HP, and Boshi is just on the front line trying to tank everything else, but the Livid Outrage is still available, by the way, from ONIC Christ. That's gonna deal a lot of damage, knocks out the Trevenant indeed, and Yemu is just using the Ice Beam and the Parish Song to create a distance for their team. But HD is not yet done here. They're trying to go for knockouts, but they just force ONIC Christ to back away into the Regieleki.
Now Regieleki would be open as ONIC Rise let it through. Paper Rex will take it down for the objective with no contest. As ONIC Rise will switch it up, going down into the bottom pad, instead going for the Regi buff instead. But this will be a bit dangerous as PRX having to put down pressure on top back. They may be able to find a couple of engages in team battles that they could start up. However, ONIC Rise playing a bit safe here. You have Urshifu, however, a bit isolated and overextended, but a little bit too tanky to be able to burst down that quickly, as PRX will not be able to find another value on top of Regieleki.
Yeah, of course, because they really have to be careful, knowing that ONIC Rise has an additional attack, an SP attack, the moment that they took the objective all the way into the bottom path. So it's just a matter of burning down the buff, and as well as, you know, getting the reposition that they need, because it will be really dangerous if they try to force that Regieleki all the way to the top path. So they just send it as a bait for their team and make sure to bounce back on the next rotation. But 30 seconds on the clock, it will be the final stretch, and they really have to charge up those Unite moves that they have, especially the Bliss Assistance and the Triple Trample, if Paper Rex really wants to take their shot to defend this final stretch.
There we go. Unite moves are ready already. ONIC Rise, every single one of those players are ready to go and come through. AXQ jumping through.
Oh, that's gonna be a big jump here. Look at that. Bochi pinch all the way to the middle, but the Phantom Forest will be there as well. But the Meteor's not gonna be landing quite. And that Miraen was taken down in the action. Same thing with the Dodrio. That Bliss Assistance would land at the hands of Bochi, and he's just tanking every single damage being deployed. And ONIC Rise has a very beautiful shot in order to take this Rayquaza Woodhammer once again. But the Dragon Claw, this is a little bit too dangerous. But ONIC Rise still gets the last hit. Triple Trample in order to back away and defend things down. But this is Zoe marching it all the way into the goal zone. Look at this damage. It's going to be enough to take down the buff. But on the top side, it's going to be Eeyore taking it down. Same thing with their Mewtwo, and ONIC Rise just needs a lot of defense here.
Yeah, and ONIC Rise, 1 minute remaining for them to be able to close, or well, rather, put a huge and further distance in terms of the point accumulation that they were able to secure. But so far, ONIC Rise in a massive lead, 114 points leads up against Paper Rex is already a good footing for them. It's all about playing those defense, as every single one of them has focused on the bottom tier 2 goal zone, or well, rather, tier 1 goal zone. Bocce in danger already.
Still looking for an opportunity here. Paper Rex not gonna be beaten yet, just yet. Eeyore would be there to charge in immediately. They're looking for the knockout as quick as they can. 35 seconds on the clock. But that Dragon Claw is gonna knock out a member from Paper Rex. That Miraen is too squishy. Yemu is gonna be pinched down all the way into the pit of the Regis. But look at this. They're gonna be blowing a lot of damage, and Yemu cannot do anything. And it is just a tag game from Zoe and HD all the way into the top side.
Yeah, now HD in danger, still standing. However, ONIC Rise, they are just going ham into the bottom lane. They're setting a good amount of points to secure game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, 9 casters were proven wrong once again. It continues, the curse continues here, ladies and gents. ONIC Rise being able to take out the current titan of this tournament, as they would be on equal footing with Paper Rex, taking 3 points to be specific. So they have a total of 12 points right now. And in terms of standings, yeah, they're on the same footing. But in terms of pointing system, I do believe that Paper Rex still has the advantage, having a total of 13 points. So that's still a huge factor. But ONIC Rise, being able to turn the tables down not just once, but twice here, controlling the game as smooth as they can.
Yeah, it absolutely is fantastic. If you're gonna lug Ultra out, it's now Paper Rex who has a bit of control over the early mid game. But when the last minute came through, ONIC Rise, last 2 minutes, got into Rayquaza, and that is where it started to ramp up. Wherein they're able to come back, gain a couple of points. It's just too strong. I think Rayquaza buff really is just that big impact factor every single time. And if you lose it, it's pretty much over. Team, except if you fully wipe out your opponent as they got the Rayquaza buff, which I think at this point is not something that we've seen here in this series.
Yeah, and you see, another factor that I seen a while ago from ONIC is they utilize foul play, as far as I know, instead of the mean loop, and together with the Moonlight. So they prioritize on the healing effects from their team in order for them to prolong the team fight as much as they can, rather than locking in a single member from Paper Rex. And we all know that a lot of members could really charge in from Paper Rex. They have the Dodrio with a triple trample, with a high jump kick, and they also have that Miraen with the Electro Drift. So a lot of charging in moves, and definitely they would want to prolong that team fight. So they just denied the concept of locking in someone, and get the healings that they did with the Wish.
Yeah, and I want to add as well, if you can see what happened here in the last 2 minutes, before even the Rayquaza came up, it was ONIC Rise who went for the full gear, all-in type of engage, wherein it was really unexpected, because traditionally it will be both teams who's just sitting pretty and waiting for the right opportunity, buying time for Rayquaza to come up before they put in pressure. But no, ONIC Rise put in a different story in that series, in that game specifically, and that just became a surprise factor wherein it is Dodrio and Miraidon removed from that objective fight, and ONIC Rise just got the numbers lead all throughout that team battle.
Yeah, that was a good lock-in, right, from ONIC Rise. And by not having the specific move that could lock in a member, they managed to find a way, and turn the tables around, take down the 2 main damage dealers from Paper Rex, and everything is just a follow-up from them. They got confident, knock out 3 more members, or push them back away in order for them to secure the Rayquaza, as easy as that.
Yeah, and it's just really difficult from there on forward, because if Dodrio is removed, if Miraidon's removed, PRX no longer has damage. And that we saw coming down into the Rayquaza, wherein it was Lapras and also Trevenant who was trying to do something, was trying to take those steals, was trying to gain an impact into those objective fight. However, ONIC Rise just has too much damage, and also has extra sustain as well, if you're considering how strong defensively Urshifu is, Garchomp is, Umbreon is, and even Crustle in their composition.
And it's a very strong composition indeed, but ONIC Rise for now will be the ones heading towards a W. But of course, before game number 2, we'll be heading in for a short break, so don't go away. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, Southeast Asia League will be right back. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 for Southeast Asia. Still PKOs alongside with Infinity, ready to bring the action heading towards game number 2. It's going to be Talon up against Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, and it's exciting because if you're gonna look at it, like BRU currently is sitting on top as well, alongside with Paper Rex. So really very, very strong team, and Talon so far has been on the international stage, has been in World Championships so far, multiple occasions, and I think this is the time where Talon can bring it back, as currently they are sitting at number 5 in the leaderboard prior to today. So really, just a lot of stakes on the line. We keep on saying it, but really it does matter. From here on forward, each and every single series will count.
Yeah, and actually Talon, it's one of the most unpredictable team that we have here in this tournament. They have a day that they're actually that good, and there are days that, we really questions ourselves that, is that going to be the lineup really from Talon? And, it's a complete mixed up here from this team, and definitely a lot of fans have been waiting for this matchup because BRU, they're one of the most formidable teams here in the league. And of course, from Talon, on the other hand, well, they were just one of the top contenders during the World Championships 2024. As far as I know, they were placed on top 8, in which they dropped their series up against Fennel, who was crowned as champions here. But right now, we'll get to see if Talon really has a shot to take down one of the most powerful teams in Southeast Asia, being BRU.
Yeah, and I'm really curious as well, what type of Pokemon will Talon bring out? Because as we all know, Talon has been really comfortable with the likes of Hoopa, as well as we have seen in the prior 2 weeks of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League actions. So I'm really expecting a lot of differences and a lot of changes on how Talon will be able to adjust alongside with the Leafeon and Umbreon that Talon really, really loves to bring out.
Yeah, and not just that, we've seen them as well being able to utilize, what do you call this one? A Psyduck before during game number 3. So that's actually one of the Pokemon factors that we might be seeing, at least for today, that Talon might be using, in which replacement with the Hoopa, in which they really do love to use the Hyperspace, which will be available at least for days number 4 and 5. So this would be a tough challenge for both teams, especially for Talon. But let's see what would be their resolution. But key player here, it's going to be Mike, their newest addition in the team.
Yeah, and we all know how Mike has been playing. This is what we've mentioned a while ago, how Leafeon has been shown a couple of times here, especially for Talon, just because of how they have used it in the past already, how Leafeon is still capable of putting out that strong amount of damage output in terms of the game. But you have Ceruledge as an alternative. But on the flip side, for Buriram United, you also have the likes of Ceruledge, Garchomp, and Mimikyu that has been played by Renny D a couple of times.
Oh yeah, you gotta love Mimikyu, especially with the isolation with Play With Me during the 1v1s. Especially this shines at the most critical part of the tournament. And I just saw myself, voted for Talon. It's actually 2 casters that voted for Talon. As far as I know, that is Lucas Law from the Indonesia casters, by the way. So really quite surprised here that just 2 of us voted for Talon. But never mind, this is going to be game number 1, Talon on the purple, and it's going to be BRU all the way from the orange side.
Yeah, we'll see how Talon can make that adjustment and how BRU will be able to match on par up against Talon. But so far, this huge respect bans immediately coming out of the gate here for game number 1. Mimikyu removed for BRU, so Rainy D will not be able to use Mimikyu so far for game number 1, but Serena will be the answer back.
Good answer back, actually, coming in from their team. But I'm quite curious what would be the last ban. Could be a Psyduck, but if they take down Psyduck, then Talon will be having a tough time to choose their supporters. Eldegoss is still available, by the way. Hoopa, Hyperspace Hole taken out on the action, so that's going to be a tough challenge here for their team. But you might be seeing, Clefable or Eldegoss, that's just going to be it. Or they make use of the Umbreon as a supporter instead of being a defender.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because I was expecting that Talon is going for the likes of either Umbreon, even Leafeon. And yes, it's still not picked up, so they could still go for it. But so far, Buriram United Esports went in for the Mewtwo Y, went in for the Urshifu, so big hitters right at the gate here for the first two picks by BRU. And there we go. As we have just talked about, Talon is now looking to go for those defenders, now looking to go for Umbreon, for Rubik's.
You really have to go for that one, actually. And I love here the Blaziken pick as well. Pretty strong in terms of late game. So the Focus Blast, the stance changes could really deal a lot of impact towards the team fights. Knowing that Rainy D is having that Urshifu on his favor. So definitely, it's a matter of trading system here on their side. But mind to tell you that Talon also has a Zacian on their hand. So I think I quite won that one, right? Because Talon would make use of the Umbreon, as actually this one is a defender setup because of the held items. So we might be seeing a double defender instead of having a supporter here, because Very Sad took away the Eldegoss, which was actually an option as well from Talon.
Yeah, now Talon just went in for the all-in type of composition once again that we have just seen in the prior series, but now in their own respective flavor. For BRU, their final pick will be Garchomp, so a little bit more stable in terms of the type of composition these two teams have brought up. They have the double all-rounder, they have a single defender, a supporter, and an attacker, in comparison to Talon, which is going for the all-in type of setup, wherein you have double all-rounder, double defender, and then you have Miraidon as the attacker for Talon. So I'm really curious what Miraidon is going to go for. Is it the Charge Beam, or is it going to be that Electro Drift that we have seen to go and be complementary as an all-in type of setup?
Like, it's gonna be much more of a viable option if they go for the Charge Beam, because there's someone to take charge on all the way to the front line. That's going to be the Cessation and the Blaziken. Knowing that Blaziken really has a lot of moves on his pocket, could definitely use Fire Punch, Overheat, Focus Blast, and Blaze Kick, defending on the stands that it would be using later on with the Unite move of Spinning Flame Fist or the Spinning Flame Kick. So it's just a matter on what to utilize later on, and definitely that would be very crucial for Talon, knowing that you have to go for the mix-up actually, and this Miraidon must be consistent, and I do feel like this would be a mean look in order to protect that Miraidon from the backline, trying to deal some damage in order for them to, prolong their team fights and have a high damage output on the late game.
It definitely is possible, right? It's something that can both go either way for the likes of Miraidon. We have seen a while ago in terms of that all-in type of setup, and yes, they don't have that long-range distance poke, but they still went in for the Electro Drift as an all-in type of engage, so it still can happen for Talon. But I do understand what you're saying and what you're meaning. That definitely can be that option for them to go for a bit of that damage into the back lines for Dylan, the Miraidon, and then you have the likes of Rubik's, the likes of the Umbreon, you have the Blaziken, and alongside with the Zacian to come through to be that sponge for Talon Esports for Dylan. But right now, it's just a bit shocking as well on how a while ago it was Umbreon just going for the jungle invade.
Yeah, and that's actually what everyone has been expecting to happen right now. Look at that. What a damage coming in from Talon, and specifically for Mike, who just dealt a lot of damage a while ago. So later on, we might be seeing another surprise ambush here, because they want to secure the Swablues and the Altarias here.
Yeah, now BRU still fighting that through with the double KO from Rainy D. But Zacian answers back.
Oh, very huge impact coming in from their team. And right now, this is Talon so far controlling the early stages of the game. And we might be seeing BRU later on struggle if this lead continues to grow coming in from their team. But this is just too early to speak. 8-minute mark of the game. A lot of things could still happen.
Yeah, Mike coming down into the backside as well. It's 2v1. It's almost so close, and now Talon takes a KO.
Oh, another KO. It could be 2. Yes, they do get the 2 KOs. And this is a lot of challenge for Very Sad. As look at this map control happening already from Talon. They want to overextend as much as they could in order to get the lead that they want here. But Sick 1 will get hurt. Go back to the Pokemon Center. Eat some citrus berries on his favor in order for that long life to be prolonged as well. But look at that. Another knockout coming in the side of Talon.
Buriram United Esports has to retreat for now and give away a couple of points for the side of Talon to go for those dunks. 30 points remaining for that tier 1 goal zone on top side to be able to shut down. But BRU still holding on, and now with a goes for the surprise attack.
Oh, what a mean look, and that's gonna take a KO once again. Talon enjoying their precious moments, their momentum here, but on the other side, it's gonna be Rainy trying to go for the skull, for the stacks, and very sad, still managed to keep it on going, despite the eject button popped out by the Miraen from Talon.
That's really unfortunate, forcing out the eject button and to cling for that 50-50 in terms of that hope to bring down the Eldegoss. Unfortunately, it will not. Now, BRU will contest Regirock into the bottom path.
Oh, they really do have to contest this one. The Wood Hammer trying to crowd control as quick as they can, but the last hit will still land in the hands of BRU, and Dylan really has to back away for his life. Same thing with Kai, but there was the trade all the way into the top path. That's going to be the Regieleki marching in, and there has been no Pokemon for BRU to defend it, but going back into the bottom lane, that charge beam will deal a lot of damage, and Rubix is just here on the front line, trying to protect anyone, everyone else from Talon.
Goes in at the right time, and then Talon takes a KO once again, and now this is Talon's time to shine, to be able to come through with a block as well, putting BRU a bit of distance to defend tier 1 goal zone. Mean look.
Oh my goodness, that's a good overheat coming in from Sync 1. Managed to pop it up, not just quite on time, because BRU managed to back away a lot after that, because you need to charge that overheat in order for you to get the maximum damage output from that move. So quite unfortunate, but it's still a very big threat here for BRU. Talon right now controlling the game so far, so this is a good head start coming in from their team.
Yeah, now BRU has their eyes onto the top lane. You also have Blaziken just sitting pretty there onto the tier 1 goal zone, but there you go, 3v1 already. What will Blaziken do?
Oh, you have to go for the spinning flame fist, but never mind, as he would be taken out from the story. But look at that limit outrage, trying to deal a lot of damage against Mike, but Mike won't be keeping it alive. But heavy slam would land, not gonna be quite enough, and Rubix is just here backing away a little bit. That's a beautiful block actually, in order to counter that knock-up buff from the Mega Mewtwo. So that's actually a way to secure that lifeline in order to prevent from getting knocked out immediately and go back to the base for their next objective.
It's pretty unfortunate how BRU, or rather how Talon was able to really be on a huge deficit from that fight. BRU was able to come through with those isolation targets. Talon just came in one by one by one. Blaziken was the one first, Zacian followed up, and then you have another isolated target where BRU consistently just had the numbers advantage in that team battle.
Oh, this is going to be very critical. Phantom Forest was pop out immediately. Same thing with the Unite move coming in from the Eldegoss, but the last hit would land again at the side of BRU. Those meteorites would be landing it, but the block is ready to be the front line from Talon. But look at that. Miraen takes down the Trevenant. No defenders already for BRU, saying they could just head start, take down the knockouts, and take the tier 1 goal zone as well. Overheat once again won't be landing that much, but look at these defense coming in. Malaka would be taken out of the story. Look at that damage from Talon, and they would get the Swablues as well. And right now they have the lead a lot in terms of XP.
Yeah, for sure. And now Talon is on a 95-point lead up against BRU. Their capability of playing the macro game is top-notch on how they're showing up against Buriram United, and Zacian with another K on to Trevenant as well. How they play that out? 4 people just went in to try and contest that bottom objective onto the Regirock, where BRU was trying to take it down. And yes, BRU was able to secure it, but Talon bought enough time for the Regieleki to be secured by Talon as well, to put pressure on top side. BRU went back and retreat to defend those top tier 2 goal zone, and now the bottom goal zone was the one who was shot down in favor for Talon. So really, these mind games are massive that Talon is doing right now for game number 1.
Oh, that was almost a setup that BRU wanted to get against Talon. The moment that you saw a while ago that Rubix was trying to be pinched all the way from the middle side of the map because they were trying to go for the team fight, but instead Talon turned the tables once again. Sync 1 getting the knockout up against that Trevenant. That's going to be a very critical one because the objectives will be spawning at 15 seconds from the bottom pass. So Talon really wants to take advantage of this one, but look at this damage coming in from the Garchomp. But the swords from Zacian would be enough to knock it and send it back to the base.
Yeah, now you have those isolation targets. Trevenant trying to retreat there, but Talon is going for the chase.
Oh, no one is taking care of going for the eye up against that backline Miraen from Talon. BRU really has to watch for that one. They have to snowball it as quick as they can, and it's going to be the Garchomp only with the Livid Outreach that could charge in a lot in terms of team fights, and that's a double objective coming in from Talon as they are forming themselves all the way from the Rayquaza's pit. And this is somewhat of still a big disadvantage for Talon, knowing that the XP is looking good for Buriram Esports, but the overall impact, who has it later on? PUACL will be taken out in the last 2 seconds before the final stretch starts.
Yeah, now Rayquaza is now up. BRU going for the contest here, but they are a member missing already. It's a 4v5 wherein you have Kai just going through, but Lazy can't secure the objective.
All smooth as silk, and right now everyone has to run away from the meteorites, and Dylan would be taking the knockouts for their team, and that is a guaranteed score coming in the side of Talon. And look at who's going to be jogging in. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, that's a 200-point goal coming in the side of Talon.
Yeah, now Talon in massive lead. Now BRU is having to think about the next game because at this point it will be near impossible for them to be able to make it back that huge of a difference, especially considering that they still have to battle up against a team with the Rayquaza buff with a 300-point difference. And yes, it's still impossible for them to be able to make it through as the bottom tier 1 gold zone is still available. However, Talon is just going in for a couple of dunks and a couple of points still onto home base. Now BRU still trying to push through a 300-point difference, 400-point difference still in the lead for Talon.
Oh, this is going to be a tough time for BRU. They still have 40 seconds on the clock. That Dragon Claw would connect once again. But a Unite move from the Snorlax would be able to crowd control everyone else from BRU. And that block would pinch down the Garchomp all the way from the side lanes. And PUACL trying its best to do the Wood Hammer in order to stop that charge beam. But the Leave It Outrage is available once again. But it's not going to be hitting the Miraen. And the Heavy Slam connects once again together with the block in order to prevent everyone from BRU to force their way even further in this goal zone, and it is just a total defense from Talon.
Oh, and that Snorlax as well with a block is just very obnoxious to battle up against for BRU's side. And that will be it. Talon will secure that massive lead and taking game number 1 in the series.
Oh, that was a perfect execution from Talon in terms of defense a while ago. Just imagine Rubix holding it down, blocking every single members from BRU that he saw. And not just that, whenever he blocks someone out, go to the most side part of the map, and then he would go for the Heavy Slam in order to stop someone who's trying to go for their goal zone. And that was actually a beautiful defense coming in from Talon because they know a lot of Unite moves are unstoppable here for BRU, specifically that Livid Outrage for the Garchomp. But never mind, he just go for the Heavy Slam plus the block and everything, problem solved for Talon.
Yeah, for sure. And now Talon taking a huge advantage in this game number 1, and we called it, right? Prior to the very first series during the pre-show, we were talking about these upsets that can occur. BRU has shown us a very, very fantastic feat that they were able to achieve in the prior 2 weeks on being on par with PRX in terms of points accumulation. But Talon, it's their time to shine. It's their time to be able to make it back, and so far they take game 1, and that is a signal for them that, you know what, we can do it too.
Oh yeah, for sure, they really can do it. And overall, very beautiful execution here. But by the way, we showed a QR code a while ago from our podcast, which is one of the QR codes that you must scan in order for you to win the giveaway for the tickets for the keychains and stuff. So we have a lot of messages here actually piling up from the community, and we do have here how do you read this one? Megumin Tree cheering for Miraen Sejong. So thank you so much for tuning in into our live stream. But we also have Ayabu here from PNK. PNK is actually a team based in the Philippines, and cheering for Talon right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. So we'll see, because today will be a little bit of a stacked day, if you can call it that. You have PRX versus ONIC that happened just a while ago. You have Talon BRU happening now, which is really, really massive. Alter Ego versus Elevate. It's just, today will be a huge shift in terms of the leaderboard. We can expect, because if you're looking at the overall view of the group stages, we only have 3 days left, including today, in terms of group stages, to dictate who will be the top 8 that will proceed in the playoffs. So really important day so far for every single team.
Yeah, and the pressure keeps on piling up for every single team trying to compete to become the very best. Qualify for the top 8 for the double elimination format for the playoff stage, and it's just pressure. It's just no room for mistakes already, especially if you are at the bottom of the seedings, and that's a huge pressure for the teams like Elevate, Miraen Sejong, Alter Ego, and Blacklist. They're the teams who is really close in terms of point system, but we don't know what's gonna happen next. And right now, Talon, as this tournament emerges forward, they just keep on getting formidable as well. They keep on growing stronger, proving themselves that they can take down the Titans in this tournament.
For sure. And I think that is one of the great storylines that we have here for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. That, you have champions already on the rise. You have champions already born from what they have done in the prior years in terms of that experience, in terms of that knowledge of the game. But the game is constantly evolving. The game is constantly just changing things up and having that big of a difference. And these teams are constantly improving as well. So every single time there is an opportunity for new champions to be born, for new teams to rise to the occasion and take that top 1 spot. And I think that will start here today as well for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And I cannot wait for the finals down later next year.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everyone is so excited, for the finals that's going to be held in Japan, for the finals of Southeast Asia. Everything, is stacking up. Everything is, exciting here in Asia Champions League, and I'm really enjoying the community here being supportive enough. And of course, we do have still a lot of voices here from the community. I would like to so we have here Evos Kane cheering for Evos ONIC. So there we go. And of course, we have another member from PNK, which is Orange. As far as I know, I've seen him already compete. So good luck to all of the teams that will be competing here. That is going to be the statement for Orange. And we also have Aquaria here cheering for Paper Rex. Always been such a big fan of this team. So take it for supporting our teams here competing in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Yeah, 100%. And I think those teams are just amazing and fantastic. We have seen a huge storyline already for a lot of them. And we have seen them perform time and time again, even in the recent World Championship as well. For these teams to be able to participate in that caliber, at that level of competition is just fantastic. And now they are competing here in the Southeast Asia League for them to be able to make it through once more into the PUACL finals and then to come through once again in the foreseeable World Championship. So really, really amazing stuff, and we're really excited of the future of these teams and of course off the game as well.
Yeah, and right now we're just waiting for the game 2 to start on its way. And Talon has a point already. One more shot for them to take another 3 points at least for this tournament. Currently, they have 9 points as far as I know. They're on a current standing of 2 wins and 2 losses. So definitely it's a 50% win rate coming in from their team. But let's see if that would increase or decrease. Heading towards game number 2 is going to be BRU all the way to the purple side. We see this switch once and for all. But, in game number 1, it doesn't matter who's at the purple or who's at the orange side.
Yeah, for sure. And now BRU going in for purple side selection, which in terms of pattern is a priority time and time again in terms of these teams so far in the prior 3 days of the Asia Champions League for the Southeast Asia League. But now in terms of the picks and bans, you have Dodrio removed. There's a huge respect. Alosa with Serena for BRU. And now Talon removing the Psyduck. As we've seen, the performance of Psyduck has been phenomenal in the prior series. But Zacian will follow through as well. So no more Zacian for Talon as they will not pick it up.
So yeah, and quite interesting because they were the ones who picked Zacian
Yeah.
a while ago, so you don't want to, make it available in the hands of BRU. Knowing that BRU is such a huge fan as well from Zacian, but the prioritization would be there for the Urshifu, so quite understandable. We must respect it that BRU knows how to maximize this Urshifu Pokemon on their pocket. But mind to tell you that they also have Umbreon once again at the side of Talon.
Yeah, and now Umbreon and Miraidon will be picked up by Talon. As always, if Umbreon is going to be open, it's always on to Rubik's, or it's always going to be Kai as well, who's going to play this Pokemon for the team. But BRU will be changing a little bit of some things here for their composition, going for a Shifu, going in for a Blissey, and then Mewtwo Y as well. So a bit of a similar fashion, a similar pattern, but so far, I'm really loving what I'm seeing here as Talon is hovering onto a Garchomp and Mimikyu.
Yeah, for sure. And Mimikyu is one of the most formidable Pokemons out there, especially there's going to be a Speedster later on here at the side of BRU. But I do feel like there's not going to be a Speedster anymore. This Urshifu would be their central laner, so that's actually an option for them to isolate another person from BRU later on to play with me. And Sync 1 locked in already that Garchomp with the Livid Outrage later on that would deal a lot of damage as well for their team, and actually is a good setup as well coming in from the early stages of the game with that Sand Attack that could block the vision of your opponent.
Ooh, and now you brought in Gyarados alongside with the Mamoswine, which is going to be really interesting on how they're going to play this out for the likes of BRU. I think Mamoswine is still really strong, especially considering that Ice Fang that could have huge impact in terms of isolation, considering that Talon, once again, goes for an all-in type of composition.
Yeah, I mean, all-in is actually their playstyle here as of now because they don't have the Hoopa, so they don't have quick rotation, so as much as they can, they really want to go all-in in terms of team fights, knowing that this team is really confident in such situations. But on the other hand, there's going to be a stopper here on the side of BRU, and that's going to be the Mamoswine here on their favor. So that's a big challenge coming in. But, it would be a much of a harder time if Mike tries to isolate Pupaza later on. So definitely, as much as possible, they want to isolate someone who's going to be dealing a lot of damage. But that will be the case here. They need full heals. Actually, I'm not sure if I've seen full heals, especially knowing that Ice Fang is a great tool for you to stun or freeze your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what they could do here as BRU right now on a huge deficit. Win for Talon as if ever they win this, they would take the series away for themselves and now will rise into the leaderboards in the Asia Champions League. So really important for Talon Esports to really just change things up and also adjust some stuff coming down into this week and the following weeks here in Asia Champions League. And Buriram United Esports, small adjustments to be able to adapt into the composition of Talon.
Yeah, and we might be seeing the adjustment here for BRU because, they're one of the most formidable teams here. They're, very well known for playing the Rayquaza a while ago. So definitely they saw how Talon played the Rayquaza a while ago because Talon just brute force their way to get that Rayquaza, and that's not going to be the case right now because BRU does know how Talon plays the Rayquaza fight later on. So definitely they have to charge in as quick as they can, knock out Talon before the Rayquaza, before the final stretch around 5 seconds before it. They have to do some math games here in order for them to secure the Rayquaza at a much more faster facing compared to Talon.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what we can expect and what we can see into game number 2 here as we are moments away to jump into the arena. But so far, not having the Hoopa has made a drastic difference in terms of composition, right? Because last time it is one of the priorities as well in terms of that support, and it's constantly having that huge impact in terms of that elevator being brought out into those goal zones for that quick responses. They're able to go for like a 4-1 type of setup just because of the Hoopa availability in terms of that Unite move. So unfortunate, we're not gonna see it, but in terms of the following weeks, hopefully we could see it back.
Yeah, And seeing it back definitely will be an awesome opportunity because it's going to be the last day of the group stage, the moment that we're going to be heading towards if that Koopa would be available once again for this tournament. And, everything is very crucial. Every single team only has a single game left on January 11. So definitely that is one of the most awaited games actually wherein every single teams has to prioritize their victory. There are teams who would be the deciders in which they would be advancing or won't be advancing into the playoffs. So definitely from this day heading towards to January, every game is crucial for teams.
Yeah, for sure. Every single one of them. As we have mentioned, this setup that we have for the group stages, I believe, will be a single round robin across the board in a best of 3 situation, and the top 8 will go into the playoffs. So really, it's very important for these teams to have the the mindset of putting their best foot forward in each and every single game, to put their best foot forward in terms of each and every single series that they're playing on, just because they're only meeting each team once here in the group stage.
Oh yeah, definitely. And everything keeps on piling up here, and it's just action here. But it seems like we're gonna be having a little bit of a delay, so please stand by here for the viewers watching at home. And of course, make sure to be on their seats and wait for another QR code to pop out immediately. But while waiting for our game to start, let's actually read here one of the community voices once again from our forums here. So we have here Mix cheering for ONIC Rise, and of course Darkrai, that hero, is cheering for everyone else from the champions here in Asia Champions League. But we have here Pow Pow, actually one of my good friends as well, from Team Isen, cheering for Blacklist International for today.
Yeah, there's just a lot of support that we're seeing across the board for the community we have and the viewers. I'm seeing a lot of PRX, I'm seeing a lot of Blacklist, ONIC. It's just a lot, and it's just really, really fun to see, these teams and these viewers watching at home right now having that full support for their favorite teams that's currently playing here today in day 4 of the Asia Champions League. So far, I'm seeing a lot of, I'm seeing MSJ as well. I'm seeing Miraen strong. And I'm seeing PH overall as a region being supported by one of the viewers. So really, really fun to see.
Yeah, and we also have here Stavey cheering for ONIC Rise. This is actually a long message. ONIC Rise is the best team, and I'm sure that they will still rise to be the king of Southeast Asia region of Pokemon Unite. Let's go catch them all, and let's catch the action here in game number 2 between Talon and Buriram United Esports.
I love that. That cheer was really long, but really enthusiastic. I love it. But as you have mentioned, we're going back into the game here. Game number 2 off the matchup wherein Talon is only 1 game away of taking the series away from Buriram United Esports, and every single match will count here. But so far, both teams even footing at this early game, not really having that put of huge power being shown upon in this early stages. But BRU is a bit lacking, right? Because they have to wait for Magikarp to evolve, they have to wait for Mamoswine to be able to reach that final evolution, and to have that Ice Fang as well to have huge impacts on those team fights.
Yeah, and I love what Talon is trying to do here all the way into the bottom path. They want to knock out Popasa as early as they can in order for to have a lot of delay actually evolving into a Piloswine and eventually into a Mamoswine later on, because that Ice Fang would be a huge threat coming in from their team. So they have to maximize this early game as much as they can, because that Miraen is capable of doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Now you already have Talon setting a bit pretty as well at this stage of the game. Kai is doing the same thing that he did in the prior matchup, wherein it is Kai who's just going in for Forest Invade. But now it will be a little bit dangerous here for Very Sad. He might be very sad in a moment's time here, as he is being pressured in a 2v1.
Oh yeah, and that Shedinja Doll was, a little bit of time to, buy a lot of space for their team, so use somehow wisely in that situation. But we have seen that the Gyarados is already available for Buriram UNITE Esports. That's going to be a challenge here for Talon, but the heavy slam would connect once again, coming to the side of Talon. But the backline damage, look at that eject bottom, very beautiful, but not going to be enough for them to secure a knockout. But Rubik's would be missing that heavy slam, but a follow-up main look would be there in order to isolate that Gyarados later on, and they just have to back away here. But that Mewtwo Y is very powerful for Talon to handle.
Yeah, for sure. And that's just amazing coming in for both sides here, with only a difference of 3 points here in the start of the game. A little bit unexpected, if you may, as we were expecting the Talon Esports to be at a drastic advantage in terms of this early matchup, just considering how Buriram United Esports has to buy time for those XPs and levels to come through first. But so far, BRU is holding their position really strongly.
Yeah, you have to, be consistent here, and, grow stronger as this game is trying to march even forward. But right now, both objectives is going to be up here, and we can see the prioritization of Talon all the way from the Regieleki, but there is still an ample defense at the bottom path.
And that's huge overdunk coming in for the side of Talon onto the top bat, and they're giving Regieleki away. And yes, you have Snorlax and Dylan to be able to go and try to contest the objective. However, Talon's main goal is to buy time and let Regieleki run through and put pressure on top side.
Oh, that's actually a great engage coming in from Rady D in order to force that Miraen back away, but that Thunder is going to land immediately on their favor. And look at that turnaround with the play with me by Mike, being able to flip the tables once again. Favorable for Talon, and right now they're looking for more knockouts to score some goals here all the way into the bottom path. That Garchomp is already ready for the ambush. What a damage here.
Wow.
And this is just Talon being able to dominate the bottom path, and everyone is just running away on the side of BRU.
Did you even see that? That's a heavy slam, mid-air eject button to come and go for the final blow. It was really fantastic to watch here coming from Talon into the bottom pan. But right now, Buriram United Esports at the very least will be able to duck a couple of points on the top path.
Oh, pressure still is ticking here. Livid Outrage is going to be up here, trying to take down 3 members, and that's going to be done. Oh my goodness! I love the setup, but not going to be quite enough for Talon to take them knockouts. Double airborne coming in from their team, but Buriram United Esports managed to keep it alive.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Talon Esports right now is being a little bit overconfident in terms of those situations, in terms of those fights. They're fighting a battle wherein they're at a numbers disadvantage, wherein it's absolutely not going to be not an advantageous position for them to constantly do so. And so far, it has been 2 times already that this occurred, and Talon is slowly losing their edge up against Buriram United Esports, now sitting at a 14-point lead.
Yeah, and this is why Talon is, getting a lot of gambles here. They're investing so much with their held items, with their battle items, and of course everything else. They have been investing a lot of firepower on their team in order for them to get the victories every single team fight. But Plaza is pinched here, but the Mammoth Mash is going to be there to back away a little bit here. Eject Bot is back immediately, and look at that damage coming in from the Miraen. And a lot of members from Talon trying to isolate the fights here as they take this Reggie. Oh, look at that! What a steal coming in from the Mewtwo! Dragon's Current is going to be pop up as well to get a bit of Trick Room. Livid Outrage, it's going to be there, dealing out some damage. But I love the Shedinja Doll response coming in for BRU. And look at that! That's a total damage from the Gyarados. And Rubix was forced to back away and defend the lone Miraen standing here.
That's really unfortunate. Talon lost their objective just because of the Unite move. Perfectly timed by Mewtwo Y from that fight and from that engage. And so far, BRU is still sitting pretty on their lead here. Ayaka with that steal is so lean. And now Talon Esports still fighting a very close battle. But so far, Buriram United Esports, just 1 game. It's still just a warm-up. Here in game 2, they're acting up big time.
Yeah, Big time for sure, but Talon not gonna be letting that happen to go home without a trade, and they're gonna be defending their Regilenki here. But that is 29 points. Rubik's unfortunately not gonna be making it on time, trying to go for the block and, you know, bring it back all the way onto their side. But here comes Zealand already coming in for the damage. Very unfortunate that heavy slam won't be landing immediately.
Now very sad, stuck in the middle of 4 players here for Talon, but that's just to buy time. Look at BRU now going into position there, setting up a good place for them to set up a sneak attack up against Talon Esports.
Yeah, and right now the overcap must happen here in the hands of Talon. They really want to make sure that they take this goal zone already, but they could actually safeguard it later on for the longer run. And the heavy slam not going to be landing once again by the charge beam all the way to the back line. It's doing good so far, but Papasa all the way to the front line would be there. That bounce would connect once again, but that goal zone is also down at the side of BRU. Charge beam to back away and deal some damage here, but that objective from the bottom side would be secured by BRU. And this is a chance for Talon for them to take the position into Rayquaza.
They lost so much out from that fight. They lost a lot of their HP bars from that engage, and now Talon has to really just set up a play here at this stage. If you're looking at it, BRU has a massive lead in terms of Gyarados is one of their big impactors for the Rayquaza fight down the road, especially considering that Unite moves are available across the board here for Buriram United Esports. So eyes on how Mimikyu will be playing the play with me, and I'm expecting it to go to SGC SCG.
Okay, Shiny Rayquaza is already out here. But look at the position coming in from Mike. He's just gonna go for the timing. Isolate someone with the play with me, but none of the members of BRU is trying to appear all the way on the minimap at the side of Talon, so this is just a play tag hide and seek coming in from both sides.
Yeah, it's just very difficult for both sides to be able to be the ones who first engage here. It will be a huge headache, as every single one of them has the capability to go for the isolate.
Oh, Rubik's taken down on the action. No one's left to defend the side of Talon. It's gonna be Mike who's gonna be leading the front line here. Same thing with Kai. But look at this isolation play. Infinite Cyburn. It's gonna be invested here, but there's nothing much of a value here. But the Meteor Whites will fall on their hands. And look at that. Mammoth Mash has been invested as well with the Bliss assistance. But Sync 1 not gonna be having enough room to go back immediately. But I love the block that's happening here. But look at that Dragon's Current trying to change the real dragon, and that was almost a team knockout. They're looking for the last one. Rubik's has to back away, and BRU is just smiling at the Shiny Rayquaza to get this secure.
Half HP already. Talon has to do something at this point. The Ice Fang would be running!
Whoa! Almost a close call for Talon, but BRU managed to get the last hit despite the heavy slam being invested by Talon, and they're gonna be forcing their way to game number 3 in this series.
What a close call from that. I was expecting Snorlax to be able to get that steal, however, that was a KO instead. Really unfortunate, but good try coming in from Talon Esports nevertheless on how it was so close for them, but BRU adapted into the situation and came back with a win, and we're pursuing game number 3 for the series.
This is Pokemon Unite, ladies and gentlemen. I love what I am seeing as of now. This is just game number 2 for today, and we still have 6 games later on. But mind to tell you that Talon was really doing good a while ago. They have been investing a lot of battle items, a lot of moves. They have been investing everything that they have on their pocket. But everything is just a timing for BRU. They're just trying to bait out those utilities and their movesets coming in from Talon. And the moment that they know everything was invested, they just bounce back, you know, get the advantage. And they are so confident with that Gyarados that they have, knowing that it is very much in the lead compared to the other members of Talon.
Yeah, for sure. And now, just looking at the difference, very unfortunate for them. Just one team fight really changed the game. And I think that is exactly what Talon did up against BRU in game number 1. It's similar to what happened in game number 2, but now on flipping the sides here, wherein it was BRU who placed that pressure in, came with isolation targets, and once those heavy hitters were removed, it is already BRU who took the win.
Yeah, and no one really expected that. Talon has really a hope in order to turn things around once again with that heavy slam coming in from Rubex, but sad to say that that hit won't be enough to take down the last hit, and it's just pure, pure trust that you're about to do, especially the moment that your move landed already, and sad to say it wasn't quite the timing that they needed, but Rubex was doing its job a while ago in order to defend his teammates, but not yet enough. Everything is working at the favor of BRU during the final stretch.
Yeah, for sure. It was so exciting to watch how that event turned out, how that scenario turned out. Last 20 seconds, Rayquaza was able to be taken away by BRU, but that is enough time for them to be able to dunk those points and secure the advantage, secure the lead they were able to accumulate for that game to take that win. We're jumping to game 3, Pikachu. Really exciting.
Yeah, really exciting. That's going to be the first game number 3 for today, at least here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia. And a lot of surprises are happening right now. BRU proving that their wins are not just, luck, but instead proving themselves that they are the toughest and most formidable team here in this league. And might tell you that if they get this victory, they would be one step ahead of PRX, and of course, one step ahead as well to secure that playoff spot later on in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's really important. I mean, time and time again, we keep on talking about this, but it's just really important for these teams to gain every single point possible in their respective series. And I think that will be the main focus here by these teams today, especially like Talon, that is currently sitting, I believe, at the 5th spot already. You have Elevate currently sitting up 9th, 10th, along with MRS rather. So they really have to find their footing. They have to find the capability for them to reach the top 8 at the very least, to be able to reach the playoffs in January 2025.
Yeah, for sure. They really want that spot because, you get the prize pool being the top 8. You get the shot of being able to qualify for the ACL finals on March in Japan. So definitely a lot of teams really work hard for this. And, BRU is just one of them. And one of the 10 teams really proving themselves to be on top here, and they're just going head to head with every single teams. And as far as I know, BRU only dropped a game in which that was up against Paper Rex actually during day number 1, but the rest, it's just a landslide. It's just a victories coming in back and forth for them. They are unstoppable and they are on a winning streak as of now.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because now this next game would be literally the deciding match for the series as well, on who's going to take at least 2 points away from the series. Will it be Talon? Will it be BRU? Because these 2 points will push either BRU further up into taking the number 1 spot at the moment, or will it be Talon Esports who's rising to the occasion as well? Because remember, PRX lost against ONIC Rise in the prior series. So right now, in terms of point system, it is currently, I believe, PRX and ONIC a little bit on that even level playing field. So if BRU loses this, they're pretty much going in for like a 3-team tie at the stage in terms of series wins and series losses. So it's really unfortunate. It's very competitive, high up there in the leaderboard.
Yeah, very competitive in terms of the pointing system. And not just that, we also have the score differentials. The total goals that they take actually from the game would be a factor when you're going to be expecting a lot of ties in terms of your pointing system. So definitely a lot of challenge here. You have to, score as much as you can and dominate every single games that you encounter here in the Asia Champions League. But sit back, relax here. We're just waiting for game number 3 to go on its way, and make sure to check out the QR codes that will be popping out later on in the coming games, because you have a shot on winning the giveaways. You might win some jerseys, you might win some keychains out there, and of course you might book yourselves to Japan and watch the Asia Champions League finals.
Yeah, definitely so. But we're jumping into the picks and bans here for game number 3. We have Mimikyu immediately removed by Talon Esports, but BRU answered back with a station ban.
Yeah, that was actually a good ban here, but we are not seeing Saidaki yet. I don't know if it would be available here, but Talon probably won't ban that one because they're one of the most teams who use Psyduck during day number 3 rather. So definitely I would love to see that one, but are you going to be taking that away from the story? Same thing with the Blissey. I love how both teams respect each other in terms of supporters.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Talon's going for the likes of Umbreon as a priority pick. I don't think Trevenant is. Well, Urshifu would give them a lot of flexibility as well. It could go into the middle path here for the likes of Talon. In terms of the next rotation, Umbreon can be expected. Now for Buriram United Esports, what they can pick up is a denial away from Kai or Rubik's to play this Pokemon out. So they could definitely pick up the Umbreon. Still very, very strong. A huge utility and a defender, to say the least, to go into the front line.
Yeah, and then, I love the concept of trading Pokemons here. That Urshifu and Umbreon. It seems like it's, traditional Pokemon trades that happen in game. But, going back into the game itself, that's going to be a very phenomenal strategy here for Talon. Same thing with BRU, taking the comfort Pokemons from each team. And right now, it's going to be Slowbro here. I love this one. I love this setup. So they just need someone who has to set up the fights here in terms of being a defender, or it could be an all-rounder actually for Talon, but you have that slow beam, a very beautiful kit that they could use. They could actually isolate IOP. It's just, Mimikyu in a defender form. That's actually the concept here for Rubik's.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think the Unite move, or especially considering how Slowbro can beat that huge impact, will be very important. So I think that utilization for Slowbro it's really how Rubik's will be playing it out down the road for this game number 3. But Miraen's still gonna get picked up along with the Eldegoss.
Yeah, and Miraen is one of the, very frequently used Pokemons here for Talon, because before they were a huge fan of the Sylveon, but they love the range of Miraen here, so definitely you have to take that one advantage, keep on going. But if this gonna be a serial edge here, yes, it would be. Definitely, the Phantom Force could just charge in against Dila, and that will be his toughest time already going into team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the advantage as well, if you're considering it on, is its flexibility, right? You could go in for a long range distance, a charge beam type of setup and type of build that would be a little bit more on the poking side, or you could go for the all-in with the Electro Drift. So these two are really, really strong. We have seen each respective pros and cons and strengths over the past few days and past 2 weeks of Asia Champions League action. So that is one of the expectations here for Talon. It's very flexible. It can do a lot of damage as well from the backlines or the front lines. But what I'm really, really a fan of how Talon is doing their composition right now is it's a lot of mobility, right? You have Urshifu, you have Serena, you have the Miraidon. If they go in for the Electro Drift, so it will be something that can put them at a good foundation in terms of rotations in game number 3.
Yeah, I love the concept, Talon, because you pointed out the mobility here, and it's just a way to answer one of the struggles that they have a while ago, because during game number 1 and game number 2, it's just Kai trying to tank everything else. He is the main front line of their team. He has to be sacrificed, to be knocked out immediately in order for his teammates to, go back into their base and, of course, have a higher chances of bouncing back into the next objective that they take. But right now, every one of them has a mobility, so we'll see if that's going to be the game changer here for Talon to get the series once and for all.
Yeah, we'll see what these two teams are going to do, as you have Buriram United Esports going through a couple of points in. It's really just this expectations in the early game, not really that big of an impact, just giving them a little bit more XPs and also a little bit of points to start off with. But after that, it's all about playing the patience game here in the early matchup.
And patience game, and it's the same setup here for Talon in the bottom path. They want to go for the knockouts as quick as they can in order for the Phantom to be a Phantom for a very long time here into the game. You don't want that Trevenant keep on going already, because that's going to be Woodhammer, Horleech, and, they're going to be saying their goodbyes, sent it back to the base, that Miraidon. But look at this. They're going to be prioritizing the Swablues all the way into the top path and blowing some damage. It's going to be their Urshifu coming in at the side of Talon.
Yeah. And now Buriram United Esports playing a little bit safe, more towards that tier 1 goal zone side. So now Talon is having a hard time for them to go and put a lot of pressure. We talked about this during the draft, right? The Talon Esports with a huge mobility type of composition, they're going constantly for those rotations. They're going in for the roam and to set up those plays and find those KOs.
Yeah, you really do have to find those KOs because in terms of mobility, yes, they do have the advantage, so why not make the most out of it and, you know, get a lot more XP compared to BRU. And right now, Aramutu is having a tough time here. Ayaka trying to get the citrus berry. Yes, he does get it, but the second one, it won't be landing on his favor, and Kai with the eject button would definitely convert it into a knockout, and they can actually go for the scores if they can isolate this Trevenant all the way into the bottom path. But very sad, would take down the citrus berry once again, and what a beautiful mean look in order to secure the goal here. But in return, it's gonna be the Gabite taken down.
Yeah, and now Talon has the massive lead here. Rubik's having to have sights onto Very Sad, going into the back lines as well, but BRU is ready waiting. That means Mike's in danger.
Oh, I love the trade here. Whenever someone gets caught by the Milik, it will be the telekinesis answer back. But Sync 1 just cannot get out of the mean look here. Oh, and what a damage coming in from Ayaka P. Everyone is doing their wonders here. The Swablues were taken out immediately. It's just back and forth knockouts here for Talon and BRU. So they have to be prepared here for the objective. 3 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a battle for every single team.
For sure. And now Buriram United Esports as well on a massive deficit in terms of that early game points. 60 point seeds for Talon already, which is setting a really good sign for Talon here, but Reggie Rock will be secured by BRU.
And that's actually a good response, knowing that they have to increase their defense because of that threat given by Talon with that Miraen, very powerful backline. So they have to maximize their defense, and that maximization will be converted into a point actually. But in return, that's going to be the Regieleki from the top path marching in.
Yeah, and now Buriram United Esports is slowly keeping up their points here, and now it is time for them to be able to stack up a couple of points here. But now it will be Eldegoss who puts down Gabite once more. A couple of KOs running through the veins of Talon right now in game 3.
Oh, look at that. Oh, what a telekinesis once again. But Ayaka P is going to be there to deal out the damage here. Charge beam all the way into the back line, but they have to back away once again. They know the threat is going to be there all the way into the tall grasses. Ambush is available any second for BRU, but the Queen has appeared once again. Same one with a stomp. It's going to connect for a KO, and they're going to be scoring a bunch of goals here in the bottom half once again.
Now 50-point lead already for Talon. They're constantly going for those fights. They have the numbers advantage, so Talon can go for the all-in.
Oh, what an all-in damage coming in from Talon. They actually deployed the Meteor Rise coming in from the Miraen on a while ago. That's actually a good response in order for them to secure this goal zone once and for all. You know, extend their pressure once again against BRU. And they're gonna just go for up and get the wild Pokemons in the forest, and everything will be favorable for Talon.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what the adjustments are going to be made here. Very sad just having eye to eye up against Kai at this point, but these two Pokemon does not have enough damage to go for the all-in. So now it's all about playing for the objective as the Reggie bottom is going up in a second's time.
Have to look forward into it. Rubix is just pincher with a Horn Leash plus the Wood Hammer, but the Phantom Force will be pop up as well. But the Limited Outreach, it's going to be there for the damage output coming in from BRU, but a Revenant Rend as well, but not going to be that efficient. That Miraen will be falling back immediately at the hands of Talon in order for it to get some HP back, but Very Sad was taken out once again to get him an Ayaka, and there will just secure this Registeel additional buff for their team, and they have to rush all the way into the top half to trade the Regieleki at the side of BRU.
Now Registeel will be secured by the side of Talon. Now they have the advantage. BRU cannot pursue for the chase up against Talon.
Yes, and of course, they do have to climb up as quick as they can. Pupasa trying to buy enough time for this Queen not to appear. But look at that, last hit would land in the hands of the Urshifu once again. Talon taking every single objectives here in game number 3. And look at that charge being damaged that the Miraen is doing. And look at this, Regieleki keeps on marching forward into top half.
Yeah, and Reggie Alecki might just be able to go in for those dunks, but Horndeach will suffice BRU, but at the cost of him being sent back to the base, being KO'd as well. It's a 4v5 situation, making it a 3v5. Talon has an lead.
Oh, Livid Outrage, very unfortunate, not hitting anyone else at the side of Talon. And that's going to be another goal zone at the prize coming in from their team. So actually, they do have an opportunity to clear the wild Pokemons from the side of Talon's for BRU's forest. So that's actually a good sign coming in from their team. But another goal zone in return for BRU. And this is just a 50% lead from Talon. And they have to be very cautious because one Rayquaza is enough to turn the tables around later on in the last 3 minutes of this game.
And that's the thing. I don't think Talon is going to pursue the Rayquaza at that point. It's going to play, or well, rather, it's going to be all about playing defense. It's going to be playing more towards that goalkeeper for Talon to just secure their win, considering that they have double the amount of BRU's points in this game.
Yeah, and they really have to be very careful in doing their defense later on because, you know, it's just going to be a tough road for them. And BRU really wants to get the last objective here in order to have a little bit of advantage later on heading towards the Rayquaza fight. But I love how Talon zones everyone out, but Sync 1 might be taken out of the story, but Phantom Fortress, it's going to be out as well. You have to drop kick all the way into the back, but look at that. Knockouts keeps on landing at the side of Talon. Defender and an all-rounder taken out of the story, and it's going to be Talon having the advantage here towards the final stretch. And Rubik's is just here doing its job, zone out everyone else.
Now, it is a Rayquaza that it's currently up already. BRU has to force out the fight. We talked about this already. Talon is just playing goalkeeper.
Yeah, goalkeepers, indeed. They just have to defend everything else. Apply the pressure up against BRU. But we haven't been seeing someone yet being the flanker for BRU. And that's going to be the Trevenant at the cost already. Very sad. Was held down because of the telekinesis. But look at that. Bright Future Meteor pop off as well. Mike might be taken out here, but he's just ready for another fight. Very sad. Fighting away. Trying to keep it alive for their team, and BRU managed to go back into their base and return once again into the pit.
Yeah, and now BRU has to wait for Garchomp to be able to come through once again before they pursue it. Very sad, stuck already. That is perfect for Talon.
Oh, and right now they're going to be pursuing Rubex. That Horleech was very beautiful, but he has to serve back immediately. And Kai applying the pressure despite being the supporter, despite being a must all the way to the back line, is trying to force back every single member of BRU. And 50 seconds on the clock, more pressure applies to BRU.
Yeah, and now BRU has to force something already. It's either they force the Rayquaza or they dump some points. It's 250 points to go into the for them to be able to match up. But now, Plaza is in danger. Hornleech going through. Not enough.
Not gonna be enough, but the telekinesis would connect against Ayakapi. But look at the Garchomp. It's gonna be there. But gets hit. That's gonna be a team KO for Talon. BRU, no man left alone. It's just purple side enjoying the goals. And they take this series against BRU.
What a fantastic way to finish it up, as Talon just played goalkeeper as expected and as we have predicted. BRU unfortunately will not be able to match it up and go up against Talon against the Rayquaza in that team fight. They were playing isolated battles and that just brought them down the game, and Talon winning the series.
And they're going to be advancing even further into our leaderboards after getting 3 points because of this victory. And right now, BRU is still on top here together with Paper Rex. So, you know, not much of a pressure for them. But this is actually a statement that a lot of teams could go on equal footing with their composition.
Yeah, it was really fantastic that we have experienced that battle between these two teams. But now, with Talon winning it and BRU losing it, we talked about this already. It will now come into effect, wherein I believe it will be BRU who is currently sitting on top, and then you have ONIC and PRX who's either going into second or third place, and Talon just moving up the leaderboard. So really fantastic first two series that we have so far in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Day 4.
Yeah, and why do I feel like this is already the 6th matchup for today?
Yeah.
We still have 6 coming up. So a lot of action is gonna be made still here. We have Alter Ego versus Elevate coming up after this series, and they're one of the most star-studded team as well. Elevate not being able to finish a lot, but we must expect something for them because they were proven as a runner-up from the World Championships before. But look at the replay, everything working at the favor of Talon.
For sure, it definitely is working a lot in the favor of Talon, and well, there's a lot of casters that has a rough prediction one, and I'm including in that one.
you never doubt your own country, my man. You never doubt it.
Yeah, for sure. I learned that lesson today.
Now you know what is your assignment for tomorrow, being a caster for tomorrow.
Yeah, it is predicting that the PH region will win every single series. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
We got it. Let's see what will be the prediction of JJ tomorrow, because JJ is gonna be here. So I'm gonna be sitting back, gonna be relaxing, gonna be watching the live. But that was a wonderful match. We gotta respect both teams. BRU and Talon analyzing each other and bringing out their maximum potential, heading towards their battles. But it's just Talon finishing strong here for this series.
Yeah, finishing strong indeed. Talon Esports is now having that points, which is really, really fantastic. Coming down into the leaderboards, at the very least, they're able to garner a couple of points before jumping in, because you really need to push up your position in that leaderboard to secure that top 8 positions. And yes, only 2 teams will be eliminated here in the group stages, but every single point will do count.
Yeah, will do count, but please do fasten your seatbelts, because Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League will be right back after a couple of minutes.
Pokémon UNITE!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 for Southeast Asia. It's still Pickyos and Infinity ready to bring the action. Heading towards game number 3 is going to be Alter Ego up against Elevate, one of the PH reps as well.
Yeah, and I think so far Alter Ego has been performing quite decently. If we're gonna think about it, and Elevate currently sitting at a very dangerous position right now in the leaderboard. So we talked about this already in week number 1. That I think if there's any time for Elevate to really elevate in terms of the leaderboard, now is the time.
Yeah, for sure, because, currently they have been playing 4 games as far as I know, only got a single series out of 4 games, so definitely they really do have to work on it, they really do have to catch up, and they have 2 games at least for today, so definitely those 2 games is a must-win actually for them if they really do want to climb up into the leaderboards and put the pressure, because if they don't, definitely the pressure would be on their side. But on the side of Alter Ego as well, it's quite the same standing actually. They're just into the top 8, but anytime soon they might be falling down into 9th and 10th specifically.
Yeah, for sure. So really, it's a very close battle between Elevate and Miraen Sejong currently in the leaderboard. Evos ONIC is slowly further ahead. So really, the battle in these leaderboards for the top 8 spot is going to be very, very close. But now looking at Elevate, it's Lewis, it's Miva, it's Junior Absent, it's Tempest, and Blank for the PH region representative as well. And for Alter Ego Esports, you have 94, Ikura, Ice, ZZZ Ray, and Shingdi.
Yeah, and of course, we would like to extend our, quick recovery for BKZ actually not being available right now. That's why 94 is into the roster, because due to some health reasons, BKZ won't be able to join us for this tournament starting on day number 3. So right now we have here Miva, our key player for Elevate here, their central laner, a huge fan of Dodrio and Leafeon, and we all know that Elevate, is one of the biggest fan actually of Leafeon, but top 3 pick, it's gonna be Blaziken, Dodrio, and Leafeon.
And now for Shingdi, you have Dodrio, you have Mimikyu, and Zoroark. So really, a fantastic selection of Pokemon here for Shingdi. But I'm really wanting to see the Zoroark along with the Conflict combo that we have seen in the past 2 weeks already being played out time and time again. If ever Shingdi wants to go for it, if ever Alter Ego wants to go for that type of combo once more.
Yeah, and we all know that both of these teams, Elevate and Alter Ego, they make use of the same combo, that Confe and Zoroark. So really interesting what we're going to be seeing right now. So it's just a matter of respect, man. And we have a total landslide victory of voters here voting for Alter Ego, and it's just me for Elevate.
Yeah, and look at that.
I thought you know your assignment already, my dude. I thought you knew your assignment. That will be effective for tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, not today. Not today. But yeah, definitely. I think Elevate, once again, could definitely make some things different this time around for week number 3. And especially if they have done a couple of those research in terms of the games that has been played by Alter Ego in the past, they could make some adjustments coming down to the picks and bats.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is going to be interesting because Elevate is looking to eye on a victory once and for all, because they have been sitting at the very bottom of the leaderboards right now, so definitely they have to step up their game here up against Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, on the other hand, they might be having a setback because BKZ will not be playing, but 94, let's not forget, definitely could fill in that spot big time for their team. So definitely Elevate, their mindset is, they just have to win this. They just have to get more victories, because if they don't, definitely the road from day number 5 and day number 6 will be harder for them.
For sure. So we'll see what the compositions would look like. Gengar is definitely new, but Mimikyu will be locked in and set along with the Miraidon. So very standard first two picks here by Alter Ego. They have a front line, they have a damage dealer for AE side. As for Elevate, they're going for a lot more towards that defensive first three picks here with the Zacian, with a Clefable, and the Trevenant.
Yeah, and I love this Clefable actually. We've been talking about this a while ago during off stream because by not having Hoopa, having the hyperspace will definitely, it would be a critical situation for the teams to pick up their supporter, because Hoopa is one of the most picked supporters in the game. If not Hoopa, it's gonna be an Eldegoss, it's gonna be, oh my god! We're gonna be seeing a Phantom Force actually, because hyperspace hold is not gonna be available in this one.
Yeah. So
quite amazed actually.
Yeah, I'm really thinking about like how this would, in terms of the composition for Alter Ego, right? Because the elevator is definitely one of the bigger aspects and one of the pros of why you want to have a Hoopa in your composition. So not having that hyperspace hole available for your team and not having that elevator would put like a huge punch and a thorn on your side for Alter Ego's composition. But nevertheless, I'm loving how Mimikyu, how Miraidon has been locked in alongside with the Snorlax and Garchomp, because these four Pokemon still has that huge impact.
So we might be seeing Trick replacement with the hyperspace hold, and that's gonna be Phantom Force, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll get to see that one later on. And I'm quite curious here because, let me just tell you, they still have the XP share for Ikura, so definitely that will be an SP attack Hoopa playing for Alter Ego. So definitely quite curious how can they make utilize of this Hoopa, and we're gonna be seeing wonders and magic here in Infinity.
Oh yeah, for sure. It definitely is magic. I mean, imagine just having like a Hoopa once again coming down into a composition wherein there is a lot of limitations for that. So I'm really excited how Alter Ego will be able to adapt into that situation, because if there's any team who's able to do that, it can be Alter Ego can match that up. You know what? No hyperspace hole, no worries. The important part is you also have that Unite move to be able to capitalize down the road as well in mid to late game.
This is Alter Ego for everyone, right? Like, they have been together since day number one. They really do trust each other, and they are just full of surprises. They just overpower everyone else, and definitely this would be the same case up against Elevate. So definitely the question is, can they really take advantage of this one, knowing that they are a very aggressive team at the whole duration of the 10 minutes. So definitely it's just a question mark that will they be able to punish Elevate from start to finish of this series.
For sure. So we'll see. I'm really expecting a lot of things for Elevate as well. There is a time for them to really push the limits of what they could do. Now is the time up against Alter Ego, considering that I believe Alter Ego, in terms of that leaderboard as well, really wants and needs this win in terms of securing that top 8 spot, because right now the dangerous position of the leaderboard in terms of these teams would be Blacklist, Alter Ego, and Evos Onyx.
Oh yeah, for sure, because every win does count here, especially if you do drop your series. If you get a victory, definitely that's an additional point coming in from the total accumulated points that your team can actually have. So definitely everything is important here, and it's just doing the basics math here.
Yeah, it's just basic math.
Is that really basic if you compute the score differential? I'm not quite sure.
Oh, let's not talk about differential. It's Pokemon Unite, bro.
Yeah. But, points comes in, my guy. But look at this pressure coming in from the side of Alter Ego. They are known for being aggressive, just like what I've said a while ago, and they are making it sure that it's very available in their favor. They got 2 knockouts from that team battle, actually, but no point conversion as of
yeah, for sure. So now it's all about just buying time here, especially considering for Ego. I think both these teams in general are quite strong already at the 2-minute mark of the game. So not really all about that playing of time and playing patiently and playing really scared in the early game. It's all about just finding these plays and having that numbers advantage and finding the right opportunity for them to be able to have that advantage. Just like that.
Oh, that's a big advantage, actually. But Mike, to tell you, they also have a Miraen on here on the side of Alter Ego, so definitely when it comes to late game execution, they would be really having a favorable response here. Look at that, Lewis was forced to back away, and Tempest taken out on that battle. And, you know, it's just a matter of defense here from Neva. But Elevate, so far, they're still looking good here. But anytime soon, Alter Ego could definitely flip the tables, knowing that they have a Garchomp and a Miraidon on their pocket.
So now, Elevate currently sitting at a decent lead. It's still just 25 points, but it is a really good sign for them. Just stacking up on those Altaris Swablues, gaining those XPs and points. Unfortunately, so you also have Alter Ego that, as we have mentioned, even despite having this decent power spike coming down in the 2-minute mark for both these teams, Alter Ego is playing very, very safe.
Yeah, very safe. And they just want guarantees, actually, right now. And look at this, speaking of the guarantees, they're just gonna secure this Regirock with a trade. They don't contest the Regieleki, actually. So it's just a matter of trading objectives here. They played out all safe, and they know that the gold zone all the way to the top path will be taken out anytime soon. So nothing much of an overcap there. That's just around single-digit overcap. So not gonna be a big threat for Alter Ego to catch up later on. So definitely, they're just chill. They're just doing their job here, and Elevate keeps on marching forward and applying more pressure.
Yeah. And now Alter Ego just found the right opportunity there to put down the Clefable. And this is what Alter Ego wants, right? Just because they have so much mobility as well. With the Mimikyu that can go in for the Shadow Sneak, Garchomp that can go in for the close of a distance in terms of that skill set. Really, really strong. And they have the Hoopa. We have to take note of that in terms of that Unite move. If ever it comes online, it will be very important to Alter Ego's win.
Oh yeah, very important right now, but look at that Livid Outrage. It's gonna hit 2 members of Elevate, but the Psychic Solaire would be there to safeguard the lives of Elevate Unite. But Ice would be there to block the pathway as well for Elevate in order to elevate their strategies here. So definitely that was just a play-safe tactic for Alter Ego in order to prevent everyone else from marching forward at the side of Elevate. But might to tell you, there's still another path here, and Neva trying its best to secure a knockout. But sad to say, it's just a Swablu's landing in his favor.
For sure. It's just a couple of more points, a couple of more XPs. This is really important for Alter Ego. I think it will be Mimikyu and Garchomp that has that high priority as well in terms of tanking the front lines and dealing a bit of damage. And you also have Buriram as well to be that dependency. So Alter Ego really just putting a lot of their eggs into these Pokemon to be able to scale and to be able to reach that point wherein they're going to be very strong. If you're comparing to the likes of Ice, that is only sitting at level 9, they really want to put those XPs into those big hitters.
Yeah, for sure. They really want that XP to be maximized out immediately. But I might to tell you, both objectives would be spawning once again at the same time. And the prioritization still, it's very stable for Alter Ego. But, you know, it's a little bit of a tweaking here. They really do have to contest the Regieleki. They score. They're not going to be scoring that goal, actually. What a beautiful defensive mechanism coming in from the Espeon. That Dragon Claw, but the Psychic Solaire! It's going to be there as well to take out the knockout in their favor. But play with me. This will pop up as well. 94 is still taken out of the sword.
Yeah. And now Alter Ego is still just trying to hold their breaths, trying to defend. It's very unfortunate because if there is a space hole, it will be very easy for them to gain those quick responses. But now Ring Sundown used up.
Oh, this is going to be the response that they need, actually. But Tempest is just chilling all the way to the tall grass. They have to contest this Regice once and for all. But Tempest, somewhat missing an action, but the Fighting Force is going to be pop-up as well. And Ikura doing its best, its job for their team. And look at that, objective will still land in the hands of Alter Ego, despite of the contest that Elevate did. That was actually a phenomenal rings and bound in order for them to secure it.
For sure. And now with that quick response, they're able to at least gain a couple of points here. 85 points already for Alter Ego. Still a massive difference, however, up against Elevate at this point in time. But this is a little bit of a better stature from what we have seen in the prior minutes. In the first couple of minutes into the matchup, wherein Elevate has just completely dominated this. And now the Shadow Sneak. This is just a big aspect of things for Alter Ego, that huge amount of distance closer that their composition has innately.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, look at that heavy slam. It's gonna land here. But Junior Absent is just playing around some time here. Actually does have a lot of company on their favor. And look at that. Oh, what a sword charging in at the side of Miva. And they managed to take down 2 members here from Alter Ego, making sure that they can secure the Regieleki from the top path that is 5 seconds away to respawn here. So definitely members from Elevate will just try to zone out everyone. And look at that Fable all the way from the other side of the map. He has that follow me very ready in order for them to secure more objectives.
Yeah. And now Elevate still just holding their position here. They have the Regieleki as well to put down pressure onto the top side of the map, wherein Alter Ego has to put down Mimikyu and Garchomp to be able to defend. So there is not enough time for them to gain a good position in the Rayquaza pit, wherein Elevate has already found their spot, has already found their position into this next objective fight.
Yeah, for sure. They really do have to find their position, their footing, because that's going to be the most crucial point here. But Alter Ego right now is the ones applying the pressure. They know that they need the Rayquaza up until this point, and they're going to be starting things very, very early here. But look at that. Tempest pinch at the pillars of the rock all the way from the tall grass. So that's a -1 already coming to the side of Elevate, and that follow me will be baiting out every single members of Alter Ego. But look at that damage charge beam all the way into the back line. Elevate is just running away for their lives, but that Psychic Slayer won't have that much value coming in from their team. But the Queen has landed already here, gets one immediately on their favor, but the trade is looking good for Alter Ego. Phantom Forest to buy some time. Tempest ready to save the day, but this is just a beautiful execution from Alter Ego.
They still have Trevenant. They still have Espeon. Espeon needs to be in the Rayquaza pit to be able to go in to try and attempt for that steal. Alter Ego, can you do it? Rayquaza down to 1 HP, and it will be AE who takes the Rayquaza in their favor.
That was a phenomenal execution coming in from Alter Ego, being super aggressive all the way into the Rayquaza spin at the very start of the final stretch, making sure that they have a big amount of advantage when it comes to position. And right now, Elevate keeps on collapsing even further in this game.
Yeah, and that was just so close there. But one team fight alone for Alter Ego change things up. They're too tanky, they have so much distance closer, and this is what we mentioned a while. It's all about putting all their investments onto Garchomp, onto Mimikyu, and Miraen, and after that, it will be an easy breeze for Alter Ego to take on the huge amount of damage and to take on a huge amount of threat up against Elevate.
Oh, look at that raise and bound. Oh, there goes the hole. And a lot of people, a lot of members of Alter Ego is just dunking their points all the way into the last investment of Elevate. And there is just no one who can stop them. Quintessent will be popped off, but he gets taken out of the story as well. And Alter Ego takes game number 1 in this series.
Yeah, whoa, what a game. What a game on our hands. And I'm really excited to see like what the graph would look like, because all throughout that, Elevate was at an advantage every single bit up until like 2 minutes left into the game wherein Alter Ego came back. So it's just so good of a storyline in game number 1 between these two teams battling it off against each other. But for some reason, despite, you know, the limitations of the Hoopa this time around, Alter Ego was able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal execution, right? Because here's the thing. Elevate, they have a good draft here, but Trevenant was a little bit squishy because of the composition that Alter Ego has. Just imagine that they have a Garchomp who's very powerful in the front line, and they do have a Miraen with the charge being all the way into the back line. It's just, you know, a huge amount of firepower on Alter Ego's side, making sure that the Trevenant would suffer if it gets pinched down by the Snorlax, using the block, forcing it on all its way into the pillars, and, you know, it's just execution-wise, damage would land at the hands of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, overall, what a good play coming in for the likes of Alter Ego to make it back and just held their position. But the thing is, like, from the patterns that we have seen so far across the board, every single bit, is the isolation of these Pokemon, isolation of these players are really important. All throughout that fight, it was Alter Ego who was fighting at an advantage in a 4v5 situation, and then it was Elevate still just pushing through. And at that point, it was really unfortunate, especially considering that Trevenant was the one who fell down first, with the Unite move still intact before he fell down. So Alter Ego just playing it, isolate the target, numbers advantage, you go for the...
Yeah, phenomenal, right? That's Alter Ego that we know, guys, making sure that they invest a lot of firepower the moment that they have the advantage in terms of quantity, and that made it possible to get game number 1. But right now, Alter Ego really driving the bus, and Elevate seems, to still finding their footing in this tournament. They lost this game number 1, definitely a huge pressure for the team, knowing that they are searching, or they are hungry for victory, actually, but it seems like not gonna be their day as of now.
Yeah, not gonna be there as a... I mean, they still have one more. They still have a lot of opportunity to bring this into game number 3, and that will dictate how things would go after that. If ever they win game number 2, as they did in game number 1, or well, at least close to it, they could definitely push this to the border. They could definitely push this Alter Ego into game number 3 in the series, and that would change things up for Elevate on how they could adjust. Because, truth be told, it was Elevate who had the advantage coming down into the very beginning of that game up until the last 2 minutes into the matchup. The only difference was Alter Ego won that last team fight, that won them the Rayquaza, that won the big game.
Yeah, and of course, Trapman a while ago was having a critical position into the Rayquaza's pit, and the Snorlax actually saw the opportunity, just to block it and pinch them all over to the pillar and just follow up damage. And the moment that they lost the Trevenant, they don't have a front liner. It's just the Clefable using the follow me in order for them to, lure other members. But instead of luring the other members of, Alter Ego, it became a bait, became a trap actually for Elevate, and they were just wiped out immediately. And the team knockout was very present for Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm really excited to what the next game would dictate for both these sides. Is it going to be the likes of Talon, or well, rather, Elevate, who's able to come back into that situation? And do take note, Alter Ego also went for the Hoopa. So I don't know if they're still sticking with their Pokemon composition from number 1. Yes, they want it, but there's just a huge handicap on bringing out the Hoopa without its full capabilities into that matchup alone. So that was a little bit of that disadvantage for Alter Ego in game number 1. So I'm expecting no Hoopas to be seen in the next game, even for Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, for sure, because still the hyperspace hole might be missing in action, but let's not forget, still has the rings unbound. You just have to be at level 9 to be specific. Level 9, level 8, I don't know. Level 8, as far as I can remember. My brain is kind of rusty right now, but yeah, just have to wait for the rings unbound, and it's the same concept actually, but a hyperspace hole. It's just that you cannot retreat back all the way into your base. It's just a matter of fact that you're gonna just only go for the one-way entry. That's gonna be the rings unbound, but we'll see if it would be still utilized for game number 2, because it worked for Alter Ego, and I'm not sure if they would make it work again in game number 2.
Okay, making it work, I think, is an overstatement, considering that they were at a disadvantage from the very beginning up until the very end in that last 2 minutes. So I don't think if they specifically, because the thing is that Koopa's advantage is always going to be that early mid game. Just because you have that constant reset with a hyperspace hole, you have that elevator, so that quick responses is available for them. So I don't know if they really made it work specifically, but sure, yeah, Alter Ego was able to adapt into that situation, was able to adapt into that limitations of the Hoopa overall, and was able to really bring out its nature with just the rings unbound to play it for the whole duration of the game.
Yeah, and we actually got a new batch of community voices here while waiting for their second game of the series. So we have here, well, a lot of Filipino fans again.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of Filipino fans again. It's Pow Pow again here. Molly from PNK, same thing with Light. Orange as well is back again. And we have your Reggie cheering for ONIC Rice. So that's very, actually, very welcoming. Knowing that, our live stream is full of Filipinos, and I don't know, they're just dominating community voice here actually.
I love that. I love it. Keep on coming. I mean, we're accepting, or well, we're welcoming every single one of the viewers and the community watching at home right now, and really being a fan of Pokemon Unite overall. And now we're jumping into game number 2 very, very swiftly.
Yeah, very swiftly. And we don't have Psyduck available once again for both teams. Same thing with the Mimikyu, and you gotta respect that Blissey. So definitely, again and again, the supporter pool is getting very narrowed down, and I think Eldegoss and Clefable once again might be seen here, unless we might be seeing a Mr. Mime here.
Could possibly be, but I don't think like Mr. Mime has seen a huge lot of plays so far recently in the recent days. So I'm really curious if it is going to go up. But Alter Ego with the Leafeon and then the Miraidon, now Elevate with the Umbreon Open is going to pick that up. So a lot of that defensive capability once again for Elevate in their first 3 picks. And Alter Ego still looking for the frontliner so far.
Yeah, they really do need a frontliner here because they don't have all-rounders right now, so really, really interesting. Okay, they got the Serena. Actually a good pick, high damage dealing. And Alter Ego once again locks in the Hoopa. We were talking about a while ago that, it was Elevate controlling the game first 8 minutes and everything shifted on the final stretch, but how can they possibly make it work twice here? That's the big question here. Because Ikura was, struggling a little bit during the first 8 minutes of the game in their team in general. But let's see what would be the resolution after that game. Actually, this is quite interesting for Alter Ego sticking to their main game plan.
Yeah, for sure. Is it going to work once again? What we have seen prior, because it's just very difficult for them, especially having like the Hoopa once more with not its full capability into the game. But the Rings Unbound definitely is just that big impactful thing that I believe is what Alter Ego is really banking on. Just that constant huge response, especially coming down into the early game, that you have that quick maneuverability. If ever you want to go for that surprise attack, if ever you want to go for that side lanes dunk as well, to sneak away to garner more points, that definitely could help you out. So I think that could still be beneficial for Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one thing that another benefit here for Alter Ego is the way that they stick into their lineup. They also have the Crossow right now together with Leafeon, so their lineup right now is really balanced, if I have to describe it, because they have all roles filled in, and they have an early game damage, which is the Leafeon, that could actually, do the setups for their team and wait for that Serena to evolve into its maximum potential. But mind to tell you, there's also a mirror matchup here for Elevate. They also have the Absol, a very good pickup in terms of early game that could deal a lot of damage as well. So it's just a matter of fact who would get the head starter here. Definitely would be the ones to control the 8 minute duration of the game, and it's just back and forth play time in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's all about playing time. So we'll see if we can once again experience Alter Ego taking the win with the limited from that situation. So I'm really excited. But the thing is, Elevate once again, they're banking on the Absol, they're banking on the Umbreon. These are huge early game hitters, and they also have another evolution in their favor as well. So expecting a lot of that early game pressure that they're gonna go for against Alter Ego, because the thing is, it was them who won the early game advantage in the prior matchup. So might as well just go back, just go all in that situation. Early to the late game, they get so much advantage that Alter Ego has to put that pressure instead of that.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate just had to hold on firm into the lead that they're trying to build, especially on the early stages of the game. So it's just a matter of fact of maintaining the lead. So definitely we'll see if Elevate could actually fix that issue that they faced a while ago. So right now they're going to be fighting over the birds here, the Swablues and Altarius, and that's actually a total victory for Elevate, might to tell you, not giving enough space for Alter Ego to get that.
Yeah, for sure. And at this stage, you have the Espeon, you have the Umbreon, you have the Absol already. So now we to see how Elevate have to really just go and roam around the map, just go and put that huge impact surprise attacks. Alter Ego still able to get that trade in.
Wow, and phenomenal execution right coming in from their team. It's just Lewis left alone here. Those side shocks gonna be very efficient here, but not gonna be quite enough for them to take the knockout that they really want to. And Junior absent here, trying to advance even further, support his teammates, making sure that they charge more even further. But there's another trade here for Alter Ego happening at the top side of the map.
Yeah. and they're going in for the middle of the map. They're going in for the Swablus and Altarius, but Alter Ego has that first touch on it as well, so Elevate can't do nothing from that perspective. Now, a while ago, for Alter Ego, it was the Garchomp, it was the Mimikyu, and I believe it was the Miraen as well who had that funneling, who had that huge investments for Alter Ego at a cost of Snorlax and their supporter in XPs and points. And in this case, for Alter Ego, it will be a similar fashion as well. But this time, it will be Leafeon, it will be Serena, and Miraidon who gets those investments.
Oh, Lewis has to sneak in all the way into the Rock Tomb, but Akura will use the X-Scissor to safeguard the life of Shingdi, but Shingdi still will be taken out of the story. And by the way, you see the QR code all the way to the right side of our live stream. Make sure to scan it and participate into our giveaways for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And I would like to stand corrected. A while ago, it was not Psy Shock, it was actually stored power that the Espeon has. So let's go back into the ball game. That's an objective take coming in from Elevate, and as well as Alter Ego.
Yeah. But for now, it's very, very close, and a huge disparity from what we have seen in game number 1, where it was Elevate who had that massive lead, not this time around. Alter Ego is playing it towards that early game as well. They're playing a little bit of that, a little bit of a glass cannon comp, just because you have the Serena, Leafeon, Miraidon, and they only have like Crustle to be their frontliners and to be their sponge. Hoopa can't do nothing as well in terms of giving that extra boost, in terms of giving that extra sustain. So it's all eyes on Ikura on how he can impact that front line later on.
Oh, Queen's Ascendant to seal Neva away, and that's actually a beautiful execution from Alter Ego, and they're going to be applying the pressure here all the way into the top path, and Black is left alone with the Emerald two-step. It's going to land and take the knockout here, but Lewis with the Psychic Solaire being able to buy some time to get a bit of mean look here at the side of Elevate. But the question is, can they take the knockouts? Serena was taken down into the question, but 3 members left from Alter Ego, and they managed to lock in eyes with a mean look, and that's actually phenomenal bounce back from Elevate.
Yeah, absolutely amazing there coming in from Elevate, and so far both these teams have one tier 1 goal zone each, which is really, really strong to start things off. But now it's still AE who has that 30-point lead up against Elevate, so it's all about playing those defense. It's all about keeping that advantage alive, keeping that advantage and balloon it into a and significant lead up against your opponent at this stage. The Reggie sides, the Reggie top and the Reggie bottom will come out shortly, and Alter Ego, I believe, would have that priority onto the Reggie bottom.
Oh yeah, for sure. They need those buffs to maintain their lead actually in terms of scoring. So definitely that's what they want. But on the other hand, Elevate really just wants to get his Regieleki to make it a diversion play coming in from their team. But look at that Midnight Slash! Almost takes down Shingdi, but the Queen's Ascendant will be there for the counterattack. So that's actually even things up, and very huge factor. A lot of things were invested, but on the top side of the map, that's gonna be the Zacian taken out. It's gonna be the Espeon. Psychic Solaire was not invested, sad to say, but Junior Absent was ready for the trade, and they have to watch out for that goal zone. But Regieleki still, you know, taken into the story here. Let's not forget it. But why pressure here for Alter Ego is still available, but might to tell you, it's gonna be Elevate getting the objective still.
Yeah, Elevate will be able to take it down, and with Crustle gone, Alter Ego has to retreat back into the tier 2 goal zone. They just have to play it defense. It's Arena patting himself down into the bottom pad as well. It's all about playing those defense, all about playing those goalkeeper, but Serena can't do it itself. And now they have to put Crustle down there, but it's a 2v5. Can they make it out alive?
Oh, this is going to be very tough for Alter Ego, but the Psychic Solaire was popped up here on the side of Elevate. But look at that. That Absol was taken away from the story, and Shingdi is trying to chase against Lewis, and he gets the 2 knockouts coming in from their team, and Junior Absent is not looking good as well coming into this team fight. They denied the goal once again.
That is massive. That is huge coming in. But we'll see as Elevate tries to answer back. Absol gets a KO here, and Alter Ego is a number advantage.
Midnight Slash was invested immediately here, but Zire all the way into the backline, ready to deal some damage here. And Tempest tries to steal a member here with a mean look. But look at that Unite move from Ikura would give it up ample shields coming in from their team in order to block everyone else who's going to be defending the goal zones from Elevate, and Alter Ego converted a humorous amount of goals here.
And now they will be at a good stature at this point. Alter Ego already at 130-point lead up against Elevate. So now it's all about stacking up points, stacking up a little bit of AO's energy to be able to come down into the 2-minute mark and gain a lot of extra points to dunk. And the Elevate, I think, needs to put that pressure in. They went in for a full early game comp that did not see the light of success. And now Alter Ego still finding a couple of advantage here with Reggie Steele for that extra buff.
Oh, this is going to be very tough for Elevate. They have an additional attack and special attack here. So definitely Alter Ego, you know, just play it all out, invest all out their attacks, and do not play tag while they have this kind of buff. But the Psychic Solaire once again will be popped off. But Azation taken away out of the story here. And look at that. Everyone from Elevate is just pinched down all the way to the corner. And it is just the supporters and the defenders left alone. And Zire definitely will take everyone down. And Alter Egos had a beautiful shot here at the Shiny Rayquaza.
Yeah, and now the Rayquaza will be uncontested. You have Umbreon just sitting on the sidelines with Tempest trying to go for it, but it will be Alter Ego who secures it. They will get the Rayquaza in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, Alter Ego has to score these goals immediately. But look at the defense coming here from Elevate. They're just forcing their way. What a brute force method. But sad to say, that's not going to be enough though. But Blank making sure to safeguard another goal zone here all the way to the bottom path. So if Elevate could actually go for a sneak here, comeback is still possible.
Yeah, comeback is definitely still possible for them. But at this stage, I think Alter Ego just has it in the bag. They have a lot of 50-point stacked upon each and every single one of these players as well, while Elevate doesn't really have any points stacked up. So in terms of that calculation, if you're wanting to speak quick maths,
yeah,
I don't think it's going to be possible anymore.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially that we only have less than a minute here. And look at that. Everyone still has their Rayquaza, but Quintus Ascendant is going to pop up as well. And that Umbreon would be taken down immediately from the store. And Miva just going to be running away for his life. And everyone, every single members of Elevate is going to be knocked out here because Zire all the way to the back line. Very powerful, eliminating everyone. And it is just full prowess from Alter Ego as they take this series up against Elevate. Alter Ego climbing up, and Elevate still stuck at the bottom of our leaderboards.
Yeah, for sure. But what a game, what a game. Alter Ego just stuck into their Hoopas and still able to really just make it work despite, you know, the limitations. And I guess that just speaks a lot of volume for Alter Ego and how they're really capable and how they're adaptable into those situations and take those wins in their favor. And now that just puts them at a better situation, at a better standing in the whole leaderboard.
Yeah, Alter Ego, very phenomenal victory, you know, advancing into the leaderboards, getting their momentum back on track, because as far as I know, they do have another game later on that's going to be up against BRU, so definitely this is a good momentum that they are riding, knowing that BRU lost against Talon during match number 2, so definitely they're much more confident heading towards their game later on against BRU, and, you know, it's just Alter Ego evolving even further despite BKZ missing in action.
Yeah, and I think that is just a really, really good state for Alter Ego taking that win, because that puts them a little bit more towards the top 6 spots, and I think that secures them a little bit more hope into getting into the top 8, because the thing is, it's a long way to go for Miraen, Sajong, and Elevate to be able to reach that point to bring them down. So I think Alter Ego is already in a good state for them to be in here in the group stage.
Yeah, and that's additional 3 points. So as far as I know, they do have 8 or 7. So definitely they are already on a double digit. And they have a total of 3-3. 3 wins, 3 losses so far in this tournament. They still have 2 games they're going to be playing. Their second to the last game later on for today. So definitely, they would really want to take that one out. They really need those victories actually in order for them to, secure a greater seeding. Actually, that's not the second to the last, third to the last game actually, because that will be their 7th game.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. So yeah, Alter Ego taking that win. However, Elevate, it's really unfortunate that Elevate lost that because they really need it. They really need that win. If ever they won that match up against Alter Ego, they're now going up in terms of the leaderboard. They're now sitting at top 8, I believe, in terms of the whole standing. So it's just a little bit sad, but you still have a couple of more games. For Elevate moving forward. You have a match up against Evos later on. That they have a battle here today, and then tomorrow they have 2 more games, and then in January 11 next year they still have a game up against Miraen and Sejong as well. So really, there's still a couple of more games for them to play before the conclusion of the group stage.
And yeah, they still have a big hope on advancing, of course, into the playoff stage. Because, but here's the thing, there's actually a big pressure, knowing that Miraen Sejong is actually sitting next to them. And Miraen Sejong, they've won multiple matches, actually, or multiple games, every single matches that they have. So definitely, when they go head-to-head on standings, definitely, they will still fall at the bottom of Miraen Sejong. So definitely, they need a Series 1 for today in order to, lessen the pressure on the coming days. Because definitely, if they lose their game later on, it will be a must-win for them tomorrow and on the 11th of January if they really do want that spot into the playoffs.
Although nevertheless, it was such a good game that we have seen and watched coming from Alter Ego. Their prominence coming down into this matchup up against Elevate. Picking up untraditional, unorthodox type of picks, even here in game number 2, wherein they went in for really just a full damage type of composition, but they're still able to really just win on those team fights and back onto the damage of Serena, Leafeon, and Rhydon. Game 2.
I mean, that's Alter Ego for you guys, the aggressive mans, really making sure that there is a conversion and there's a maintainable lead that they really have to look forward to. And that definitely, Alter Ego really took that game up against Elevate in the flash.
Yeah, definitely. So, I'm really excited because we still have 5 more series today before the conclusion of day number 4 of Asia Champions League. So, basically what you can expect moving forward is going to be Miraen Sejong up against Full Science. You still have PRX up against Talon, PRU up against Alter Ego, Elevate versus Evos, and last but not least, Blacklist up against Miraen Sejong as well to conclude the day later on.
Yeah, and Full Sense actually on the 4th place of our leaderboard, so definitely that would be a huge pressure for Miraen Sejong. Let's see what will be the conclusion later on as we will be heading towards a break, and after that is going to be their fight.
Pokémon UNITE!
Fourth match of the day in Asia Champions League Southeast Asia. And still your casters for today, Piggios and Infinity, and it's going to be a beautiful ride here heading towards game number 4. And again, our matchup is not only Full Sense up against Miraen Sejong, still looking for their W's to advance even further.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very exciting, to say so the least, because it will be Miraen Sejong and in Full Sense. It will be a back-to-back, because the thing is, like Miraen Sejong, similar fashion to what we talked about for Elevate, they really need to find their footing. They really need to find those points. They really need to find those wins to be able to rise up into the leaderboards as well, into the same position, into the same situation for the likes of Alter Ego and Blacklist International. So they really have to set up these plays to be able to win it.
Yeah, and of course, I would like to remind everyone that alongside Asia Champions League, we also have something happening, of course, in Japan, which is their own leg or their own bracket. We have here fellow, the defending champions of our World Championships during 2024, and they are known for their dominance in the competitive scene in Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah, it's very exciting as well, because, I mean, aside from the Southeast Asia, you have the, as you have mentioned, there are regions as well. There are multiple regions across the board simultaneously happening alongside the Asia Champions League.
Yeah, and we also have here for our India, our brothers here at Seoul Esports, and they're actually the premier esports and content powerhouse in the India. That's going to be, leading in the esports and content creation, and they were actually qualified in the WCS 2024 before, which was recently held in Honolulu, Hawaii. So definitely they have been showing their prowess. They have been deliberating their strength here in Pokemon Unite, and definitely would love to see them in the ACL finals.
Yeah, and now Full Sense as well. We all coming down to it, really strong as players. They're currently sitting at top 4. It is Tira Wat B, you have SPU, you have Sunzige, and then Iza, and then Mark Gods as well. And you have Miraen Sejong, which is Spirits, you have Wards, you have Chobo, you have Subin, and JJ.
Yeah, and a lot of these folks, are really showing their prowess here. Miraen Sejong is still looking for their wake-up call, knowing that they were the runners-up, actually, from the World Championships before in Honolulu, Hawaii. And, they're at the bottom of the leaderboards right now. A lot of teams are applying their pressure up against them. So definitely, I would expect a lot of change here for Miraen Sejong if they really want to stand out here. But Full Sense here, Mark Gods, Cyril Edge, Garchomp, Lucario, their main all-rounder on the team. Quite surprising that we get to see Lucario still one of his favorites despite not seeing it that much in the league right now.
For sure. And you also have Lucario, right? Lucario, very untraditional aspects, but regardless, it's still very strong. And you have Inteleon as well, that hasn't seen as much light of day from in terms of comparison to other damage dealers, in terms of other attackers as well, in the overall purview of the event so far. So I'm really curious on if Subin will be picking up Inteleon once more coming down into the series.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This Inteleon pick by Subin actually made them possible to get their first victory in the Asia Champions League, because the great amount of kit that Inteleon can actually do with Azure Spy Vision definitely could reveal the tall grasses and have enough information. And Miraen Sejong, well, is very well known here. And wait a minute. Am I seeing things correctly here? Our brothers from Korea did not vote for Miraen Sejong for this time. This is surprising. Yeah. Nongyud and Kim Yong-nam didn't vote for their team right now.
Yeah, I mean, Miraen Sejong, it is it will be a very difficult time for them for sure. But I think they have that chance to be able to come, right? It's just very difficult in terms of the reason why is because Full Sense is such a very strong team. So far from what we have seen in terms of experience, from what we have seen over the past 2 weeks. So now it will be Miraen Sejong. If they're able to have those research coming through and read and watch the plays of Full Sense all throughout those first 2 weeks, I think they have that chance.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're a strong team. It's just there's a setback that's happening in Miraen Sejong, and definitely they need to overcome it as quick as they can, because if they had a head start here, definitely Elevate would be left alone all the way into the bottom, and that's what they want to advance even further all the way to the standings, apply more pressure on the other teams, and MSJ is just too good for that one. But might to tell you, moving on to the next topic here, we're not seeing that much of the Ho already, knowing that Ho is not the tankiest defender that we could see in the game, but the amount of kit that it could give actually with the Rekindling Flame, the 4-man revive, it's actually a great use as well. But what do you think? Why do you think that it's Ho still missing in action?
Ho-Oh, I think we have seen a couple of Ho-Ohs, right, in the first 2 weeks. And always the consistent counter to that is going to be the Lapras. And you also have to consider, right, that if you want to go for the revives onto the Ho-Ohs, you need a stack of Eos energy points to be able to use that for that complete revive across the board for each and every single one of them. And the thing is, as a defender, you want to be a frontliner. But the thing is, Ho has to be alive if he wants to put up the revive with a Unite move. So he can't be sitting in front in danger against these opponents, right? So it's really just this very kind of a mix and mash type of defender to be able to bring it out. It's like a sub tank. It's a sub defender, like the likes of Umbreon if you want to go for a double defend, right? More towards utility side.
Yeah, and it's actually a beautiful explanation out there, but might to tell you, 3 evolutions here from Miraen Sejong. They have a good setup into the early game, completely denying the concept here of Full Sense, in which Full Sense is much more focused all the way into the late game, and definitely they have to take advantage of this one, Infinity.
For sure, and I think that states a lot in terms of early game pressure, early game playstyle for the likes of Miraen Sejong. I think that will be the name of the game here for MSJ, to really put in a lot of those points, to put in a lot of that advantages in the first few minutes into the battle, and then you have Metagross as a little bit of that late game investment. If ever it comes down to it, at the very least, they still have that strength to be having that Metagross as an all-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a very great tool here, but they do have the Metagross here. They do have, the what-ifs and the advantages and disadvantages in which they managed to fill it with a Metagross. So, quite interesting lineup here for Miraen Sejong, and Full Sense way too focused all the way into the late game. So, let's see if this late game composition from Full Sense could really flip the tables here for Miraen Sejong. Look at Miraen Sejong here, you can't see a loophole as of now in terms of composition.
So we'll see. I'm really excited because the thing is, I still have that hope for Miraen Sejong to be able to really bounce back here in the leaderboard, especially coming down into the third week already for ACL. So I think that is an opportunity for them to really find something to work.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're one of the top teams, not just in Southeast Asia, but also the top team in the world. So definitely, they really have a good shot here. It's just, maybe they're investing in a much more later time of the tournament. But now is the time because it's already late in the tournament. Here we go. Full Sense and Miraen Sejong here. Miraen Sejong eyeing for their first win, and they're going to be eyeing as well on the first goals.
For sure. And Miraen Sejong, we expected a little bit of that aggression, but not this overextension, because if ever Full Sense is able to bring down those KOs, that's immediate XPs coming down into FS.
Yeah, and that's actually not what you want, knowing that Miraen Sejong, yes, they do have the advantage here when it comes to the early stages of the game. But the moment that Full Sense being able to dish out some knockouts, definitely they would gain a lot of XPs, and that, their late game composition might, just evolve even further, and they might get the advantage anytime soon.
Yeah, we'll see what will happen here for Full Sense as they put in a lot of pressure onto the top side of the map, and Miraen Sejong playing it a little bit more safely as you have a 4-man roam coming from Sense, while you have Espeon and another Umbreon into the bottom patch, just putting in a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. They do need that pressure back and forward for both teams in order for them to get the amount of spacing that they need. But Leafeon taken out once again by the Mew. Very beautiful execution here for Full Sense, making sure that they can apply the pressure, knowing that Miraen Sejong really does have an upper hand here. But that was a quick trade coming in from Miraen Sejong, being able to take down the Mew out of the question. But seems like Full Sense was able to bounce back and a match more faster facing.
Down with the Altaris and Swablu, you have Miraen Sejong, which has the full control over those wild Pokemon in the middle path. That gives him a little bit of that extra boost in terms of the XPs and AO's energy points. However, Full Sense at this stage is already in a good stage.
Already in a good stage right now, but Mark Gotts will try to force his way with a triple axle, and Zhang struggling a little bit here, low on HP, but Chobo is still already there to support his teammates. Beautiful execution once again from Miraen Sejong. They managed to take a knockout here.
They managed to be able to do that, but so far, our expectations of Miraen Sejong to be hyper aggressive in terms of early game, we haven't seen that as of yet. They're playing a bit more towards that passive state. And I think Full Sense is able to capitalize on that, having full reigns on those experience and full reigns over those AOS energy points. Very unfortunate though for Espeon with that Mew fancy footwork there in the bottom half.
They were just going back and forth right now. Ooh, Emerald two-step out of nowhere, being able to take down the Serena. I was just about to discuss something about Mew and the Espeon, but never mind. It's just going to be the Leafeon bringing the action here all the way to the top path, and they're going to be securing their Regieleki here.
Yeah, not enough time with how fast currently playing this game. And now you have Miraen Sejong with top bat, and at the very least this will push them into a good state of getting a little bit more of XPs onto Metagross to reach that final evolution alongside his teammates. But Full Sense answers back. They had gotten the Reggie bottom to be able to push back Miraen Sejong in a handshake in terms of objectives.
Yeah, of course, they do have to keep an eye on those objectives that they need to get. The Full Sense right now struggling a little bit in terms of points, but there's a good answer back coming in all the way into the top path. But this is smelling each other like a team fight is going to break out anytime soon. And that's going to be Miraen Sejong charging in even further as Ward will lead the charge. And Spirits once again with the Emerald two-step, making sure that they get ample space to score for the goals. And two members from Full Sense will be backing away immediately as they take this goal zone once and for all.
Yeah, and now they're able to go for it. So Tier 1 goal zone into the bottom path, ready by MSJ. And this is really amazing stuff. We called it, right? Early game will be the name of the game for Miraen Sejong, and so far they are able to bring that 100-point lead at the state in 5 minutes into the game. But that's Ifang coming in would be phenomenal for Full Sense.
Yeah, quite phenomenal, and I love the combo from the Ice Fang. The moment that they flipped the Umbreon, there was a follow-up Follow Me coming in from the Clefable, so there's no way out already coming in, but the Bliss Assistance will be there to secure the life of the Espeon, but the Queen's Ascendant will be pop up as well to secure the 1v1, and right now, 2 KOs would land in the hands of the Serena as they charge here all the way to the bottom path.
Yeah. And so far, you have Miraen Sejong trying to go in for the defense plays. You have Metagross as well coming right through. That's a KO down. You have Urshifu knocked out already, and Full Sense is going in for the retreat.
Okay, no Mammoth Mash, or actually Mammoth Mash is available right now in which it will be pop it off right now. But there we have it, still a KO but land in the hands of Miraen Sejong, and Mark Gods is pinched at the middle of it. Storm Power is gonna take it down, but the follow-up Psychic Solaire being able to lift Nautiza into that team fight. But they managed to back away immediately, and attention will be forced all the way from the objective.
Yeah. And now you have the Registeel going to be open for Miraen Sejong. This will put them in a good state of the matchup to be able to go in and find those team fights, find those team battles as they are now currently buffed up. Regieleki will be the next target here, and expectedly Miraen Sejong wants a piece of that objective as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. They do want to trade some objectives out here, but once again, Ward is going to be applying some pressure here. Nautiza doing its job to use the follow me in order to lure out Ward immediately. But there's a follow-up here. Jong is still applying the pressure here as well, but they have Chobo onto the back line, being able to support with the soft boil. Beautiful rotation from Miraen Sejong, making sure no one is left out.
Yeah, now They're just playing it a bit of time here. It's all about playing patiently. It's all about waiting for that opportunity wherein the Rayquaza is coming up already. But that Ice Fang is perfect. Blissey's in danger, and that will be it. Miraen Sejong lost their supporter.
Yeah, and of course, they have a shot to take the objective right now, but it's already being started here immediately by Taro Watabe, so they have to keep an eye on it unless they focus their attention into something else. So that's going to be the diversion play coming in from Full Sense, and it is going to be just defense here for Miraen Sejong all the way into the bottom path, and they're just investing a lot of Ayo's energy for the final stretch.
Yeah, for sure. So you still have 50 seconds before that occasion. That objective will rise, and we will expect a lot of battle here, which is going to decide for Full Sense. They have to put that pressure in. And I think Miraen Sejong understands that if they get the Reggie bottom buff, this will put them at a huge advantage on top of actually just playing that goalkeeper. At the end of the day, they have the 80-point lead.
Yeah, for sure. But mind to tell you, there might be sneak goals that could happen here for Full Sense. So it's not just defending the Rayquaza. They do have to defend every single corner of the map, knowing that the Tier 1 goal zone is still available here for Miraen Sejong. So definitely, they need a goalkeeper on that sole goal zone. And it could be a disadvantage as well because, you know, Full Sense could just see the loophole and force a team fight here.
For sure. And now you have the Rayquaza already available right now. Miraen Sejong have that information. So far, Rayquaza has been unattended.
Yeah, it's just playing tag here. No one's on the back line, actually, and no one's going for the flank for both teams. So Mark Gods applying the pressure here, making sure that a lot of members from Miraen Sejong will fall back immediately, and time is already ticking here, Infinity.
Yeah, and now they're going for it. You have Mark God going into the bottom side. This will be very dangerous. He is very pushy, but going for the Unite move.
Whoa, what a healing! Look at that recovery amount of HP coming in from Mark Gods. But this assistance is here from Shobo. Look at that damage coming in from the Livion. The Mystical Mirage will be popped up as well. But no one is trying to go for the knockout up against Sabine. All the way into the back line. But remembers down already at the side of Miraen Sejong. And Full Sense keeps on going. Jung trying to back away with the Magnet Rise. But the side shock actually from the Sword Power rather will be hitting multiple hits, but not going to be quite enough to deal a lot of damage, and they're just doing their best to contest this objective. But the members of Miraen Sejong, they're going to be here once and for all as they will get the objective here. But Shield, is it going to run out? Not quite. And Sunzig is just pinched all the way in one spot, and Miraen Sejong ready to keep on track.
And now it's Miraen Sejong who got the Rayquaza buff, and this will put them in a very good state of the game with a full wipe and full KO up against Full Sense. What a fantastic showing coming in from MSJ to finish game 1 off, and that will put them at a good advantage coming down of the series, putting them at match point.
Yeah, for sure. And I love the execution here from MSJ, specifically with Zhong, who's just trying to buy some time here with the Magnet Rising Field, just going back and forth, checking the Rayquaza. And it made a huge impact up against Full Sense, in which Full Sense, they were too pressured. It's just a Metagross doing the Magnet Rise all the way to the middle of the pit, nothing else.
Yeah. What a game that they did there. It was really, really fantastic to watch. And I think it was Miraen Sejong. I think what they did there, considering that they went in for the triple EV and they went in for the Metagross, the thing is, they just waited so patiently, right? It's our expectation that with a triple EV, they're going in for hyper aggressive type of setup, coming down into the first few minutes into the game to get that massive lead, considering especially that Full Sense went in for the likes of Mamoswine. That takes a bit of time to be able to reach that final evolution, and our Shifu as well in that same composition. But Miraen Sejong waited patiently up until Metagross, they reached that level 9, reached the final evolution before they pounced, before they found those opportunities to really just shred off Full Sense and winning the game.
Yeah, for sure. And MSJ, you know, patience, just like what you've said. Patience is the key for this team. You know, they were able to maximize their lineup. They were able to dominate, you know, mid-game. And knowing that they do have a big disadvantage, actually, into the late-game situation. They know that, actually. They know that. That's why they have the Magnet Rise from the Metagross. Because, you know, Metagross can just go back and forth. And they have a lot of power on their table, and Espeon can go back and forth as well. Could just go for the on-hit stored power, and that's the secure damage coming in from their team.
Yeah, for sure. So now it's all about like MSJ just playing it towards their favor. Like it's Metagross and starts up those plays. It's Jaejong who's doing a lot of these work and is able to make Miraen Sejong in terms of that position. That's really, really fantastic. So I think that is what like Full Sense has to be worried about. And expectedly, with this performance coming in from Metagross as well, this could be a potential ban as a respect coming in for Full Sense in Game 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. Jong was truly an MVP on that game, and Full Sense must realize that Jong truly was a big threat here on their loss in game number 1. So right now, we might be seeing that, yeah, could be banned, could be not, but definitely, if not, definitely Miraen Sejong would have to take advantage of that one. That pickup was really phenomenal in their team.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because Miraen Sejong, we talked about them, they need to get those wins in. And I think having that win up against Full Sense, yes, it's still just a game. But if they win the whole series, I think that speaks a lot of volume of what they can bring out here in Asia Champions League 2025. That, you know what, our week 1, our week 2 may not be the best, but coming down into this following weeks, we're going to put out the best show. That we're going to be into the top 8 and go into the go into the playoffs. And I think that's really, really massive.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be massive. It's going to be big. They're going to be proving a lot of fans that, you know, they could go head-to-head here in this tournament. Because, you know, for the start, hasn't been that great. But right now, they are showing that they could really stand up on equal footing. And might to tell you, Miraen Sejong, their first victory was up against Evos. And Evos, you know, well-known team for doing upsets here. And quite surprisingly, they managed to take down a team was well known for doing upsets, and that was really, you know, a reverse card actually happening here for Miraen Sejong. So definitely, if they take down Full Sense here, this would be a flawless for them, a great experience for them as well.
Yeah, and now it's going to be game number 2 now, and I am really excited what plans are going to be because Full Sense still going in for the purple side selection, and Miraen Sejong stays put onto the orange side selection, but instead of the Metagross, it's going to be the Umbreon instead to be respected by Full Sense.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, a quick update here. Actually, BRU is on top of our, what do you call this one? On top of our leaderboards, followed by ONIC and Paper Rex. So right now, if Full Sense would drop this, as far as I know, they will be dropping all the way from 5th place, as far as I know. 5th or 6th place, I think, around that. But let's see what will be the case here. And Metagross actually wasn't respected here, so there might be some kind of resolution from Full Sense to counter that one out, that Metagross. So I'm quite interested on what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I really am as well. Because now you have the Blissey, you have the Mimikyu being hovered by Miraen Sejong. These two are really, really strong individually. And in terms of the coming down into game number 1, I think this definitely fits up way good in terms of what they want to put across in their playstyle, in their gameplay, as a similar pattern to game number 1. As for Full Sense, they're looking for those positions wherein they're capable of adjusting to those situations, and that is not exactly what I was expecting. A Sylveon to be placed here in game 2 is unexpected.
Yeah, because, you know, here's the thing. Espeon is actually a good pick. It's an on-hit when you try to go for the stored power. And Sylveon, yes, it's a good shredder in terms of damage, but here's the thing. You need to get in close as much as possible to your opponent, and definitely that's one thing that, you know, Espeon lacks. Sylveon lacks. You need to get it up in close, compared to an Espeon wherein you just get close, pop off the stored power, fall back immediately. You could get the spacing that you need.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how this turns out, but the Zoroark and a Comfey coming through, and these picks really aggressive playstyle, right? I think level 4, level 5 is where it's at, and I think Miraen Sejong has to adjust towards that. They cannot go for the Metagross, because the thing is, if they go in for the Metagross, they're not gonna have enough XPs, they're not gonna have enough time, they're not gonna have enough levels to be able to reach that point where they're going to be on par with Zoroark. Zoroark is a high full on snowball type of Pokemon that could really just pour in a lot of these damage very early on into the matchup, with Comfey being that extra sustain. So they cannot go for the Metagross, they opted to go for the Blaziken instead.
Yeah, and that's actually a wonderful pickup. Knowing that Blaziken really has a lot of techniques, or a lot of two stances to be specific, that you could juggle around in terms of movesets. And definitely, that's one of the advantages that Miraen Sajong is trying to eye on. And mind to tell you, it's not just the Blaziken pickoff here, it's actually the Mimikyu as well, for them to be able to isolate that Zoroark later on into the later stages of the game, because they will be needing that space. And if they don't, definitely Zoroark would just clean up everything on their hands.
For sure. So now expectations are going to be that Full Sense will be banking on to the likes of Zoroark to deal that massive amounts of damage, to really put their composition out of control in terms of like bringing down Miraen Sajong. Because that's the thing, right? Full Sense did not have enough power to really put in all of those pressures and pull in all of those damage in terms of that early game, wherein they allowed Miraen Sajong to reach a level 9 for the Metagross. And I think at this point, Full Sense wants to change that, and Full Sense wants to adapt to it. We're going to go in for that pressure in the first 2 minutes so that we do not have enough time to be able to reach that point of a contest and to reach that point of power.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Miraen Sajong is eyeing on this victory infinity. They really have to get this to drive the bus, to show everyone that they can actually do it. So game number 2 on its way. Miraen Sajong looking to close things down.
And now that early retreat coming in from Miraen Sajong down into the bottom path. That's an evolution for Sylveon that puts a huge disadvantage as well, coming down into the bottom path. They have to send down Snorlax. They have to send in a couple of teammates there to go in for that response. And so far, Miraen Sajong going in for the defense.
Ooh, okay, there's gonna be a pause called here. I'm not quite sure if who called the pause here as of now, but it's actually very critical because pause was called mid-game or mid-team fight. No, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be a valid response, but for those who are very curious, ladies and gentlemen, every single team has a total of 3 pauses, and per series, actually, so that's around 1:1 ratio, there we go. So, and they have a maximum amount of 5 minutes as far as I know.
Yeah. So yeah, it's all just about waiting onto what has occurred. But so far, just a recap for the viewers watching at home, tuning in very, very new, just now, we are already at a 4th series of the day. So the very first one, it was ONIC who was able to like queen swipe up against BRX in a 2-0 series. Talon won up against BRU in a 2-1 standing. And then you have Alter Ego winning up against Elevate and clean sweep as well, 2-0. And now Miraen Sajong is currently on match point.
Oh yeah, and they gotta enjoy this momentum that they're riding, because Miraen Sajong, it's our runners-up from the World Championship Series in Honolulu, Hawaii, and they really want this, they want this victory to be sweet, to be smooth as silk from them, because, despite losing, a couple of series in the tournament, Miraen Sajong, they do not go home without a single match victory. And that has been their main trademark. For sure, they have been going head-to-head with every single team. That's why, definitely, this would be a blowout match if they could get this into 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, they only have to win. Since has to win too. I think that speaks a lot of volume as well in terms of, like, the road into reaching a win here in this series. Sense. Because right now, as a quick recap as well, like Full Sand is, I believe, already sitting at top 4 position. Top 4 position already. And if they win up against Full Sense at this stage, they will be sitting at 2-3, which will bring them up into a top 7 position.
Yeah, and quite interesting that these teams actually climbed all the way here. But I think there was actually a buff that happened in Sylveon. I'm not quite sure if that was the Hyper Voice or I forgot which moveset it is, but there was actually a buff that happened up against it. I feel like that's the main reason as well why Full Sense managed to utilize this one. But Mark Gods is struggling a little bit here. Spirits has to go for the chase here. Shard, it's not gonna connect that much. And look at this. They are just going back and forth. Miraen Sejong trying to go for the chase, but look at the damage from the Sylveon with a hyper voice. Being able to take down a lot of members from Miraen Sejong. That's a very beautiful response.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have Sunzage as well down, getting a couple more KOs after that. And Full Sense currently sitting at a really good state here with a 47 point lead up against Miraen Sejong, and still waiting for Spoo to be able to reach that final evolution, because when that time comes, those Ice Fangs are going to be huge value for Full Sense.
Oh, huge value indeed. And Ward has to back away a little bit here because his value is very much valuable. But Mark Gods keeps on going with a Comfey. The amount of snowball that it could give actually from their team is very phenomenal. And right now, they're applying the pressure here towards the top path, knowing that there are a lot of members here that overhit. It's going to be very unfortunate. And Taro Watabe still is ready for the backup. And right now, the Sylveon once again with a hyper voice, being able to cut down a lot of HP at the side of Miraen Sejong.
Yeah, and now Miraen Sejong going in for the Altaris and Swablues are trying to go. Blaziken is in danger! Oh, deleted!
Ooh! Oh my goodness! That's a good hyper voice as well coming in from Sungaze, but there we have it! That Mimikyu could still be alive at this point, and Blissey was sent back to the base, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, they have an opportunity to take the Regieleki as well as quick as they can.
And that is just the strength of having Zoroark in your favorites. Just strong as a powerhouse here, and so far Miraen Sejong still trying to find her footing at this stage. It's already 6 minutes and 44 seconds, and Ice Fang coming through though into the bottom path, in danger for Subin.
Ooh, Fire Punch not gonna connect quite enough. That's very unfortunate here for Jong. But let's see what's gonna happen here all the way into the top path. That Regieleki would be prevented from marching even further, from landing even further. So that's actually a great defense coming in from Miraen Sejong. And they're gonna be getting a little bit amount of XP here. And that overheat at least landed here at the hands of Spoo. So actually a great execution, a great trade from Miraen Sejong. I love their coordination as of now.
Yeah, and now you have Miraen Sejong coming right through into the backside, and that will be a double KO for now in Full Sense. Going for retreat, Unite not going to be enough though.
That's gonna be big here. Hyper Voice all the way to the back line. No one's defending Sun Zig, but still continues to deploy a huge amount of damage here. Play With Me has been popping up as well here in order to isolate the 1v1s, but not gonna be quite enough, as that knockout would still land in the hands of Miraen Sejong. And Full Sense struggling one by one. Heavy Slam gonna miss once again, but look at that Hyper Voice all the way to the back line. Ward is gonna be knocked out immediately in this situation, but there are still members from Miraen Sejong keeping it alive, keeping the dream alive, and they just have to back away, respect everyone's decision.
Yeah, they have to. They cannot fight up against like a member disadvantage type of playstyle in a team fight, and that's not always going to be a happy situation, and that is going to give them a little bit of that disadvantage coming right through. But for now, Full Sense doesn't exactly have to put a lot of pressure in. Miraen Sejong is the one who's currently in a deficit. They are in a 25-point deficit at this stage, so they really have to find something. They really have to force something here, and I think Regieleki would put them in a lot of favor into the top pad as well, just because there's still a tier 1 goal zone available against Full Sense.
For sure, you have to maximize this one out, and Taro Watabe is gonna be backing away for his life as he was sent back to the base by the members of Miraen Sejong. And right now they're applying the pressure here. No one's taking the objective yet, but Full Sense managed to trade a tier 1 goal zone all the way into the bottom path, and they were the ones who's going to be starting the objective all the way into the bottom path. An additional buff, yet again another knockout for Full Sense.
And now you have Miraen Sejong going in for the Regieleki. The Regirock's currently open. Now you have Subin coming in down into the backside as well for that extra support. Miraen Sejong, they have to buy time here as you have the Blissey coming right through already. It's a 2v1 so far. Sunzage all alone. Snorlax coming down as a surprise attack in the backside. And Miraen Sejong will take 2 objectives away from Full Sense.
Oh, and Play With Me has been popped off as well. Sylveon will be sent back to the base. That's a huge amount of cooldown. 14 seconds to be specific. Made it possible for Miraen Sejong to bounce back and score some goals once again. And they are standing on an equal footing here. They just want to go back and forth here and dominate this matchup.
And so far, so good. Jaejong just going in for the forced invade at this point, and Full Sense also going in. Zoroark, his location has been found, and you have Mimikyu trying to buy time here for his team and going for the response.
That's a good response, but not gonna be quite enough yet. Jong is having a tough time on his own. That's gonna be the double knockout coming in from Mark Gods, but the last hit will be landing. Sabine has to use the Psychic Solaire to secure the knockout once and for all. And Spoo and Taro Watanabe is left alone, but look at the Blissey. Nowhere to be found. Doesn't have the Bliss assistance to go back, or rather has the Bliss assistance to go back all the way to Sabine, but what was not invested rather, because of the last 3-minute mark of the game. That's gonna be very crucial. So why not just take the knockout here? And everyone keeps on marching forward for Miraen Sejong.
Yeah, Subin was so close within inches within inches of being sent back into Pokemon Center there. But this time around, Miraen Sejong trying to hold off here, and Mamoswine will be KO, and Miraen Sejong now has the number advantage.
Yeah, and right now they really want to get the advantage here. 28 seconds on the clock for that Rayquaza to be out immediately, but it seems like they're going to be focusing their attention all the way into the Regieleki to apply some pressure up against Full Sense, that they have to be very cautious, because that's going to be a double point goal if ever that landed. It seems like they're having a Rayquaza, but, you know, on a single goal zone only.
Yeah. And now 2 minutes, 5 seconds, Miraen Sejong already playing towards their position. This battle is very close, so these two teams do not know who is currently at an advantage at this stage. And now they're going to start the fight.
No, what a fight here. Those bushes will be pop up as well. But Sunset being able to do the Hyper Burst all the way to the backline, but the Psychic Solaire would lift them all down. The Mammoth Smash is going to be there to deploy some damage as well. But Taro Watanabe has been taken out in this situation. 3 members left actually for Full Sense. I mean, for both teams actually. And everyone has to back up a little bit, you know, restore some HP and play tag once again. But Miraen Sejong has to be very careful of the amount of pressure that Full Sense can give on the sneak attacks.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Full Sense lost their work immediately coming down at the start of that fight, and they have to wait for him. And now he's back up along with Comfey, and now they can start things up.
Oh, they have a lot of Unite moves invested already, but this is going to be the huge pressure coming in. That Zorba is going to take out the Espeon all the way from the story. No more Psychic Solaire for the team, but the Play With Me not going to be quick enough available. But Miraen Sejong managed to get the last hit, but there goes the defense coming in from their team. Do they have a full shield to score it? Yes, they do. Jejong has it, and 4 members was sent back to the Pokemon Center, and no one was left to defend the goal zones.
What an amazing showing from Miraen Sejong. 0 HP left coming from Rayquaza, and Miraen Sejong was capable enough into bringing it down. What a fantastic showing there of Miraen Sejong's patience and just baiting Zoroark to come through, and after that it was over. Miraen Sejong took the objective, took the win on those team fights, and now is currently sitting very amazingly in the series.
Very amazing execution from Z's team. This is the Miraen Sejong that everyone has been looking forward to see. This is their truest potential. They were called the runners-up of the worlds for, you know, not for bragging rights, but therefore they really proved that they can become the very best of this region, and they are just bouncing back. They are currently on a winning streak, and definitely we would love to see them win more games in this tournament.
Yeah, it's very wonderful. It's double the amount of points of Full Sense coming to that series, and Miraen Sejong with just that win is able to push them above the leaderboard quite a bit as well, having to sit into a 2-3 standing. Pretty even across the board in the top 7 position with Blacklist International.
Yeah, what a game that we witnessed. Actually, what a game. Miraen Sejong was very patient, actually, despite Full Sense getting a lot of upper hand a while ago because of the Zoroark. But, you know, still a huge pressure because if you're gonna be taking a look at it, they actually invested a lot of Unite moves during the Rayquaza fight, and they managed to take down the Zoroark. But that's not it. They, Full Sense really did have enough time for that Zoroark to bounce back into the team fight, managed to take down the Espeon, but still be patient, look for a loophole, and therefore take down Full Sense in the team knockout.
Yeah, for sure. And now with that said and done, it's Miraen Sejong taking the win, taking their second win here in Asia Champions League 25, up against Full Sense, one of the favorites as well to be able to take a very high spot in this tournament. And so far, it's really just Miraen Sejong who's able to adapt into the third week of Asia Champions League, and I think this is already a statement to make, especially coming down into the following matches that they have, especially up against Blacklist International later down the road, and in the next couple of matches that they have tomorrow up against ONIC, tomorrow up against Talon, and also up against Elevate next year, January. So yeah, exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long ride here for Miraen Sejong. They have been proving a lot already in this tournament. They are very promising, and being able to read the tactics here of every single team has been very phenomenal. I might just tell you, just like what we've said a while ago, this is the first time actually that they took a win, or actually they took a game in 2-0. Everything was a close match for Miraen Sejong, and I really love seeing this team on its fullest potential, and I do hope that there are more games that this team could actually win and force their way all the way into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really excited. Because now it's that win. Now they're sitting a little bit above into the leaderboard, and now we are currently already at our fourth series of the day. So we have 4 more to go down the road later on, and coming up next, I believe it will be PRX versus Talon Esports, and that match would be so exciting to watch and so exhilarating, because these two teams are actually one of the best here in ACL.
Yeah, this is just the first half for today, because we still have the second half later on, so don't go away. We'll be right back in Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia 2025. Still Pickyos and Infinity, your shoutcasters for today. And before we head on over to our fifth matchup, I do believe that we, have a little bit of a present here for our viewers watching at home.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really hot here. There is going to be a giveaway that we have already, right? So it will be really exciting. I mean, just imagine, right? Just watching Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025, and then coming right through. Then a while ago, you had like a full outfit for your trainer with the code PUACL 2025, and then we're gonna have a viewer giveaway once again. So really, really huge thanks to Pokemon Company overall.
Yeah, for sure. Huge thank you. And of course, yeah, there we go, because you gotta watch our live stream daily, find the hidden letter, collect them all, spell the secret word correctly, and you could win the prizes here. So ticket to ACL finals, that's gonna be the grand prize, and 9 prizes every match day. That's gonna be the keychains, official jersey, and our 3rd anniversary original puzzle.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
it definitely
actually.
is, right? You have a lot of original merch coming in for Pokemon Unite, and then you have a chance to be able to fly to Japan to watch the Asia Champions League finals next year. That is around March 2025. So yeah, a lot of expectations. So don't miss out. Stay tuned for every match and every day. How to code the secret word using the form in the post description to submit your answer.
Yeah, and of course, do not forget that the registration is open for our winter tournament that would happen on the February. So for APAC West, it's actually open, and the champion team could earn their spot for the ACL 2025 finals in Japan. Actually, this consists of Thailand, Indonesia, what else? Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, if I'm not mistaken. And for the APAC it's open as well. This would consist of Philippines, South Korea, Macau, Hong Kong, as far as I know.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned pretty much everything already. So yeah, expect a lot of things, because you have after this Asia Champions League, you still have the winter tournament ongoing, and then right after that would be the Asia Champions League final. So a lot of packed Pokemon Unite actions moving into the following months. And hopefully middle next year, maybe late next year, we will have another World Championship. So yeah, so we'll see. I'm really excited here, PKOs. But of course, I'm also excited for the next series on our hands today.
Yeah, it's Talon. Once again, back on track here. They had their game a while ago. They just ended up on a victory up against BRU. But right now, Paper X is going to be back as well from game number 1. And quite surprisingly, ONIC did took them down, so definitely they really have to bounce back a lot here, knowing that Talon is currently on a winning streak up against BRU.
Yeah, for sure. And the key player for Talon would be Mike. I think Mike usually goes in beyond. This is one of the priorities that has been sought after time and time again, but Sarah Ledge has been one of that alternative if ever Leafeon has not been picked. And so far, from their match a while ago up against BRU, they haven't really brought out the Leafeon as much as expected. It's more on really going for their Shifu, going in for the Umbreon, and going in for more of that all-in engage type of situation with a double defender, double all-rounder comp, and just going in with a single attacker. So that is one of the expectations here for Talon Esports, for the series, and for HT, for PRX, it's our Shifu, Zorwart, and Sirlet.
It's very similar, actually. I think it's just Leafeon that was left out.
Yeah.
But I want to tell you that both of the teams really utilize a lot of Urshifu, so it's just, get the first pick or, just ban it away. And I feel like Paper Rex, knowing that, as far as I know, it would be Talon. Oh my god, why did I just saw this? Oh my god.
Well. It's you again.
It's me again. I was proven wrong a while ago up against Elevate. Who knows right now? Who knows?
But no worries. You were right. You were correct in your prediction with Talon Esports up against BRU.
Oh yeah,
But
sure.
But now the big question is, they're up against PRX. And the thing is, PRX lost a while ago up against ONIC, right? So you know what? It might just be a day filled with upsets. And I welcome that with open arms.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is gonna be interesting, knowing that Talon is looking for more wins to secure their spot all the way into the playoffs. I do believe that they're gonna be playing 2 games again for tomorrow, so definitely it will be a sweaty day for them. They're gonna be playing with Blacklist for tomorrow and Miraen Sejong, so definitely a lot of things could happen here, and Talon needs to conserve those strategies and their energies heading towards their games for tomorrow. But right now, Zajan and Inkyu, it's gonna be the first ban.
And now, followed up the Blissey, actually a little bit unexpected. So there is a possibility that Talon is going to have a little bit of that priority onto that supporter, just because of those bans coming right in. But it could possibly just be those supporters being removed, considering that Talon has consistently just putting out the double all-rounder, double defender, single attacker. That doesn't really matter if they do not have any support options. However, Umbreon might just be stolen away by Paper Rex and denied away from Talon Esports, and this will be forcing Talon Esports to adjust. It could still be the Trevenant that can still be brought out along with a Slowbro if they still want to bank on that double defender setup.
Well, yeah, and knowing that there are a lot of supporters unavailable right now, which is 3 to be specific. Actually 4, because if you take out Hoopa. So a lot of supporters are really down right now. So they could actually go for the double defender setup, they could go for the Trevenant, and if they do want a supporter type, they could actually go for an Ho-Oh, but I think that's not going to be the case. They would be less prioritizing their supporters and defenders, at least for this game.
Yeah, and now Gyarados as well, along with the Dodrio, a little bit of that balance comp for Paper Rex. And so far, Talon has adjusted, considering that Umbreon is no longer that option. They're hovering around to Fable alongside with the Mamoswine, which I think really is still very, very strong, but could still differ.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the execution, right? So definitely that has to play a huge role heading towards this game. And I love actually this concept. Sync 1 has a full heal to deny some crowd controls later on in this game in order to reposition as quick as they can. But solo here on Sylveon, on the other hand, I feel like this could be a hyper voice actually, unless they try to go for the Mystical Fire and the Draining Kiss, knowing that it was actually buffed into the recent patch. So definitely they might make use of it, or at the same time, it's just a matter of fact that Talon here has a formidable lineup as well. They have the Slow Beam, actually could just lock in that Gyarados or Sylveon later on. Actually, I feel like it would be a lock-in all the way from the Dodrio, knowing that Dodrio is actually so quick to get all the way into the front line.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, in terms of composition for Paper Rex, it's a little bit balanced, right? Because Gyarados is a slow scaling Pokemon that really just needs a couple of levels and needs a little bit of time to be able to reach that final evolution of Gyarados. And I think Dodrio, along with Sylveon and Umbreon, really brings out a little bit of that balance for Paper Rex to be able to reach that point and to really have that Gyarados to be in a good state down the road in the middle of the game, to set up those plays, to be able to go in for those bounces, to be able to go in for those Dragon Currents, to set up the team, right? So I think that is one of the expectations here for PRX that Talon has to be worried about moving into game 1.
Yeah, and they really need to get the early advantage here, actually. Knowing that there's an Urshifu later on the side of Talon, Urshifu is very unstoppable the moment that it scales ahead of you. So definitely, you would want that Urshifu to be behind as much as possible for you to get a lot of advantage here.
For sure. So we'll see what Talon can do at this stage of the game, if they could take a win once more, considering how much they have really brought out with huge surprises earlier today up against one of the strongest teams in Asia Champions League in consideration. But for PaperX, it's all about like playing fast and just putting Gyarados in a very safe spot. And I think what PaperX can do is to really just put in pressure onto the opposite side of the map, onto the strong side, wherein just let Magikarp gain those experience, gain those levels, gain those XPs, even if, you know, that lane specifically is in a bit of a disadvantage.
Oh yeah. And by the way, we do have another QR code here, so make sure to pass in your entries for the giveaway. And right now, it's going to be a solid take here from the Swablues and the Altaria from the bottom path, but quite the opposite here, all the way to the top side. Yang is being pressured a lot here. What can he do, actually, at the 4 members of Talon?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult as well. I think this is what we're mentioning. It's really just playing like Paper Rex. If you consider it, the weak side of the map here for Paper Rex is the top side of the map. But now with Magikarp going into Gyarados, just will even out the playing field just a little bit better for PRX's side. And now you can shift towards your positioning for PRX. Bring in the Umbreon top side, bring in the Sylveon top side. Dodrio might be able to really put in that pressure as well to deny a lot of these things and a lot of points and XPs away from Sync 1.
They really have to drag it away even further. So right now, it's actually looking good for Paper X. They only have the Gyarados already. Very available! That Hyper Voice, it's gonna connect still. Triple KO from the Dodrio. It's looking good for Paper Rex here. They were able to dominate the early game, in which that is what they really want to. Prevent everyone from advancing even further, and Sync 1 was left alone in the top path.
Yeah, and now PRX now on the lead already. It's all about playing to our advantage, and Paper Rex need not to hold back any longer, as they are currently have reached their power spike at this stage. And now you have Dodrio coming down on top side.
Oh, gonna be coming out all the way to the top side, but there we have it. It's gonna be Bochi as well, all the way to the other side of the map, trying to deal some damage here, trying to be the main front line of their team. High Jump can back away immediately with the tri-attack here. That Dodrio doing works of wonders here. That bounce is gonna connect still at the hands of Rubex, and he was taken down here in the picture. Kai doing its best to do the follow me, but not gonna be quite enough pressure here, and Talon would lose its first core goal zone in this situation.
And now Paper Rex with just that team fight, with just that invade, or well rather that visit coming from 3 on top lane, they were able to secure a lot and a massive amount of advantage. This is what we're talking about, right? That Paper Rex, once Gyarados reaches that level 5, once he reaches that final evolution, Dodrio and the likes could now start rotating.
Oh, good not start rotating, and look at that, Solo once again tried to do a lot of Hyper Voice all the way to the back line, but decided to go for the goal instead. That Electro Drift not gonna be quite enough to take down the Umbreon, and he was punished back by Solo, sent back to the base. It's gonna be the Miraen.
Yeah, it's Paper Rex who's just able to find such values again. And now they're having a hard time here. Talon Esports trying to return back to safety. However, that's not going to be happening, as Serena will be brought back into Pokemon Center. And Paper Rex still sitting really, really pretty at this stage.
And right now, this is going to be a tough challenge here for Talon, knowing that they are losing a lot here in terms of XP, in terms of scoring. So definitely they have to be very careful here. Look at that. Kai overextended a little bit, and Yimo was not able to pop off the bounce as quick as they can. But look at this surprise attack going to be happening anytime soon. But they managed to immobilize that Gyarados with the slow beam, and they are taking a lot of XP here. But the ambush would be available as well. Coming in from HD, high jump kick all the way to Rubex. But those meteorites will be falling at the hands of the Miraen. No one is just targeting it, and they're going to be enjoying it for themselves, but two-man was knocked out immediately for Talon here. They have to back away a little bit here, and that Clefairy Ball will be sacrificing, sent back to the base for them to keep it alive for the Serena.
And now it's Talon who's trying to retreat back to safety, but Paper Rex is not holding their punches. They're going for the all-ins here. They want those advantages, but the member advantage that they currently were able to secure here. Now objectives are going to be open, and expectedly Paper Rex wants that Reggie bottom to be able to get those extra buffs, and Yemus's goal is to just buy time.
Yeah, for sure. They just have to buy time right now, and that was a smooth as silk cleanup. And they have a divisional SP attack. They can actually take the Regieleki if they really do want to. They do have a Dragon's Current very available if they want to force things down, but it's not going to be a story here. They're going to go for the golds instead, all the way to the bottom path. Electro Drift to apply some pressure, but he is just being suppressed here a lot, and Rubix is still at level 9. They need those XPs. They need to force some team fights here in order to get a lot of XP, but those hits won't be letting in hands of Sync 1.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex with just that capability of just going in for points was able to get a lot of situations handled here. Already for Paper Rex. Now going for the response, however, that's not going to be enough with a 4v1 situation. PRX will be losing 2 of their members, sent back to the base with those KOs, and another tier 1 gold zone being taken away by Talon.
And nice flip, but not going to be quite enough to catch up yet. But the Queen's Ascendant would land here up against Yang as he was taken out. And Rubix tries to back away a little bit here. It's just Sinks 1 all the way inside. But he's going to get taken down as well by the hands of Paper Rex. And they have to back away here a little bit. Guy, once again, wants to sacrifice himself in order for Rubix to be alive in this situation.
Yeah, and now the distance, the gap is going closer and closer as Talon Esports currently just finding a couple of hints and couple of advantages that they could capitalize on. And so far, Paper Rex still on the lead, however. And I think that is just really unfortunate for Talon, as they still have to look for plays. They still have to look for those opportunities, those loopholes to be able to come through and to close the distance. That is 83-point advantage for the likes of Paper Rex.
Yeah, right now Talon is still looking for a footing here. They're slowly catching up in terms of XP, so definitely they need a little bit of team fight here before the final stretch, you know, or not a team fight, actually, just a pick-off would do, but I feel like that Umbreon was somewhat missing in action here. I think he was called upon his teammates like, hey, come on, go here at the middle lane.
And now you have the Regieleki being taken down, but Talon Esports, that's enough time, but 12 seconds remaining, and PRX just gotten the information that Talon Esports is coming in from Regieleki. They are in a good position already.
Oh, that Hyper Voice is gonna land here against Rubix. Rubix has to back away a lot here. He lost half of its HP, so definitely that's a huge, great execution from Paper Rex, making sure that the front line would be missing here at the hands of Talon. But he has the amnesia to regain a lot of HP, so definitely that's a great execution. But Paper Rex is trying to force things down here into Rayquaza.
Yeah, and now you have the final stretch already. Paper Rex going in for those defense. They already just have to buy time.
Oh, buy time, but not gonna be quite enough here. Sync 1 trying to advance even further, all the way to the front line. But look at this. The Doge Trio is all the way on its back, ready to go for the triple trample anytime soon. But Yemo is gonna be diving all the way with a bounce. Queen's Ascendant, rather, is gonna land against the Umbreon. There's no front line immediately, but the Paper Rex, but the Dragon's Current, it will land here at the side of Talon. And they keep on chasing for the knockout. Sync 1 taken out in the action, as well as Dylan after the bounce. And a team knockout for Paper Rex. They can take the Rayquaza once and for all.
Amazing play coming in from PRX. They went in with a full team KO, and with that they came through, go in with a Rayquaza. With that objective, they have secured their destiny and taking that game #1 in their favor. And that is what we're talking about. This Mitaka playstyle, just finding on those opportunities, and PRX need not to be able to go for the Rayquaza and put down pressure. It is down on a point deficit at that time, and with that, the confidence of Paper Rex of just holding their position, having the first position advantage into the Rayquaza pit, just made them win that fight.
Absolutely phenomenal for Paper Rex. Perfect execution as they take this game #1, and that's gonna be huge. I would like to commend especially their Gyarados Yimu being able to bounce on perfect positions to take some knockouts to make everyone bounce, and it's just phenomenal execution.
Yeah, for sure. And some of our predictions have been met, right? With Gyarados reaching that final evolution, now's the time for his teammates to go in for those rotation. It definitely did, and it's just a lot of these opportunities, a lot of these macro plays that Paper Rex was just putting up against Talon Esports that made it so difficult for them to pierce, that was so difficult for them to be able to take those wins and gain any sort of advantage all throughout those matchups.
And it's actually a great execution. As I know I've been saying this back and forth, great execution. And Talon, they've been great at the start, but it seems like there was a collapse factor happened during the final stretch. It was actually, they were going actually head to head. But here's the thing, that Gyarados really made a huge impact for Paper Rex. And Talon, if they lose their Serena or their Urshifu, definitely it's going to be game over for them. No one was able to go for the response because triple trample from the Dodrio could actually eliminate or actually go for the KO up against the Miraen immediately.
Yeah, and I do understand. It is a very difficult the situation we're in. Talon Esports was placed in. It was difficult, and I think Slowbro's target, especially considering how these matches occur, is definitely going to be Gyarados. But Gyarados is just too too mobile. Right, the Dragon Current just going down underground is just too much, and then you have the damage output coming in from Dodrio and Sylveon as well that complements really well with Gyarados. It became something overwhelming for the side of Talon.
I'm speechless, actually. I'm very speechless. Like, everything really worked against Paper Rex a while ago. Phenomenal execution. And I feel like Talon really has to reassess when it comes to their execution in game. I mean, I don't have any problems in terms of their draft. I feel like they really need to, let's say, pick a much more reliable defender. I'm not saying that a Slowbro is not that reliable, but they need a good amount of crowd control, like a Trevenant or something. Because if you pick up Slowbro, definitely it's just a single member. And you have your Serena with a Queen's Ascendant, so you just need one Pokemon to actually go for the isolation or for the 1v1s. It could be the Mimikyu, it could be the Serena, and you have to be more of a general team for you to immediately control such team fights. It could be Snorlax again, it could be Trevenant, and any other defenders available in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's just a lot of variations. There's a competition. It's all about the execution as well. But nevertheless, I think Talon really did a decent job. Really did very well as well into holding that position, into really buying time all throughout the first minute up until that mid game, because the difference in terms of points weren't that far. Yes, 80 points seems really huge, but in terms of that very specific number, it's not that big, right? Just one dunk away from a goal zone in 2 minutes, the latter 2 minutes of the matchup would definitely just close that gap off. But it was just so difficult. It's the composition of a Paper Rex was just going all in, front to back type of comp that really just disable any sort of action coming from this one.
Yeah, really to agree with that one. So let's see what would be the response here from Talon, as they're the ones really behind, and Paper Rex is all the way from the match point. But of course, let's take a look at our community voice here, and still a lot of teams here, actually a lot here of members here, or rather chat, a lot of them cheering still for Talon here. Yeah, as far as I know, this is a Jinxie log as far as I know. So cheering for PH teams, of course, and definitely we could see actually a crowd here cheering for Fennel as well. Very interesting, and still a lot of fans here. Paper Rex, Talon, a lot of their fans really showing their support, and it's going to be the default ban here. They're not going to be switching sides, so Talon, let's see what would be their main adjustment.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now Talon still going in for the Urshifu pick. I think this will Mike for But yeah, this is just very annoying. If you were in a position of Talon, it's because you don't want to be on, right? But you can't let Urshifu through, and you can only pick one or the other, because if not, it's really just going to be Paper Rex who's going to pick these Pokemon up for themselves. So yeah, it's Paper Rex going for a similar draft here, and Talon going in for a similar pattern as well with Miraidon and Serena.
Yeah, and this would most likely be the same composition that we might be seeing. So far, it's very default. They got the Slowbro actually once again. Let's see what will be the resolution a while ago, because I'm actually a little bit concerned on how they can actually back away from team fights. And it's actually, yes, the same lineup from both teams. It's a total rematch. Both of them came from both sides, so it's all about execution now, Infinity.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? Same exact draft for game 1 and game number 2. And I think it doesn't really affect as much. If you're gonna think about it, the draft of Talon and the draft of Paper Rex is really solid. They have their respective pros and cons. You have Talon as a bit more towards the balanced type of composition in similar fashion to Paper Rex as well, but more towards like leaning that damage side for PRX, and Talon more towards the defensive side. So it's all about that execution, how they're rotating around the map, how they're being supportive of their teammates, being responsive of what's happening around top side of the map or the bottom side of the map, and these objectives are going to be impactful and the key to success here for either side.
Yeah, they really do need that, key to success. But I'm really quite concerned here, actually, once again, from the Slowbro here. Let's see what would be the execution change here for Talon, because a while ago, yes, we have been seeing slow beams, we have been seeing Queen's Ascendant being able to suppress a member from Paper Rex. Due to the fact of that, we have to consider as well the other members from Paper Rex. It's not just one, it's not just two that we have to suppress, but multiple members at the same time as much as possible in order for the team fights to be much more very efficient. And that is what Paper Rex has as of now. They do have the Gyarados with the Dragon's Current that could set up a lot of crowd control. Same thing with, actually, the Umbreon could isolate one, but Dodrio with a Triple Trample could actually do the same thing, just like the Bounce and the Dragon's Current.
So we'll see what PRX would do here. But the expectations is Talon is going to be more proactive in terms of their macro plays, because I think that was how Paper Rex built their advantage from the ground up. But in game number 1, it was Dodrio who constantly pays a visit on top side of the map and really just make sure that Gyarados was on a safe nest to be able to get XP, to be able to gain points, and to be able to level up.
And you really have to level up as soon as they can, because this is not looking good once again for Talon. They have Paper Rex already has the access to the Sylveon with a Hyper Voice, so definitely you might be seeing those ambushes later on just like that, and every single members of Paper Rex is already evolving even further. But on the other side of the map, that's going to be Talon scoring the goals here.
Yeah, and now you have Mike being a target here, but yeah, at this stage, still not going to be enough. But that's it, Paper Rex going right through with a KO already.
Oh, that's a huge KO, and look at that HP coming in from the Umbreon. Almost got knocked out by the hands of Talon, but not going to be quite enough yet. And there we have it. Rubex managed to evolve already as a Slowbro, but they don't have the access yet to the telekinesis if they want to go for the fights over and over again. So definitely it needs a lot of time still. So all you have to do, or all he has to do actually, is to help his teammates eventually.
This is what we're saying, that Talon has to be more proactive, and so far so good. Still, there is a bit of difference, but that is very minute, and that is very to consider as well. So Talon at this stage, 7 minutes into the game, they have to be proactive, they have to look for those plays, they have to be responsive of what Paper X does.
Tries to get the Citrus Berry for some HP recovery here. Not going to be committing into the team fight. Actually, this is a very responsible rotation from Talon, knowing that Paper Rex really has a great advantage in winning this team fight. And look at this. 5-man setup from Talon. They're going to be surprising everyone at the hands of Paper Rex. But the Hyper Voice all the way into the back line managed to take down, sent back to the base. That's low, bro. And Kai is still leading the charge here for their team. Yang, on the other hand, is trying to go in for the follow-up. But who's going to be emerging here? Who's going to be the more aggressive ones? They take down the Queen here. Serena taken down for 3 seconds. And they just have to play it all out. Paper Rex doing works of wonders once again.
Now we have the red steel being contested by both sides here, and Paper Rex already lost 2. Talon at a numbers advantage.
Oh, it's gonna be 3 right now as they take down the Sylveon into the front line, and they're gonna be taking the Registeel here. Very favorable for them. They managed to defend the Regieleki all the way to the top path, and they got an additional buff here. But that bounce would connect once again. Electro Drift to back away here, but the Dragon's Hurt, it's gonna land up against the Urshifu, and Kai has no room to back away here. It's just Rubik's left alone, and this is going to be the goal zone conversion, at least for Paper Rex.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex will be able to go in. 16 points remaining. I think that's perfect, but they're still going in for that overcap that they wanted to go for. Extra 5 points for PRX. And now they have set foot once again at a massive advantage. And if you're going to look at it, Paper Rex really just goes in for those macro plays. Plays around their teammates, plays around the map, plays for the objectives. Just buying time. If you're going to look back and track back on what happened on that Registeel fight, it was a 4-1 split. You have Gyarados going in for top side of the map, just going in for the Regieleki. They were able to take that. And Paper Rex, yes, they lost a lot of members. They lost 3, but they bought enough time for Gyarados to take the objective and come down into the bottom path to go in for those responses. And I think that is what I love to what Paper Rex is doing. Those macro plays are phenomenal.
Ooh, very phenomenal right now. Kai, eyes on the prize here, being able to have an opportunity to take down Bochi. But there's just a lot of members from Paper Rex back and forth every single corner of the tall grass. It's just Paper Rex controlling the overall map appearance here, and Talon having a tough time to rotate all the way from back and forth at the other sides of the map.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex, they now know that they are in a massive lead, so it's all about that goalkeeper once again. We keep on talking about going for the Regieleki on top side of the map, denying it away from Talon Esports would be really huge for them, just because that puts in a lot of pressure still for the tier 2 goal zone against Talon, and also at the same time it gives them that safety net of not having any pressure on that side as well, considering that they still have that tier 1 goal zone available on the top lane.
That advantage once and for all. Regieleki looking good still for Talon here, but they can actually sustain this team fight for that long. Yes, they do, but they're not going to be committing into the team fight. That's going to be the Electro Drift coming in, but the Quince Ascendant is also available here for Sync 1, but the Yang is going to be there to support his teammates. Dragon's Curve going to be pop up as well, but that slow beam would suppress the Gyarados immediately, but the triple trample all the way from behind, that's going to make Talon suffer a little bit, but a lot of members are still up here for Talon. They are just taking down every single members of Paper Rex. Try attack all the way into the other side of the team fight, and the Gyarados is available once again here. Gonna be growing in for the brute force with the Moxie, but Kai still going in for the follow me in order to buy a lot of time. KO streak number 3 here for the Urshifu, but yet they cannot score a goal here. Talon having a tough time.
Yeah, now Paper Rex just going in for the defense on top side of the map. This is what we're talking about. They want to go in for the goalkeeper onto the tier 1 goal zone. 3 points left here, but Paper Rex still holding on, but not going to be for long as Talon take down the tier 1 goals on top lane.
And that's what they want. They just want to convert a goal zone here and, you know, just have a little bit amount of XP, and after that, they're going to be playing very responsibly here. Oh! Goodness, and HD was taken down by the Electro Drift by Dylan, but on the other side, is he gonna make it out? Yes, he does. Phenomenal execution.
Yeah. Paper Rex now setting up the plays and setting out the positions down in Reggie Eyes. Considering that they are nearing towards the 2-minute mark, you have Talon Esports who has information already with Slowbro going for the face shot.
Gonna be checking the tall grasses here. They already have the information that their team needs, but they're gonna be a little bit late here to contest the objective, as Paper Rex has a lot of HP on their pocket here. But 3 seconds on the clock, that's gonna be the Regieleki all the way to the top path. But might I tell you, 27 seconds as well that Rayquaza would be available, and Rubex is suffering a lot of HP. Electro Drip all the way inside to take out Yang. Yes, they do, and they would keep this momentum once and for all. Talon looking to change things up.
Yeah, definitely looking to change things up. You have Paper Rex now going into their respective jungle side, or well, forest side. But for now, Talon Esports in a good position. They have to force away the Rayquaza, but Paper Rex now knows. You have the Umbreon going for the face check as well, knows and has information. But Paper Rex just setting into place. They have the Dragon Current readily available as well.
Oh, very ready right now indeed, but Rubex is losing a lot of HP here. Unite move's gonna be popping all the way from the Eldegoss, but that Hurricane's Runner Rayquaza will be assisting a lot of members from Paper Rex. But look at this, who's pressed right now? That's gonna be the Gyarados taken down into the situation here. Bochi trying to deal a lot of damage here, but gets caught immediately by Quincy Ascendant, but the triple trample all the way to the back line would suppress multiple members from Talon as well. 3 members down for Paper Rex. Sigwan trying to chase for another, as that is going to be the Dodrio left alone. HD has to check this one very carefully. Needs to go for a steal attempt from the Rayquaza because Talon is focusing their attention here.
Gyarados is now here, but the Dragon Current having to go down and chase down Dylan. The Dragon Drift will be able to really just put him away with the Electro Drift, going to retreat there, but Paper Rex now with those resets coming in, now being respawned back to full HP. They're on a good position once again.
Oh, this is going to be very tough. Sync 1, he's gonna get taken down by the bounce with the last hit of the Hyper Voice. But look at what's straight here, what's at stake. They take down the Umbreon, but it's just multiple members from Talon collapsing one by one. Rubex has to go all the way to the front line, but everyone is just diving deeper at the position of Talon. Hyper Voice all the way to the back line. Once again, Yibu bounce back even further as they take down the Urshifu, and it is just going to be Kyle left alone, and Paper Rex once again takes the Rayquaza.
And now with a fantastic finish there, Paper Rex now on the lead with the Rayquaza buff as well. This will secure them the wondrous win that they were able to really put up against Talon Esports as well. Macro game phenomenal. Their playstyle overall really just fit in and managed very well in that match. It's all about playing towards your teammates and playing towards the map. It's that simple on what PRX did.
Yeah, and I don't feel like they're having a great communication behind the scenes, because if you're going to be taking a look at the deeper picture on what really happened towards every single team fight that they do, there's always a response, there's always a backup strategy that Paper Rex really does have, in which Talon cannot do a complete team knockout. It's just, there's always someone left at the hands of Paper Rex, and they cannot see an opportunity for them to, you know, have an idle time. Every time counts for Paper Rex at this game. Yeah, and now that said, like, it will be Paper Rex who's able to really put out a very good showing in today's series up against Talon Esports. I believe that will put them now at the #1 spot. Let's say #1, #2 spot for the leaderboards thus far. They may have lost a while ago, but they have won now. Oh yeah, and that's actually the recovery or the bounce back that everyone was expecting to happen here for this series. So big W here for Paper Rex and Talon here. They were 1-1 at least for today, but they still have 2 games left for tomorrow. They really did play well, but it's just Paper Rex is too much greater on their heights.
Yeah, for sure. And now Paper Rex still really holding into their top 1 position in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 leaderboards thus far in week 2. And it's just fantastic overall. I think this is just the strength of Paper Rex. Actually, from the very beginning, that we were mentioning that they are one of the favorites here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Oh yeah, really fan favorite from what we can see on the community voice. As we have been looking back and forth, a lot of supports coming in from Paper Rex. Seems like they were going head to head in terms of supporters here from the Philippine teams, but it's just phenomenal outcome actually. And you know, these community voices are being heard by the players. You know, it's just a boost of strength actually. So definitely they're really elevating, they're really improving, evolving a lot eventually in this tournament.
For sure. And now into the next stages of the matchup. We still have 3 more to go, actually. Yeah, we have 2 more to go.
Yeah, there's gonna be BRU versus Alter Ego onto the next one, Elevate versus Evos onto the next, and Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong later on. So a lot of teams yet is gonna be completing. Alter Ego and BRU will be back on track after their first games a while ago. Both of them actually got actually BRU lost and Alter Ego won. Definitely, this is actually the same setup for Talon and PRX.
Yeah, it will be the same setup. I mean, game 1 and game 2, we talked about in terms of the what do you call this? In terms of their composition, it's the composition that really failed Talon Esports, but rather the execution. It was just PRX was able to commit into the winning conditions, constantly put out a rotation, putting that extra support for the teammates time and time again. Those map plays was perfect for them to be able to take that win.
Yeah, for sure. Everything was perfect. Everything was going in the hands of Paper Rex a while ago, making sure that they really outplayed Talon a lot during that series, and that made it possible. And right now, they're back on track into the standings, at least for today, and everything keeps getting, you know, tight for every single team's competing here, because it's going to be day number 5 for tomorrow. That's going to be like their last lifeline to make things not critical on day number 6. So definitely everything is at stake here, and right now we're going to be heading towards a little bit of a break, and after that we're going to be back for BRU versus Alter Ego. So don't go away, we'll be right back in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Pokémon UNITE! Pokémon UNITE! Pokémon UNITE!
Sixth match for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia. Still Pickyus and Infinity ready to bring the action for tonight. And it has been a long ride here, Infinity. 5 games done and 3 remaining.
Yeah, it has been a long ride. I mean, a couple of more games to watch and to really experience firsthand. I believe the next match that we're having would be BRU versus Alter Ego. We're gonna have Elevate versus Evos Esports, and then Blacklist International versus Miraen. So really an exciting 3 series that we have on our hands, which are really very important as well if you're going to consider it, because Evos right now is, I believe, brought down just because of how Miraen won their match up against Full Sense just a while ago. So the matchup between Elevate and Evos Esports is going to be very important. Blacklist versus Miraen really important.
Yeah, because right now Miraen Sejong actually won up against Full Sense, so definitely they climbed all the way into the leaderboards, and actually they're actually head to head already with Blacklist International. So it's gonna be a tough ride here for both of these teams, because you know, someone who loses a game, definitely if you're a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th seeding, definitely it's actually very crucial. Miraen Sejong played total 5 Blacklist International as well, Evo 6 and Elevate 5, so definitely a lot of stakes. But right now, let's focus our attention here. It's going to be Alter Ego back on track, and it's going to be up against BRU. One of the top teams right now, BRU currently sitting at the number 2, and BRU's, BRU sitting at number 2 here.
Yes, sir. And I think Buriram United Esports is still all... if we're gonna think about it, like what has occurred all throughout the day, like BRU, yes, they lost against Talon, but Talon is a very formidable foe at this point. And their matchup against Alter Ego will still be very important still to dictate like if they're going to still match up against like the leaderboard rankings of what they had prior, because Paper Rex has overtaken them into a 5-2 standing to take a top 1 position.
Oh yeah, and on the other hand, gotta commend as well Alter Ego here. But yeah, rainy day here for BRU. You know, the all-rounder main for their team. You know, improving a lot. They're very promising, especially on Rayquaza fight. So definitely, that's a big question here. They're going up against Alter Ego, one of the most aggressive teams here, and BRU is known for their prowess in the Ray fight. So right now, oh, we're on the same footing right now.
Yep. I think that's the first time we're safe.
Yeah, actually, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think Buriram United Esports overall up against Talon, up against Alter Ego. Yes, still very strong and a formidable foe. But Buriram United Esports, from what we have seen over the past 2 weeks, have been producing so much power and so much signs of strength over the past few weeks, and I think that definitely should reflect. If not, that just, I don't know. It's just a supporting statement of how strong they are going to be this time around up against Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, definitely agree on that one. But you know, as of now, to feel like, you know, overall it's going to be BRU controlling it in terms of numbers, but Alter Ego, you know, can actually do a lot of upsets, knowing that they are very aggressive. So if they try to go very aggressive from the early up until into the final stretch, then definitely BRU will be overwhelmed. So definitely, BRU really has to play a lot of mind games here.
For sure. And now going into the picks and bats, we're already in game number 1 for Alter Ego versus Buriram United Esports. A little bit of a shocker in terms of the first few picks. It's very hyper-focused in terms of supports. So you have the Blissey and Psyduck already moved along with their Shifu, so they do not want to give it away alongside with Zation. But right now, you still have the Umbreon that can be open for them to pick up, but Alter Ego hovering the Venusaur instead.
Yeah, and right now they're going to be locking in the Mimikyu for the 1v1s. Phenomenal pick here as well. And actually, you know, at least for today, at least for this day, number 4, I feel like the bans is really consistent with Psyduck, Blissey, and, you know, a random all-rounder. That's all I can tell right now, based on the games that we've witnessed a while ago. Because, you know, Psyduck, one of the greatest supporters out there, same thing with Blissey. So definitely, you have to lessen up the options, actually, from every single team. And, you know, not having the Psyduck very available, it's a huge struggle, knowing that Hoopa has a handicap at least for day number 4 and 5. So definitely, it's actually very tough. They have to make use of double defenders if they really want to shine.
Yeah, for sure. And you have the Umbreon Serena for BRU already confirmed. You have the Mewtwo along with the Eldegoss. So very balanced so far. But I reckon they still are looking for that extra frontliner, because so far it's just pretty much like Umbreon going to be the sponge for the team thus far.
Ooh.
And for Alter Ego, this is what we have seen just a while ago. They're still the only team that is banking on the likes of Hoopa, regardless of the handicap that it has internally.
Well, as Alter Ego, we've seen it work a while ago. Definitely could not doubt this team. They are so great in doing upsets, in doing surprises, and definitely BRU really has to play this one very carefully, or they are gonna get punished immediately by Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what we can expect here. But for the side of Buriram United Esports, this is very traditional type of setup. You have a double all-rounder, you have a defender, an attacker, which is Mewtwo, and then you have a supporter. And I think the same goes with Alter Ego as well. Pretty much very standard across the board. But in terms of expectation here, Buriram United Esports has a lot of capability to go in and out of fights. You have Mewtwo that doesn't really have to go face front in terms of these team fights, just because he has that long range distance boost. He has the ultimate that really is a global present ultimate. A Unite move rather, that can come across to deal damage to every single one. So yeah, I think Buriram United Esports is very traditional and methodical type of playstyle that we could expect from them in game number 1.
Yeah, and a lot of expectations still will be landing in the hands of BRU, but mind to tell you, this is Alter Ego that we are talking about, and they have that Hoopa on their pocket. Despite not being available, the Hyperspace Hole, so it's gonna get replaced by the Trick, and could be the Phantom Force. What we have been seeing so far, at least for the, for the tournament, or specifically for Alter Ego on how they utilize it for today. So it is actually a huge surprise, honestly, for Alter Ego, but let's see what could be the utilization here for Alter Ego, as we're going to be heading towards game number 1 of their series, 6 series for tonight, and definitely we still have 2 more later on.
Yeah. And now, Buriram United Esports, you're pretty much just going in and out of these fights. It's just pretty much a waiting game, I believe, for both sides here. Like Buriram United Esports, Alter Ego in these early team fights, not really like expecting this huge burst of team battles that we could expect. It's really just a slow scaling, a slow start, and a slow burner overall for Alter Ego and Buriram United Esports. In 8 minutes, that is when we start to see things ramp up.
Oh, look at Ikura trying to buy a lot of time for their team. But still, Alter Ego cannot convert the points that they really want to convert a while ago. And Hoopa is going to get pinched down all the way, but not going to be quite enough to secure the knockout that Buriram United Esports really wanted to happen a while ago. So that's actually a phenomenal escape coming in from their team.
Yeah. And just fighting and battling the Atarius and Swap Blues, he has to force the eject button. Really unfortunate that early on, but it's very early into the game, right? So not expecting those massive team fights and team battles that really necessitates those eject buttons.
Yeah, and you really have to, conserve your health items, or actually invest it on the early stages, because you won't be really needing it that much, just like what you've said. But right now, it's going to be Ayaka pinched down by the Combuskin. That's actually a great setup for Alter Ego as they score their first points here. But Mufasa is going to be trying its best to get one for their team, and Eyes going to be advancing even further into their goal. That's going to be the safe zone coming in from their team.
Yeah. And now it's Buriram United Esports on a bit of a back foot. Alter Ego currently was able to stack up on the lead here, and I think the most important thing to take note of for the side of Alter Ego would be Mimikyu. I think that would be very important, especially to play with me, and in terms of the damage as well. Whether it is Shadow Sneak Mimikyu, or it's a player of, or well, rather the Shadow Claw Mimikyu, it really doesn't matter. But the important thing to take note of is to play with me. It's going to be expectedly onto Serra Ledge, or the Mewtwo Y, or the Serena. These are the high priority targets for PRU. If you bring down one, that's a huge chunk of priority already removed.
Oh yeah, and that huge chunk can actually flip the tables eventually, especially on critical moments later on. But right now, that's going to be the 5 seconds on the clock until the objectives is already up here. And both teams are trying to go aggressive here for the Registeel. They know that they need the additional attack to go for an advantage. Once again, look at that Shadow Claw landing in the hands. But that's going to be the knockout here, coming to the side of that Umbreon as they take down 2. But the Queen 7 is actually available as well. 4 members down from Alter Ego. And Buriram United Esports had the advantage and took down the goal zone here at the bottom path.
Yeah, and Buriram United Esports, just like that, was able to flip the script here. Because a while ago, Alter Ego had the advantage, had a 20-point lead up against BRU, but with just that one team fight, things have changed. And this is what we're talking about. With 8 minutes, that is where it starts to ramp up. However, Rainy D now in danger, down on top pad. Not enough for that extra support for his teammates to come at the right time here. Alter Ego now in danger with 2-man support coming from BRU.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here, but that block could actually buy a lot of time here. And look at that, Ziri all the way to the back line, deploying a lot of damage here. Mimikyu getting the last hit for the knockout instead, but Fire Punch, very much available, yes, for Shinki, could actually change the stance if he does really want to. Overheat, not gonna land on anyone else.
Yeah, and now for Buriram United Esports is playing towards a defensive game on the top lane, and you have Rainy D just down into the bottom pad. However, he is in danger. 3v1 situation now. Shadow Sneak not connect though.
Okay, Rainy D suffering a lot here. That play with me plus the charge beam combo was very phenomenal in order to seal down the secure damage here. Overheat, yes, it's gonna connect here at the side of the arena. Gonna be changing its stance all the way to the Focus Blast and the Fire Punch, but not gonna be hitting it quite enough yet.
Yeah, and now the Reggie bottom is coming up pretty soon, along with the Reggie top. So these are objectives that's really important, and I reckon Alter Ego wants that Reggie Elegi for themselves as well, just because they need those tier 1 gold zones, just because they need to stack up on those points. But now, BRU going to contest it, going for that tier 1 gold zone on top side as well.
Oh, Shingdi is gonna get punished here instead, as they were trying to bait out the Umbreon a while ago, but right now has to change its stance immediately. Nice block coming in from the Snorlax in order to let it go all the way into the slow zone, but Miraen is going to be getting the last hit here, and they take down 2 members from Buriram United Esports, and Regieleki is up all the way down, and Ayakap has to back away here, and this is an opportunity for Alter Ego to take some objectives.
Ringsend bound, coming down into the bottom pad, break even for Alter Ego and BRU in terms of point accumulation. Now Unite move as well, coming from Aldegon. High time as well. Retreat back to safety. However, those are huge Unite moves already expended. Regirock going to be the target, and Buriram United Esports wants a taste of that as well as they take the objective for themselves.
Yeah, and a great execution from the Moonlight Parans a while ago in order to secure that objective. And right now they're trying to over-aggress here towards the bottom path goal zone. Actually eyeing on another set of score goals, but Alter Ego going head-to-head in terms of score. Yes, they do have the advantage because they met it at the very first. So definitely things are getting more and more critical here for both teams.
Yeah. And now, Buriram United Esports, Pufaza, a little bit of an overextension right there, especially considering that they have a Mimikyu for Alter Ego side. You just can't overextend that quickly or that aggressively. It's just not going to be leaving a good taste in your mouth. But Buriram United Esports now having to try and defend this, as you have the Regieleki secured by Alter Ego already.
Great secure out here. That's going to be the heavy slam. It's going to connect here, but there's no much follow-up here. But that Miraidon Z-Ray is deploying a lot of damage, actually. Look at that! Nice kick coming in from Shingdi. So that would make it possible, actually, to get 2 knockouts on that situation, plus the 49 points that will land on the tier 1 gold zone of Buriram United Esports. So definitely, Alter Ego is in great control so far. They have to back away right now a little bit because it's just pro jump pads here coming to the side of BRU.
And now Buriram United Esports going for the chase up against Pufaza, going on to 94. Brings him down as a KO already, but Alter Ego sitting pretty with a 61-point lead already just because of that top lane engage and top lane objective being secured off them. And now BRU is now on the back foot in comparison to just a while back.
Oh yeah, and right now they have to play a lot of time here. 13 seconds on the clock for the Rayquaza, so definitely they won't be having enough time for them to secure this Regi. So definitely have to march forward all the way to the Rayquaza's pit. Get your position ready up on going, because Alter Ego might force you to back away here.
And now Buriram United Esports just finding their position. They're finding their footing here as Alter Ego has the first control over Rayquaza pit.
Wow.
Serena though into the backside, gaining vision off the Rayquaza, not being touched as of yet by Alter Ego. So far, Buriram United Esports has to do something now. Half HP already. Rayquaza down low. Who's going to take it? It's Alter Ego who secures it.
Wow, that's actually a great timing from the range and bound. But right now, it's not yet over here. Look at that. 1 by 1. Buriram United Esports falling down. It's just Ayakapi getting fire punched immediately by Shingdi. And that is gonna be it. They're gonna be scoring a lot of goals here. They're gonna be punching it down. And BRU had the slight amount of hope. But yet again, Alter Ego took it down.
Now, Buriram United Esports use that option, lose that opportunity. Just one flip of the fight by Alter Ego just a while back, really just changed things up, and now they are on a huge advantage. They are on the lead, and they will take in one for themselves. One game away to secure it up against Buriram United Esports, and thus far, if that happens, it's once again going to be another upset.
Oh yeah. Everything is an upset for today, for tonight. BRU did not expect that kind of zoning capabilities of Alter Ego. They got aggressive, they just charged in, and BRU didn't have enough space for them to bounce back and fight for the Rayquaza.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And now Buriram United is still trying to make something work, make something happen. But if you're gonna look at it, it's just not gonna happen just because Alter Ego is playing very defensively on their base as well. And I don't think there's going to be enough points to them to be able to match up a 300-point difference in game 1.
Yeah, there is actually not. Because the moment that they got the Rayquaza is already a game over, because a lot of members from Alter Ego has a stack of a lot of Evos energy. And after that, they actually didn't overextend it. They just found their own position. Someone has to go for the defense. Someone has to go for the goals one by one for BRU to be, a little bit of confused actually on where to prioritize or where to, do the setup first. And Alter Ego really did a wonderful job in order to lure down the members of BRU one by one.
Yeah, and just look at the graph, right? This is what we're mentioning, like a 6-minute mark. This is where the fight occurred. We're in Alter Ego, really demolished United Esports alongside with around like minute mark. That is where it was just the flip. The flip happened. We're in BRU had a great opportunity and taking the lead for quite some time, but Alter Ego answered back. It's just a lot of keys overextensions that's currently happening, and with the isolation targets as well, that Alter Ego was able to capitalize.
Yeah, and the capitalization is way too good actually coming in from their team. Definitely Alter Ego just needs one more match, or rather one more game to seal the series. They're currently on match point and they're looking to bounce back actually for today because, a while ago they really had a tough time, but eventually got a W up against Elevate, so definitely they need that winning streak to advance even further all the way to the leaderboards.
Yeah, for sure. And I love this. I love this even 176 points for both sides. I love those situations wherein that occurs. Because it's not so often we see like a very break-even up Eos energy point standings for both sides in terms of those dunks. But nevertheless, it was really cool how Alter Ego, despite the limitations, still able to make work time and time again. I think I saw a lot of opportunities there wherein the rings and down really did enable Alter Ego in terms of that situation as well at the Rayquaza fight. In terms of like one of those tier 1 goal zone takedowns as well in the bottom pad, it was the rings and bound that really had that huge effect into bringing your teammates together with you into a united front.
Oh yeah. And I've been checking actually our community voice right now, and a lot of them are actually cheering for our Alter Ego team here. So definitely huge boost of confidence for Alter Ego. A lot of supporters are being present here, but it's just Alter Ego overpowering their opponent a while ago in game number 1. So let's see if that would be the case yet again heading towards game number 2, because BRU really had an idea already what Alter Ego is really capable of doing right now.
Yeah. Alter Ego, they won a while ago. Right? What match was they won up against, was it Elevate?
Yeah, Elevate.
Yeah, they won up against Elevate just using the Hoopa as well, and so they're using it up against Buriram United Esports, and it's working. It's definitely working.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm loving every second of it. But now it's Alter Ego, 1 game away before they take the series away from Buriram United Esports, which is very important for BRU, to say the least.
Yeah, despite BRU actually leading the leaderboards on 4-2, it's actually very, critical at the same time because they already played 6 games, and definitely they only have 3 games left to be specific, including this one. So after this, if they do drop this, they will be falling at 4-3 standings, and anytime soon, Full Sense, Talon, Alter Ego, Miraen, Blackness International could just climb up above them, and that's going to be very, very unfortunate if that really did happen. So BRU really has to be very cautious on their current standing.
Yeah, I reckon it's not as important in terms of like getting into the top 8 because in terms of playoffs, it's all about just going and reaching the top 4, right?
Yeah.
And reaching the top 1 in terms of prize pool. But in terms of like having like a good position in terms of bracketing and having also a good stature of having that assurance of the top 8, because the thing is like in the following days, BRU only has one more game up against was it Elevate? Yeah, up against Elevate tomorrow. And then you also have just one more game next year, January, up against Evos. And at that point, it's pretty much just assurance of Buriram United Esports. If ever they win this, they're already secured in the top 8 position.
Yeah. And I can imagine it. There will be a day that we have to become a statistician. There we go. We have to be a statistician. There we go. I'm fumbling my tongue right now. But yeah, we have to analyze the win cons or what's going to happen if this team is going to win, if this team is going to lose. Will there be factors that this specific team needs to lose in order for a specific team to advance all the way to the playoffs? A lot of this are being at stake already. And definitely, those who are at the 5th to 8th place, definitely not be complacent here because anytime soon those rank might change up. But going back into the draft, it's actually Blissey available quite surprisingly, so Hoopa won't be using Rare Alter Ego immediately.
Yeah, and so far Buriram United Esports going for a little bit of a traditional type of set place for themselves. You have the Zacian, Miraen, you have the Crystal, you have the Ledge. So very traditional. We have seen this composition being played out even in the first week of Asia Champions League. For Alter Ego now, this is very interesting. They're not going for the Hoopa, and they're going for the Scissor.
Yeah, and Scissor actually could not be a Scissor. It could be a Scyther, actually.
Yeah.
Because the way that it could jump around, because we have the what do you call this one? I forgot the move. It's Bullet Punch is for the Scissor. Same thing with the double hit. So definitely, that's one thing that we have to consider as well. But Scyther, on the other hand, has a dual wing beat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but definitely Scyther is much more faster compared to a Scissor, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just all about just going in for those burst damage. I think Scyther has the bigger edge for that burst damage and consistent damage all throughout, and that is the reason why overall Scyther has a much higher of a priority pick in terms of like the Scissor pathways of. So yeah.
There we go. So still, it's really hard to tell actually. There's gonna be getting the W's here, so definitely looking forward on Alter Ego right now. They're driving the bus, but BRU, they're very unpredictable, especially on Rayquaza fight, so definitely Alter Ego really has to watch for that one. So right now it's game number 2 on its way. That's gonna be Alter Ego and BRU. The sides has been swapped here. Let's see if that will be a deciding factor for both teams.
Yeah, we'll see how the adjustments made this time around. Because Alter Ego, we're gonna think about it. I think it's a similar look to what we had in game number 1. It's where these Pokemon really has a bit of time before they're able to ramp up, before they reach their power spike that we're talking about. So expectedly, it's around like 8 minutes, 7 minutes. That's where everything starts to ramp up. And I think the key Pokemon here for Alter Ego is going to be either like Mimikyu and Scyther. We're talking about that damage output. And now for the side of Buriram United Esports, it's going to be Ledge. I think would be the key here.
Oh yeah, Surlich is actually one of the highest damage dealing Pokemons out there, and definitely with Phantom Force and your Cycle Cut, definitely could cut down any obstacle that they want, knowing that they also have the Crustle on their hands, so definitely there could be, a great obstacle with the Rock Tomb later on that could definitely secure a lot of knockouts for their team.
For sure. Yeah, now Cider going in, Top Hat going in for a KO on the Clefable. That will be, I believe, the first knockout that we have towards Alter Ego fight.
Yeah, and right now it's actually a very calm presence here for Buriram United Esports, and they're slowly transitioning into a poking mechanism, and later on be aggressive in this team fights, knowing that they really need to step up their game actually, at least for now, because Alter Ego is applying so much pressure in terms of their rotation. They are reading Buriram United Esports like a book right now, but the heavy slam from Mikura would connect, but there's not enough backup here for Alter Ego as he's going to be sent back into the base. Same thing with the Cider right now. And this is actually a great execution for BRU, being able to take out a lot of members from Alter Ego, but the conversion points not gonna be quite there.
Yeah. Now, going for it, I think Alter Ego has to find something, has to really just set foot. Because it will be very difficult for him, has to be a eject button. I think that's the power also of Crystal being shown there, just a little bit. Just the power of denying retreat and really just shifting the geographic locations of things for the map is really huge, and I think that will be playing a part later down the road as well. And I'm talking about those Rayquaza objective.
And actually, we've seen that it's not going to be a scissor, but rather a cider. So it's going to be dual wing beat, and it's either double hit or swords dance later on. So right now, we're going to be seeing a prioritization all the way from the Regirock. So definitely a lot of opportunity for BRU to engage into team battles here. And actually, they got both of the objectives. This is quite phenomenal for their team, making sure that they have an upper hand here. And Alter Ego would be forced to defend this top path goal zone.
Yeah, and now they're able to at the very least defend the Regieleki onto the top path. And then Buriram United Esports, however, will gain a couple of XPs more in terms of getting the Artarias and Swablu. Come on. Ice is in danger, however. We'll be able to go back and retreat back to safety.
Yeah, got the Citrus Berry on his hand, but look at that Green Illusion dive in order to dive things out there. But the Meteor Rise coming in from the Miraen would be landing. Oh, that's a great amount of damage here. 94 is somewhat a little bit pinched here, all the way to the middle of the side of BRU. That's why they have a total of 2 knockouts right now, trying to eye for the 3 knockouts. Ikura running away for his life, and there we have it. 3 KOs in total for BRU towards that team fight.
And now Alter Ego lost the tier 1 goes on top at as BRU put in a lot of pressure already. This is a very difficult situation for them. There's just a lot of sponges and there's a lot of frontline, and I think that is what PUACL brings to the table here for Buriram United Esports' front. But now Alter Ego has to retreat with Buriram United Esports going in for that huge respawn.
Yeah, huge respawn indeed, and 94 is going to be taken down as well by the electricity from the Miraen. That's actually a great amount of damage here. PUACL, on the other hand, would be, knocked off immediately by the Mewtwo Y. So they're actually waiting for the objective here, all the way to the bottom path. 13 seconds on the clock.
Now Buriram United Esports just waiting for the Regi bottom here, as Alter Ego position already as well to go and deny contested away from them as well. You have the Shadow Sneak readily available. Regi Steel, if ever it comes down to it, the Cider goes into the backside.
Oh, Green Illusion dive, same thing with the Power Nap has already pop off as that Cider will be taking out the Miraen out of the story here. But same thing with the Zacian out here. This is looking good for Alter Ego so far. They're not going to be chasing for more knockouts, but on the other hand, they got the objective. Same thing with the goal zone there. I got the prize, but the Rock Tomb would buy enough time for them. And that is going to be it. They take the goal zone, but on the other hand, Jump Pad is going to be there to prevent that Regieleki from marching even further in the top path.
Yeah, now you have the Sarah Ledge as well, just going for, Forest Invade, as Rainy D is just hovering around. Cheng D, however, oh no, that is just a denial of the retreat. Zacian coming right through at a perfect time, however, the Citrus Berry will be able to bring back his HP up and ready to go. Alter Ego going for the defensive play.
Oh, Z-Ray has to back away a little bit here. That's actually a huge block here. That Bearside has to back away. Gets knocked out immediately by 94, and it's actually an even trade here for BRU and Alter Ego. No one's advancing even further, but look at this tier 1 goal zone from BRU, pretty much available, but no one from Alter Ego has dunked on it so far.
Yeah, and now you also have the Crustle as well going for the defensive play. Alter Ego Trying to put a little bit of pressure, but that's Crustle that we're talking about. It's not an easy to burst down. You need a couple of members there. And I think the only person and the only Pokemon that can have that chance to bring it down would be the likes of Cider as well. No longer to be found there. So Alter Ego has no choice to be able to return and retreat back to safety and just play goalkeeper for now in a tier 2 goal zones. On top lane, after for the rest of the crew, is all about playing towards those objectives as we're nearing already that 2-minute mark.
It's gonna be the toughest time once again for BRU because Alter Ego really does know how to play Rayquaza as well, just like BRU. And BRU, on the other hand, does know to play some time, and Alter Ego, on the other hand, manipulates the time here. So definitely, we will be seeing later on who's going to be the smarter team in order to execute all the way from the Rayquaza. But this is actually great execution in order to take down the Registeel for an additional attack later on in the final stretch.
Yeah, and now Regieleki being taken down by Rainy D. So that's a couple of extra pressure onto the top bat, especially considering that this is already nearing that 2-minute mark. So that Regieleki would definitely put up a huge value in getting that extra 20 points in favor for BRU's side. But Alter Ego has that priority instead of that positioning onto the Rayquaza pit as it proves a huge and a lot better priority. As you have mentioned, Sarledge sneaking his way down on top hat. 100 points immediately.
That's actually great. Alter Ego, on the other hand, has to go for the team fight right now. They know someone is like in the hands of BRU. Play with B has to be pop up as well. But Buriram United Esports tries to go for the knockout immediately. Pupasa back away a little bit here, but that's actually a good block coming to the side of Alter Ego for them to deny a lot of members of BRU. And that's actually a team knockout for their team, despite Cyril Edge not being present at the start of the team fight, and they're going to be taking the Rayquaza, and there is going to be game number 3 for the series.
Wow, what a play coming from Buriram United Esports. They're able to just sneak themselves. This is what we're talking about, right? Having the Regieleki at 2 minutes and 15 seconds off the game, you just can't have that instant dunk, and that's 100 points instantly. And I do understand what Alter Ego is thinking about, right? Alter Ego wants to go and play onto the objective instead, go for the Rayquaza, but it's a high risk, high reward type of setup. And Buriram United Esports just banked on that opportunity that, you know what? We have the Regieleki. There's still not a fight ongoing. Alter Ego is just holding their position. We still have the Clefable with that extra sustain, along with a Crustle that can keep up and buy time for Sarledge to just sneak in his way onto the top bat and get to that 100 points. And even then, with that 5v4, Alter Ego did not win.
What? Wow, what a way to end game number 2. Buriram United Esports reading Alter Ego like a book. They know how to counter out the strategy. 100 points going to be landing in the hands of Shingdi, but there is not enough time for them to catch up, and everyone just using the jump pad and eyeing for another team knockout. The power nap was there, but time is ticking as BRU forces game number 3.
What a fantastic series on our hands right now. Is once again acting up, and this is exactly what happened, I believe, a while ago. It was Talon Esports who took the first win up against Buriram United Esports, but all of a sudden, Buriram United Esports just came out of nowhere and just won the series overall. And I think that is currently what BRU is doing once again. Like, you know what? BRU taking a loss, but taking the win back as a series overall. So I think that is what we could expect maybe for BRU.
Yeah, and they really exceeded our expectations here. Just imagine from start till the 8th minute mark of the game. It's head-to-head, but completely denied by the Rayquaza fight a while ago. They tried to sneak in a 100-point goal, and after that, everything worked on their favor.
Yeah, for sure. And at the longest time, and these two teams battling at even footing, right? You have 125 points, you have 110 points. It's only a difference of like 15 across the board, wherein it was Buriram United Esports who was on the lead for a bit. But later than on, it wasn't. With the Sarledge sneak on top hat and then the Rayquaza.
Yeah, actually smart plays here coming in from both teams, but BRU managed to outplay the last 2 minutes a while ago by sneaking in some goal, which made everyone on the side of Alter Ego force the team fight because they know that they have the numbers advantage, but everything is just too quick. They manage to reposition as quick as they can, and Alter Ego collapse even further after engaging that team fight. I feel like they got a little bit overconfident a while ago, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. And look at that Zero Edge all the way to the back line. So quick. Being able to help his team. And everything is just on their favor. Revenant Ren, look at that.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just really good overall. They're able to occupy it, gain those isolated fights, and that is really what sets in the others. Right, having those isolated fights, those macro plays, those micro engages that these teams are doing, and those quick decision thinkings. I think is really amazing to see, and I think that is what Buriram United Esports is able to achieve coming down from that game too.
Yeah, very amazing stuff, right, for both teams. So that's why we're going to be having a game number 3. And might I tell you, this is just the second game number 3, at least for today. And it's actually the same team. It's BRU. They had game number 3 a while ago up against Talon. So definitely, this time, they want game number 3. But victory on their palm.
Yeah, I guess, you know what? It is like Buriram United Esports loves 3 games. 3 games series. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. It definitely is good. It's more action. It's more Pokemon Unite gameplays, if you may. So yeah, I definitely welcome that. You know, I definitely welcome that game to really love from BRU.
Yeah, open arms, we welcome it. But here's the thing. The fatigue factor is also one of the things that we have to consider in our teams competing here in the tournament. And I might tell you, this is BRU's second series for tonight. And this is actually their 6th game. So definitely, you know, their hands must be, you know, feeling a little bit, you know, stretchy right now. They have to do a little bit of stretching. So definitely, Alter Ego could actually make use of it, you know, knowing that this is actually their 5th game. So they are actually 1 game ahead. So definitely can maximize out of it.
Yeah, and the 3rd game, this is all the adjustments. This is where all the adjustments are going to come. So we'll see what Alter Ego is going to do, but now they are on the purple side selection once again. I'm really curious, are they going back into the Hoopa selection? Because this is what won them the game just a while back. This is what was consistent in terms of their compositions time and time again.
Yeah, quite curious for this one actually. So prioritization still coming in from the Mimikyu would be utilized here. So no Blissey, just like what you said. So definitely it would be a Hoopa if we're going to be going back into the old story itself. So we might be seeing that, but no, there's still a lot of options left. Ho-Oh not yet appearing, at least for day number 4. Quite curious why, but you have to respect every single team's competing here right now.
For sure. Umbreon, Serena for Buriram United Esports. For Alter Ego, they went for the Miraen. So good, along with a Mimikyu. And Buriram United Esports to the Mamoswine and Blaziken Hover. I think that is really good, but with these double defenders and double all-rounder, they're not going in for a support this time around. They're wanting to go for an attacker. And I reckon it could be the likes of Mewtwo Y that they could pick up down the road into their final pick if ever Alter Ego does not pick it up.
Yeah, and it's actually not a double defender setup. I feel like, yes, Umbreon is actually a defender, but I feel like this would be a much more of a supporter composition.
Yeah, I'm talking about like
it would be a
I'm talking about the roles.
Yeah. So it's fine. But yeah, it's gonna be Mean Look, and I don't know if he's gonna hybrid it into Wish. I mean, it does somehow work, but Snarl gives a huge effect as well when it comes to team fight.
Yeah, I think regardless, like either if he goes in for Snarl, if ever he goes in for Mean Luck, it doesn't really matter. Just the reason why is because the Unite move is going to be really impactful in terms of those team fights as well. And then the Mean Luck, if ever he goes for that route as well, going to be huge impact in terms of isolating targets, especially if you're considering the likes of Zero Edge that has a lot of mobility, Miraen that also has a lot of mobility alongside with Mimikyu. So very mobile composition overall for Alter Ego, and I think Mean Luck would definitely have that huge impact along with Crustl's Rock too.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm quite surprised here with BRU making use of an Armor Rouge. I mean, Armor Rouge is known actually for being a central laner, but I feel like this would be the Blaze again all the way into the central area. So, yes, it's actually, viable to use it on lanes, your Armor Rouge. So I feel like this would be a range one, knowing that their team lacks a lot of range. So this would be Psyshock and an Armor Cannon composition, I think.
It could be. It could be. It definitely could be. But this is what we're talking about a while ago, right? During the compositions, that Buriram United Esports is going to go for the likes of a double defender, double all-rounder, attacker. They just went in for the arm. And the expectation that I have for Buriram United Esports in terms of this composition is that they're really just going all in. In terms of like the strategy that they're going to go for in terms of those team fights, it's pretty much straightforward. Front to back, all in.
Fronts back all in indeed, but I have to tell you, the BRU really does have a lot of isolation plays, to be specific. They have the Queen's Ascendant, they have the Mean Luke, and they also have the Rock Tomb plus the X Scissor later on. So this is going to be very tough for Alter Ego, knowing that, they might get pinched down immediately by BRU. So to conclude this one, I'm not quite sure if the Miraen will go for the Charge Beam. It could be, but at the same time, Electro Drift is one of the high risk, high reward as well. So it still depends on how they use it, but I feel like higher chances it's gonna be Charge Beam. They need those range, and Snorlax would be playing a lot of role here.
No, it could be. From what we're seeing, there is a huge Snorlax going for the likes of block, and I think that is really good. If ever for Alter Ego side, because if we're gonna think about it, what we discussed is that Buriram United Esports' draft composition is pretty much just all in, like Umbreon, Crustle, Serena, you have Blaziken, you have Armor. These are like all in type of comp, wherein you just press, go forward, don't really press anything in terms of the phones, right? So it's pretty much just going all forward and going on for those team fights, and I think block for Snorlax would be a huge deal along with that heavy.
Oh yeah, it's always has been a huge deal, a huge threat for every single teams that you have to face, especially onto the early game wherein you can actually just charge in and outplay every single foe that you have all the way to the battlefield. Definitely a huge kit that you could use. Know that it goes hand in hand with a Miraen that can actually dish out a lot of damage here into the early stages of the game. And yes, we have confirmed it. It's gonna be the Mean Look, so we're just identifying what will be the next moveset from this Umbreon later on.
Yeah, we'll see how these adjustments and how these skill paths are going to do, because there's still a lot of question marks, right? But now, Buriram United Esports, you have Combskin actually with a clutch there, with their huge response onto Umbreon, almost getting KO'd, eliminated, and set back to the base.
Yeah, right now it's Alter Ego winning the Swablues and the Altaria. Buriram United Esports not going to be overextending a lot here, so they have to respect that kind of play wherein Alter Ego really did have the upper hand here. But IKP is trying to deal, make the presence felt here. And oh my goodness, what a Shadow Claw here coming in from Xingdi. That's gonna be a double knockout for their team. What a damage here.
Okay, yeah, so this is going to be a Shadow Claw Truck Room Mimikyu that will be really strong. So we'll see how this will turn out for Alter Ego, how the adjustments are going to be made for the side of Buriram United Esports. Are they going for a different for Armor Raj at this stage? The Xingdi actually being isolated, just so much damage. That's just insane. Coming in from Xingdi, he got a triple KO at the first couple of minutes when he started.
You gotta watch out for that. You gotta respect that level gap that you have. That's level 7 up against level 5. You don't really want to overextend yourself on that kind of situation, but that's not gonna be the case. It's gonna be Xingdi forcing his way to charge in, and look at this. Combusken is up once again on the top path, and definitely Xingdi would have to make use of it. Go in as much as they could, but 94 is gonna be here trying to safeguard the forest for the wild Pokemons.
Yeah. And now you also have Umbreon removed ready by Buriram United Esports. They have to wait for that, as the 5v4 is not going to their favor. And Alter Ego also is playing it a bit safe. And I think the reason for this is 2 objectives are coming up pretty soon. And both these teams want to contest it once that objective in their favor.
Heavy slam, not gonna be hitting someone at the side of BRU. They just want to secure the Swablues and the Altaria rather. So this is actually a battle of objectives right now as Shingdi really wants to send back to the base. That Blaziken was sent back immediately. Definitely Shingdi could actually solo knock out the Regieleki all the way to the top path, but this is a complete battle here all the way into the bottom side, and that is BRU taking the additional defense for their team, but Regieleki is still looking good here. Look at the block here as well coming in from the Snorlax. Very, very beautiful here. Papaza is backing away a little bit here. They have to respect that execution from the Snorlax.
And now Buriram United Esports will play defensively onto the top path here on the tier 2 goal zone, having to really secure that ultra route. And into the bottom path, since it's a tier 1 goal zone, you have 2 players defending that goal zone. However, it is a shadow sneak, quickly going in, 1 down already. Buriram United Esports lost another.
Lost another comrade and lost a goal zone actually all the way to the bottom path. Both tier 1 goal zones are taken down at the hands of BRU, and they seem to cannot find the spacing in order for them to bounce back a lot here. But yes, they have been getting the Swablues and Altaria for quite some time, and it's just, you know, a way for them to trade out some XPs.
Sure. But Alter Ego is still holding on here. We're talking about Alter. They went in for the once again, and they're winning. Shadow Sneak comes through, Versailles goes down. Buriram United Esports very quickly once again. Alter Ego, shockingly enough, just constantly finding those opportunities to get those KOs happening, and Shingdi is the center of them all.
Yeah, and right now, Alter Ego just trying to maximize their capabilities here. Rainy D trying to go for the knockout here, tries to stance change immediately with the Focus Blast and Prior Punch, but because of that block, it gave enough shield, so definitely doesn't want to overextend a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So 158 point lead already for Alter Ego. The objective is coming up pretty soon into the bottom pad here, and I think that would be a good opportunity for Buriram United Esports. And now considering as well, after the objective, they can straight go into the Regieleki or go straight in a tier 2 goal zone into the bottom lane.
Oh, very quick secure of Regirock for Alter Ego, making their presence felt here. Overheat is going to be missing up against 94. But oh, Phantom Force to escape. Focus Blast is going to be hitting as well. And that is going to be the knockout up against the Cyril Edge in that situation.
Yeah. And now Alter Ego, that quick response of like Hoopa actually going in for the Rings Unbound as well was perfect. He was able to go in and put out his teammates immediately onto the top tier 2 goal zone and deny anything away from Buriram United Esports. 2 down already for BRU.
Yeah, right now, BRU making the Regieleki march even further, and that's gonna be the Unite move up here by Papaza, and that would be denied immediately by the block. Gets blocked immediately by the Rock Tomb instead, so they focus their attention into the Regieleki.
Yeah, and they did. So Regieleki goes down, they were able to get through it, but defend it. So they are able to really avert the risk of the tier 1 goal zone going down for the likes of Alter Ego in a battle up against Buriram United Esports. Now Shadow Sneak onto the Umbreon with a Miraen chasing him down. Ooh, those Shadow Sneaks are sneaky and very sad. All taken down. That will be a KO.
Wow, phenomenal execution still from Alter Ego, dominating this matchup so far. Not letting BRU really move the way they want to. And Papaza is going to be taken down by the Shadow Claws from Shingdi. Back and forth, it's just Alter Ego dominating each side of the map. And they are just ready for every single objective here. Okay. Not going to be quite enough yet. Alter Ego trying to, you know, play these a lot. Very careful. So definitely they're going to be having a tough time here. Psyshock's going to be deployed here as well, so definitely they need to look forward to.
They're going in for the objective here. 30 seconds remaining before the Rayquaza comes up. And Buriram United Esports wants this objective for themselves. Charge beam not being enough as BRU takes it down.
That's an additional defense for their team once again. Great security coming in from their team. Alter Ego really has to look forward to that they could not deploy the damages that they really want to here at the final stretch.
Now, You have the Rayquaza coming up already. Positions are well maintained already by BRU as well, but Sarnak, but how do we things off?
Starting things off. You gotta go to the front line immediately. And Alter Ego is just forcing the Rayquaza already. But Ice trying to block everyone else here. Charge Beam is gonna be there all the way into the back line, applying the pressure up against BRU.
Yeah, and now you also have BRU just finding their footing, just trying to find the options to come through, but Crustal's already very low, so they have to set things up with the Unite move.
What a beautiful eject button, but the block is gonna be there from Eyes. And Raisin Bound was already pop up, he's gonna get punched immediately. And the Rayquaza time is gonna be ticking, but that would catch them all here. But the Queen's Ascendant will catch Wim down as well. Pupaza has to back away right now if they really want to have a second chance. But 2 members down already on the side of BRU, and they are just looking for a steal opportunity, but gets blocked immediately. Focus Blast! It's gonna be enough for them to take the Rayquaza, and BRU looking to score goals.
Wow, Buriram United Esports was able to take down the Rayquaza buff, and now it's Alter Ego was trying to defend it, but there's no options for them to do so. It's just too good. Every single one of them still has that Rayquaza buff, so a lot of points pouring down onto Buriram United Esports' side. They are now on the 30-point lead.
What a focus blast coming in from the Blaziken, making it sure that they can actually get the last hit from a distance. And right now, BRU diminishing their points immediately, and Alter Ego cannot defend this, and BRU creates the upsets, takes game number 3 in the series.
Yeah, it was just it's a clutch Meister in the making here for Buriram United Esports. Armor Lodge, Ayaka, time and time again, he did it once again. Because a while ago, if you remember, it's Ayaka as well who did just an amazing miracle play a while ago in their respective matchup. And once again, he's doing it once more. Up against Alter Ego is just phenomenal and incredible to watch.
What a game! What a game! Props to Alter Ego being able to dominate the early stages, the first 8 minutes of the game. BRU really had something on their pocket. They know they were being catched immediately by the block of Ice. So definitely they have to fall back a little bit, use the Queen's Ascendant to isolate another member from Alter Ego and eventually create a distance, really backing away a little bit here, knowing that it is actually very critical for their team. And it's just a focus blast. That was enough, and might I tell you, it's not just a focus blast at stake. There was a fire punch in order for them to go in all the way for the Rayquaza spit, and they focus punch, a fire punch back at the wall from the Rayquaza spit, and focus blast landed immediately on Rayquaza.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that the focus blast is not gonna connect, because there were a couple of Pokemons, there were a couple of players from Alter Ego that can deny it and that can do a little bit of that blocking. And I was already thinking that Alter Ego has gotten this. Alter Ego is taking this objective away from Buriram United Esports, but no, it's not. It's just a little bit of a shocker, and just from that Rayquaza fight, just from that Rayquaza objective, they're back at it again. They're back into the game. They want it through and through.
Just looking at the draft, it's crystal clear that Alter Ego controlled the whole game. Even at the stat-wise numbers, just take a look at that. The average score of Alter Ego is way on par with everyone else. They're around 70s, they're around 80s. But it's actually one-sided. Actually, on BRU, it was just the Armor Rouge trying to, do it all for their team. But at the last minute, Blaziken was able to stand up for their team, and everything, it was just a flip.
It definitely was. So Ayaka was just Ayaka's but man, for sure. Every single time I think Ayaka have been doing a lot of these things of miracles. I'm sorry. He did this up against Talon Esports once again just a while ago, right? And taking a single win away from them. Yes, Talon still won the series. But nevertheless, Buriram United Esports has done a miracle from that just because of Ayaka. And once again, he's done it one.
Yeah, full of miracle plays indeed. For BRU, this is their trademark. They know that they're gonna win the game if they focus themselves all the way from Rayquaza. Definitely a huge game and a huge W for their team. And right now, it's going to be a lot of pressure there for Alter Ego as they will be going down once again into the leaderboards, having 3 wins and 4 losses as far as I know. So definitely that's a huge amount of pressure, especially when Blacklist International later on Ren Sejong gets their respective wins.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really excited for those because the thing is we still have the last 2 series and these 2 are going to be very important.
Yeah, very important indeed. So please, guys, don't go away because Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. It's still Pikios and Infinity, your casters here for the English broadcast, and it was a ride during game number 6. Actually, stand corrected, it's not the Focus Blast who landed the last hit, it's gonna be the Armor Rouge with the Armor Cannon. But yes, let's set that one aside and focus on our next game. That's gonna be Evos ONIC up against Elevate back in the field.
Yeah, and the thing is, we talked about this already, how the results have been for the whole day today. The leaderboard has changed, right? And the thing is, the battle between Elevate and us, these are top 9 and top 10. So if Evos ONIC wins up against Elevate this time around, and then Elevate would, or well rather Evos ONIC would be rising into the likes of top 7 position. The Blacklist International will go down. But if Elevate wins it, this will be a very, very fantastic situation, and it will be Elevate and Evos ONIC on the same position, on the same footing, on the same series win and loss. So that will be a very important situation. Elevate really has to act up if everybody still want to go for the top 8.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Evos ONIC actually played a total of 6 games. This would be their 7th game, so if they lose this one, their hope is gonna be getting darker. And Elevate, on the other hand, this is just their 6th game, so if they do win this one, definitely it's a good sign for them. But if they lose this one, it's actually the same case for Evos ONIC, but you know, there's still a larger hope because of the total games that they play.
Yeah, for sure. So that is just the whole storyline for this matchup. If we're coming down to it, like who's gonna win, who's going to lose. I think it is really important to really look out for both these teams, Evos ONIC and Elevate, in the series, and even the next match later on. So that is just very, very important and significant in terms of affecting the top 8 position.
Yeah, and for sure. And I know a lot of people have been waiting for another QR code, so you know, just sit back, relax. We're gonna be flashing some QR codes later on in this stream, so make sure to tune in. But yeah, game number 7, or actually match number 7 for tonight. That's gonna be again Evos ONIC up against Elevate. They're fighting for a better spot here. They're currently 9th and 10th according to the seeding. Elevate only won a single series, while Evos ONIC got already 2. But the total number of games they played, it's actually Evos ONIC having it a larger scale with 6 games. 7th game is on its way.
Yeah, for sure. And this is it. Like, I'm really, really excited to see like who's going to be able to take it down for themselves, who's going to win it. But looking at it, for the key player here for Evos, it's going to be having the Blaziken, having the Garchomp, and the Mimikyu. And so far, we have seen these are huge impact Pokemon that can really change the tide of the game, that has that capability of really just securing those backliners and getting a huge deal of damage.
Yeah, and on the other hand, it's gonna be Miva, you know, the lone or the OG central laner here for Elevate. You know, Blaziken, Dodrio, Leafeon, the top 3 picks of Miva, you know, quite phenomenal, especially with the Leafeon once he gets Leafeon on his hand. So definitely one of the huge factor, or one of the key factors that we have to look forward to heading towards this game. But mind to tell you, Evos ONIC, this is going to be their first game for today, so they have a big advantage in terms of fatigue factor here.
Yeah, I think, here we go. The caster prediction. I think this is the first time that we're going to be on the same foot. In terms of, like, Philippine teams, at least.
You did your assignment in advance, alright?
Yeah,
you did your assignment in advance. Yeah. It's very present right now, without any hesitations. Evos ONIC versus Elevate, our first game for their matchup for tonight.
Yeah, and I reckon it's really, it's just really going to be important. We reiterated it time again already, so I'm not gonna reiterate it anymore. But the thing is, in terms of that prediction, I think if there's any team that Elevate could bring down, I think it could potentially be Evos ONIC. Darkrai is a ban?
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah.
That's just kind of a waste, no? But
yeah,
anyways,
so, yeah.
moving forward, we have Miraen as a priority here by Evos ONIC that opens up the likes of Leafeon and even Urshifu prioritize these Pokemon, this could definitely be it. You still have Blissey and Clefable as well if they want to go for that supporter and just hide their attacker down the road for their second rotation and last rotation picks.
Oh, I'm actually quite concerned with Elevate. Why did they... I feel like they overlooked this one. So definitely that's a one free slot for Evos ONIC they really could take advantage of. But, you know, I think it's actually a... what do you call this one? It's actually one of the things that, you know, it's actually bad, and at the same time, you just have to let it go. So
Yeah,
they just have to let it go off, you know, just have to focus
God.
on your draft at least. So, interesting draft here. Mimikyu, Blissey, you know, could give a lot of heals, could give a little bit of crowd control, and isolation for the Mimikyu.
Yeah, and for now, the Snorlax or Shifu through for Evos on. Really strong so far. And then for the side of Elevate, they went in for the Trevenant and Mewtwo wide. This is what we're talking about in terms of these high priority picks. And so far, both these teams are going into more of a standard and a balanced type of team composition. Not really anything new, not really anything like very surprising. For the side of Evos ONIC, very front to back type of situation. You have the Snorlax to set things up, or Shifu and Garchomp to follow through into that set plays, and then you have Miraen as that backline damage. For the likes of Elevate, it will probably be Mimikyu and Trevenant to set things up to start off the fight, especially with Mimikyu's Unite move alongside with the Phantom Forest for Trevenant, and then Mewtwo Y and Leafeon are going to be the damage dealers. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's gonna be the storyline here. But the question is, can they actually safeguard those high damage blowing Pokemons here in the side of Elevate? Because I might tell you, that's also the same case here for Evos ONIC. They have the Miraidon, they have the Urshifu, and they also have the Garchomp. All of them can actually deal a lot of damage. And when it comes to range, the Miraidon would be there. And when it comes to, you know, close team fight, team battles, it's gonna be the Urshifu and the Garchomp gonna be landing those ones.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what the situations are we uphold here for Elevate versus Evos. But so far so good. I'm looking at the compositions. Both these teams are going in for a bit of a standard. In terms of the early game, I reckon Elevate has that opportunity to have that little bit of edge just because they have the Leafeon, they have the capability of just roaming around, they have the Mimikyu that's really strong, even at level 4. So that could be something that Elevate could bank on. But even then, even with that bit and minute advantage coming down into the early stage of the game, I don't think they're going to be hyper aggressive in the early matchup.
Yeah, because you really do have to be careful, especially doing hyper aggressive plays, because it has a high reward and at the same time high risk. That if you don't manage to convert those hyper aggressive gameplays, definitely you would suffer a lot of XPs. And knowing that Evos ONIC here, on the other hand, have a lot of great investment towards the late game. Actually, you know, almost all of them has great investment on late game. So Elevate really has to play the hyper aggressive strategy very, very carefully here.
Yeah. So we'll see. So this is what we talk about in terms of early game. Elevate has a bit of advantage. Ooh, wow! I did not expect. Actually, Snorlax going for the Forest Invade.
Wow, it's actually very quick. Look at this. They're just trying to dismantle the rotation here. Quite phenomenal here for Evos, making sure to buy a lot of time. And Leafeon will be here anytime soon, so potentially could go for the fight. But Razor Leaf is going to be the option here. If that was a Solar Blade, that could actually connect at a much more greater distance. But look at this Urshifu from Evos. That's going to be the first knockout at least for the team. Tempa is going to be backing away a little bit here. And before that, you know, QR codes already on your screens. Make sure to scan it.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have Elevate also losing their mid. This is pretty unfortunate. Evos ONIC goes in for that 4-man rotation on top. This is our expectation that Elevate has that better edge, right? But Evos ONIC is changing things up. They're going in for that hyper-aggressive plays that really just shocks Elevate out of proportion at this stage of the game, which is really unfortunate because Miraidon as well is able to really just defend it. Trevenant has to buy time for a bit to reach that final evolution. And Evos ONIC just capitalizing each and every single moment.
do have to capitalize this one. And Blank, look at that, super aggressive in order to knock out and potentially score some goals here. That's actually going to be a huge contribution here for the side of Elevate. And Junior Absent is just trying to search for some information for their team as of now.
Yeah. So now Elevate, what are you gonna do here? You have to have a slam already. Oh no, Blank's in danger. Still going for the Shadow Sneak. That was so close, but Evos Onyx has a 3-man rotation on top side of the map that he cannot go for the all-in.
Yeah, cannot go for the all-in indeed, but right now, Evos Onyx trying to apply some pressure here, all the way to the top path. They do want the Swablues and the Altarias later on, and they also want the Regieleki that's going to be spawning in 22 seconds here. But right now, Heavy Slam is going to connect here to create some distance, but look at that Razor Leaf, and oh my goodness, what a damage coming in from Evos Onyx, doing a double knockout, and right now, they're going to be the ones to secure the goals. That's actually a triple knockout coming in from their team.
And now it's Elevate and Evos Onyx, very point system, but not anymore as Evos Onyx goes in for the dunk here when you removed already top hat as Elevate has just to prioritize the Registeel instead. Well, Evos Onyx just goes in for the handshake, went in for the Regieleki. You already have the guy ready waiting as well. Who's gonna take it down? It will be the Trevenant. Elevate takes it down.
Yeah, and right now they're going to be eyeing on the prize. Emerald 2-step is going to hit against Resort. And the Snorlax, on the other hand, has nowhere to go, has to back away in order to prevent from being knocked out immediately at the hands of Elevate. But Evos Onyx so far has the lead in terms of scoring.
Definitely so. Evos Onyx, just because they have the Regieleki that they were able to get, and you also had the tier 1 goals that they were able to dunk on onto the top side of the map. So far, Elevate a little bit of a disparity in terms of goal point accumulation, but this far it's not that different. It's not that big of a difference. So they can still definitely come back.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, play with me to isolate the Garchomp here. Has to eject button immediately all the way from their goal zone. Well, look at that. Quick response, quick teamwork coming in from Evos Onyx to turn the tides around.
That's really unfortunate because Leafeon was trying to go in for the dunk, and that was 30 points to consider, right? But unfortunately enough, Evos Onyx was ready waiting. Goes on, the defense was phenomenal, and Leafeon was not able to go for it, and he dropped his energy points, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate.
It's really
right?
unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is right now, so definitely have to be very careful on what's going to happen around your map, around the forest, so definitely have to check every single tall grasses here before you execute things down. But Junior Absent, on the other hand, is being pressured here by Kane. So definitely Kane has the damage to do so if he really wants to go for the knockout. But he's having, you know, a little bit of a feeling that a lot of members from Elevate are hiding in the tall grasses as well.
Yeah, but now Evos Onyx has a massive lead already, especially considering when it comes to levels and XPs. You have Urshifu at level 11. In average, I believe, as for Elevate, in average, it would be probably like level 9. So that level difference and XP difference would put Evos Onyx at a much better position compared to Elevate.
Yeah, right now Regi's already popped all the way into the bottom path. That's going to be the handshake once again. And right now, Elevate, what could be the next execution coming in from their team?
Now, Evos Onyx, with them just going for it, they want to go aggressive, they want to find value, and you have the Unite move coming from YouTube. Why going for it with a huge amount of damage? Phantom Force, put a knock up with a Horn Leech as Snorlax goes down.
Oh, Bliss Assistance as well. That's going to add up a lot of shield here for the Trevenant. But the Livid Outrage from ALR and plus the Eject Button, they will back away for now. But the Tier 1 Gozo was taken out immediately all the way to the top path. But the Dragon Rush with Beat After Rush takes down Tempest. Managed to keep it still up with the Eject Button. And Evos Onyx trying to go for a knockout once again. But the block would be there to prevent everyone else from Elevate advance even further.
And that will be how like Elevate and Evos Onyx will be battling this out back and forth. And the difference has now closed up with Elevate only being at an 11 point deficit up against Evos Onyx this time around. So nevertheless, Elevate is still holding on into this matchup. And those plays coming in from Trevenant has been amazing for Elevate as well. Those Phantom Forest, those Horn Leech, those isolated plays. We talked about this a while ago, and I think it's just really that important that you need or you get those isolated plays and get the numbers advantage as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And you have to be quick here and Elevate. The score line. It's very much on par right now, but definitely they need to take down some points here. But on the other hand, Miva once again taking a knockout for their team. They really want to maximize and hyper prioritize everything else here. Try to go for some knockouts immediately for them to advance even further at a greater position. But Miva won't be scoring at least all the way into the top path. Great defense from Kane, but on the bottom side of the map, this is going to be a breakthrough fight for both teams. That Dragon Rush, it's gonna connect here, taking down Miva instead, the one who started everything in the top path.
Yeah, and now Leafeon is gone, and now Elevate could go in for the Red Rock. However, Evos ONIC still has an advantage. They have to respect the lead onto that fight. Now Mimikyu is gone as well. Elevate has just to retreat and pay the respects on the Evos ONIC, taking down the Red Rock.
I'm not quite sure why Elevate was trying to force their way all the way from the objective all the way to the bottom path. They could have gotten a better position all the way from the Rayquaza's pit, and right now it's still Evos ONIC leading the charge so far.
Yeah, and now the Rayquaza will be open as Evos ONIC will start it up quite a bit, but Elevate is just readily waiting. They have to wait for Leafeon. They have to up. No isolated targets that will come through. Tempest already down low.
Down low indeed, but right now, Junior Absent is being blocked immediately by the Snorlax. Play With Me is going to be pop-up as well. It's going to be the Bliss Assistance, but the Live of Outrage going to be available as well at the hands of Evos ONIC. So this Meteorite is going to be falling down, and 3 members are already knocked out at the side of Elevate. It's just the Leafeon and the Mewtwo that's left here. They're just waiting for a perfect opportunity to take the Rayquaza for the prize, and Miva was blocked immediately. Can they take the last hit? No, they don't, as Evos ONIC would secure the Rayquaza and eventually secure this game.
Yeah, and that will make sure that they get enough points, they get enough damage coming through. Evos ONIC at a 200 or 100 point lead already coming down to it, and you have more coming through. Evos ONIC, what a play that they have done on that final fight, getting those rushed in. It's really just phenomenal. Those methodical playstyle, just go front to back. That's pretty much it.
I'm not quite sure actually I'm not quite sure why Elevate tried to contest the objective all the way to the bottom path, knowing that they could actually get a better spacing from the Rayquaza spin if they hyper prioritize the Rayquaza instead, in which, kind of understandable. They want the buff for the team fight, but at the same time, if they don't get it, then what's next? Evos is just gonna get the upper hand all the way from the Rayquaza spin, and that is just what happened a while ago, and Elevate down by a game here, could go for the flip later on, but Evos ONIC so far, they're doing very, very great in this series.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're doing really amazing. I mean, Evos ONIC is still one of a well-recognized team as well. It's still very strong, even in like the prior tournaments as well. They have foundational experience and they have huge amounts of knowledge here in Pokemon UNITE. So both these teams are, I reckon, to be nearly in par with each other, but Evos ONIC, in terms of their all throughout that series, all throughout that game number 1, was clean and collected, very methodical, is not really giving any risk towards Elevate to capitalize on in terms of taking down that opportunity. And if you're looking at a graph, it's Evos ONIC all throughout the beginning and taking that huge lead.
Yeah, and it's just a massive game for Evos ONIC, making sure that, they punish Elevate later on into the late game, knowing that, Elevate was actually controlling a lot from the first 6 minutes of the game, actually for the first 8 minutes of the game to be specific, but it's just a major downfall for them the moment that they tried to contest that Regirock a while ago all the way to the bottom path.
Yeah, and at this point, yeah, and I think at the very beginning, I think that's something that I want to, just because of how, like, Evos, like, despite a little bit of that disadvantage in terms of that early game, they capitalized onto, like, Urshifu and Gabite and went in for the 4-man rotation on top side of the map and just made a surprise attack, which was a bit unexpected, which gave them a huge level advantage, a huge XP advantage as well, and deny a couple of points away from Elevate.
Yeah, and speechless right now. A lot of upsets are being made, at least for this tournament day. I mean, just imagine that. Everyone was pinched down. Everyone was caught by the hands of Elevate, or rather by the hands of Evos ONIC. There were just like wild Pokemons being caught by the setup of Evos ONIC.
Yeah. So at this stage, coming down into the next game, what do you think about like what Elevate can do at this point? Because in terms of their composition, it's not really that bad if you're gonna think about it. It's like Mimikyu, it's Blissey, you have Trevenant, you have Mewtwo, and also Leafeon. This is very standard in terms of composition. And we talked about it already, like Mimikyu and Trevenant will be the ones tasked to set up those plays and be the ones to engage on those team fights, and then you have Mewtwo and Leafeon to be the ones who's dealing damage. And I think one of the reasons of why it was so difficult for Elevate to be able to come through into like a massive advantage all throughout that fight is the execution, right? Evos was a lot cleaner, was a lot more of that having that surprise factor, and very methodical as well in terms of that set up plays. Snorlax consistently just sets the things up really, really well for Evos Esports, and then Urshifu, Garchomp, and Miraen will just follow through. And I think that's just like one of the headaches that Elevate has to conquer down the road for Game 2 in the series.
Yeah, you gotta respect that Snorlax that you pointed out a while ago, because the blocks were really phenomenal, blocking out, some engages, blocking out some pathways for Elevate for them to advance even further. So definitely, I feel like they have to respect that one actually, or it's either they respect or they get the Snorlax for their own hand. So I'm not gonna be quite sure what would be the game plan here for Elevate, but they really do have to be cautious by the Snorlax, because the setup and everything from Evos ONIC just at the hands of the Snorlax, and everything was just a follow-up for their main damage dealers.
Yeah. So now, coming down into game number 2, we're now here. Picks and bans. Now Elevate went in for the purple side selection, and now going in for Rhydon as well. For Evos ONIC, now they could prioritize the likes of the Umbreon if they want to for that. That's really open. Urshifu is still really strong. Mimikyu is also open for Evos ONIC to pick up.
Yeah, but right now, Snorlax is being hovered here by Evos. One of the key factors, or actually the key factor for their victory on game number 1. They're going to be repeating the history here. They're going to be taking the Snorlax, same thing with the Garchomp.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Like, okay, there we go, Urshifu. I was like thinking, like, are they really going to give up Urshifu and also like the likes of Mimikyu as well? But this is really good. Coming for the side of Elevate, they're going in for the Umbreon, they're going for the Urshifu. This is as expected as we could hope for the likes of Elevate to come through. Now for the side of Evos ONIC, they already have Snorlax, they have Garchomp already, so they need that attack, they need that damage to really just sprung up their composition. And Mew definitely does have a lot of utility, but I'm thinking, like, is this going to be enough? I think they need one more damage dealer, may it be an all-rounder or a pure attacker.
Yeah, I feel like Cirillage would be a good setup here for the side of Evos ONIC. Could be a central laner actually for their team, but oh my goodness, the signature of Elevate, it's gonna be the Sableye. This Sableye is actually full of surprises for Elevate, and actually for Blacklist as well. They actually love to utilize Sableye as well. So Sableye is one of the high risk, high reward Pokemons here, wherein you just have to, annoy. You just have to be an annoying Pokemon to be specific, for you to ruin the goal setups, for you to ruin the setups as well coming in from the opposing team. So I feel like that is actually your main purpose here, to be specific.
Yeah, and I reckon it's just like Sableye is good in terms of that surprise factor, and I think that is one of the reasons why how Elevate has won in their prior series. If I remember correctly, it is one of those series that Sableye was being used, and it became really obnoxious to deal with in their opponents, to the point that it was respect banned in the next game that it was used by Elevate. So really, I think this would be a good thing for Elevate, just because it's just one of those comforts for this team.
Yeah, And this could be the bounce back from Elevate that everyone has been waiting for, especially for the Filipino fans who has been supporting them all out, because Elevate, they're one of the most formidable teams actually before, but right now it seems like they're having a tough time to stand in their footing, knowing that they are at the bottom of our leaderboards together with Evos ONIC. So right now, whoever wins this game will definitely benefit a lot in terms of momentum.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see whose momentum is gonna come through. Is it going to be Evos ONIC, as currently all match point, one game away into taking the whole series down for themselves? Or is it going to be Elevate with a Sable Eye that can make a huge comeback?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this Sableye is going to be a huge factor to the point that Elevate could actually, just go for the Chaos Glower, send back everyone into the base, whoever gets caught on it. And same thing with, the Shadow Sneak that would actually, sneak in. And just like that, they're just going to ruin the rotation here, coming to the side of Evos ONIC.
Yeah. So in this early game, are they gonna, like how Evos ONIC went in for the Absol as well? I think that is a very thing to take note of in the composition of Evos ONIC. Going for the Absol is a huge signal for them to go aggressive early game. I think that is one of the expectations. If you're looking at the map right now, you have Absol already rotating, going in for the top path, and this is already an expectation just because the Absol is present. Right, the one of the strongest early game Pokemon.
Yeah, and Absol really needs to dominate this early game, to be specific, because they might get caught on the setup of Junior Absent later on, and that's going to be a really tough time for their team, knowing that the hyper prioritization here from Elevate is, make this arena available as quick as they can, but right now they're going to be struggling a lot here. That Razor Leaf not going to be connecting, at least to go, or rather, actually that's Razor Leaf actually not going to be connecting into their favor. So definitely a good start for Elevate here, but Evos ONIC so far trying to bounce back little by little.
Yeah, so we'll see. You have Evos just going in for the elimination as well onto Sable Eye, going for the invade. It's really unfortunate because the thing is, like, Sable Eye, the reason why he's there is there's two things, right? It's to just confuse the opponent and just be like a menace in their own forest. And I think like Evos ONIC just punished.
Yeah, I mean, because you have to punish and get a lot of XPs if that Sableye would just be lurking around all the way to the forest. I mean, that has to be your quick action item for you to gain the upper hand and make the advantage of Elevate become a disadvantage on their favor. So right now, Heavy Slam, it's just going to be connecting at least, but right now 4 members from Evos ONIC trying to eye on the prize here all the way into the bottom path.
So yeah, it's a little bit of that patience game alongside with just playing it methodically. And I think Junior Absent later on would have a lot better impact than this early game. Cell level 5, more playing of that support role. Jinky.
Alright, Kane dealing a lot of damage, and Miva together with the Sableye. Junior Absent is gonna get knocked out in this situation immediately, but Black on the other hand goes for the triple axle. 2 knockouts at least coming in. That's a very wonderful trade coming in from Elevate. They're not gonna be scoring the goals yet because Dragons is here for the response, but Lewis is focusing their attention all the way from the Altaria. So right now, this is going to be a total battle for the Regieleki.
Yeah, it is. Regieleki now being tested here. They want to take it down. You have Elevate and Evos ONIC will be able to bring it towards themselves and seal it away from the...
It's actually very huge here. Right now. Oh, Queen's Ascendant's gonna be popped up as well, and that Eltica is going to be taken down immediately out of the story, but they do have the Regieleki landed all the way into the top path, but not going to be quite enough, or actually it is enough to take down the tier 1 goal zone, but there was a trade happening at the side of Elevate as well, but those are 2 goal zones at the hands of Evos ONIC, bringing down a lot of pressure up against Elevate, and triple axle still going to be landed by Blank, but 3 members from Evos ONIC was there to knock him down.
Yeah, and Evos ONIC now on a massive ready. I think consistently this is what has been happening, right? How Evos ONIC has been playing very methodically, not allowing anything to be fed towards the side of Elevate, and I think that's really just amazing, right? Taking a lot of values for yourself, but not giving any value back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the toughest time that you could actually get, not being able to trade a lot of situations here. But look at that, Evos Onyx, Snorlax is actually pinched immediately by the main loop, and right now that's going to be the Urshifu charging even further. The Serena gonna be getting the knockout with that. The Queen's Ascendant was denied immediately, but the Midnight Splash, it's gonna be there, but not gonna be quite enough to take down some knockouts. And Elevate Unite is gonna be going in for the dunks that they need, but the Livid Outrage was there together with the backliner resorted. The Mew was able to trade the knockouts for their team.
Yeah, and now you have Elevate like slowly giving themselves back into a couple of points in, but Evos Onyx still sustaining the lead that they have already. And this is what we mentioned a while ago. Having the Absol in composition really just gives you a lot of advantage in terms of damage output in the early matchup. But ALR in danger, no support, no follow-up, just buying enough time, but not gonna happen as Regia like will be taken down by Evos Onyx.
And that's going to be the trade that they want to happen. But right now, the bottom path objective is actually available as well. And that's going to be the defense coming in from the Regieleki all the way to the top path by the Urshifu. And no one from Elevate seems to be focusing their attention all the way from the objective. So Dragons here will be prioritizing that one. And this is not what I expect. I thought that they were going to go for the objective trade.
Yeah. And now Regirock being taken down by Evos Onyx uncontested. Well, and I think at this point, they could just go in for the reset. Yeah, just going for the reset, going for the defense in the tier 2 go zone onto the top pad, and I think that's pretty much it. Okay, in danger.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Absol taken down of the pitcher immediately. But that Snorlax will be blocking the pathway here. The Power Nap is going to be there to give a lot of HP for their team. But the Cotton Cloud Crash is also there from Dragons, being able to knock out with the assistance as well. Queen's Ascendant will be pop up as well, coming in from the Serena, being able to take down the Mew in this situation. But Blank is struggling a little bit with a triple axle, being able to deploy a lot of damage, but at the same time not going to be able to secure a knockout for his own.
Yeah, and now it's Elevate who's back into the game here just because of that one initial engage. Keep just setting up those plays and just waiting patiently. And I think that's really fantastic. And that's the one of the factors, right? Having the Sable Eye, that surprise factor. Junior absent, you really don't know where he's coming from. And I think that's one of the biggest aspects you want to capitalize there on forward, having the Sable Eye and having just strong damage output with the likes of Urshifu in your competition.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, look at this. Elevate driving the bus here with a lead in terms of points. Definitely you have to maintain it as much as you can. That Regieleki is already available all the way to the top path. It would be a great diversion play if whoever secures this one, because 22 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza will be available, and right now Evos Onyx would secure this one. Elevate has to choose between defense or let the Regieleki land on their favor. But right now, Solar Beam gonna be not gonna be connecting at least here on the side of you. The Cotton Cloud Crash was already used immediately, so no more investments whatsoever at the side of the Eldegoss during the final stretch.
Yeah. And now Rayquaza now being started a little bit further there. Evos Onyx now going forward into the top path. Jinky already down. Sable Eye bringing him out. Rayquaza. Oh, it's Evos who takes it.
What a Midnight Slash coming in from Evos Onyx, and one by one, everyone else is crumbling down. 3 members down in the hands of Evos Onyx, and Elevate still has 3 members left. But Kane not going to be going in for the offense, at least go for the defense. They don't want Elevate to score the goals that they need. This would be a total defense coming in on their side. But look at who's sneaking all the way into the bottom path. That's going to be the Eldegoss sealing the lead once and for all. And Evos Onyx just has to play defense.
Yeah. Now Evos Onyx just going in for a little that point. Junior absent, almost taking it down. 40. Mew, that was so close.
What a timing from Resort. The Electro Ball on point, not making sure that Junior absent cannot land the points. And Kane was all the way onto the other side of the map as well, making sure that it would be harder for Elevate to catch up even further in this game.
And Evos Onyx 400 points already. I think with that Rayquaza objectives, they have secured it. They have secured the win already, and just going for those defense. If you're looking at the base, right, you have Snorlax to come through as well into that into jumping around onto the tier 2 goal zone to play defensively, and that's pretty much like what they have to do for the foreseeable future in 20 seconds time to really just finish and secure the win.
Wow, what a math game. What a mind games coming in from Evos Onyx. It seems like Kane was computing the maximum amount of damage with the Midnight Slash in order for them to secure the Rayquaza. And not just him. Every single members from Evos Onyx really invested a lot of moves on the Rayquaza, just like what Elevate did. And it's just a matter of fact that whoever has the better luck gets the last hit in this game, and that's gonna be Evos Onyx taking down the Rayquaza, taking down the game, and taking this series home.
Yeah. You know what? The only time I went to have like a same prediction as you, we both lost. But it's fine. It's fine. Like Evos Onyx, they really need this win to be able to come through and go above in the leaderboard. So with that said, with the 3-4, I believe they're now sitting at the top 7 position, and then Blacklist International goes down to top 9.
Oh yeah, I mean that's gonna be tough for Blacklist right now. They're currently 2-3, and they're gonna be having their game for tonight. That's going to be the last game up against MSJ. So definitely, if Blacklist International could take their victory once again, they will be back all the way from the top 8. So this is actually very, very critical for Blacklist International if they want to remain on their current standing point. But you know, the matches for tonight won't determine your current standing. It's going to be the tomorrow games that will determine your, most likely 90% or 80% chance whether you'll make it to the playoffs or not.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, Evos Onyx doing a lot of work there in game number 2. Fantastic showing of their strength as well as they're slowly climbing up and up. But after this, still have one more to go, Pikachu.
Oh, yes. One more. It's going to be Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong for the last game for tonight at least. So, if I'm not wrong, so yeah, Evos Onyx is, Blacklist International is sitting already at number 9. And Evos Onyx, oh wait, actually, Evos Onyx is sitting at 7th place. And 8th and 9th is going to be Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong. But due to the fact that Miraen Sejong won a lot of games compared to Blacklist International, they're currently on the 8th place. So whoever wins this game would advance even further into the rankings. And then whoever loses will go at around 9th place. So this would be a guaranteed 8th place for Evos Onyx, at least for tonight. And it will be a mix of 7th and 9th, whoever wins this series.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how the difference is going to be. Ooh, the viewer giveaway. We have the letter.
So what do you think it's gonna be? The letter. First hidden letter is letter A. There's a total of 6 letters actually. Can we think of a Pokemon that starts with the letter A with 6 letters?
The letter A. Should it be a Pokemon? I have no idea.
I have no idea as well, Infinity. So, guys, don't miss out. Stay tuned for every match day and decode the secret word using the form in the post description to submit your answers. And of course, only in the Southeast Asia fans are eligible for this campaign. So you have a shot to be the grand winner of our ticket to ACL Finals, or you might win our merchandise. This could be the keychain jersey or the 3rd anniversary original puzzle.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. I'm really excited as well, right? Yeah. Coming down into the ACL Finals next year, it will be happening on Japan, and then it's pretty much like the best of the best teams coming down for it in Japan in a single tournament that will be battling it out. So it will be really exciting for the viewers watching at home and for every single month fans out there.
Yeah, for sure. But again and again, last game for tonight. It's gonna be Blacklist International up against Miraen Sejong. So guys, don't go away. Our last game would be in a jiff. So don't go away. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League will be right back.
Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite!
The last game for tonight, Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong right here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League will be brought in a bit. Big Eels alongside with Infinity ready to bring the action for the last game for tonight.
Last game. Miraen Sejong against Blacklist International. Very important matches, especially considering that it was Evos ONIC, right, who was able to win. So they're going up above, and Evos ONIC right now is sitting at top 7. So this matchup will pretty much dictate who will be sitting at top 8. It's either Miraen Sejong or it's either Blacklist International.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's going to be very, very tough for both teams because both of them, I mean, every single team really does want to secure that top 8 spot for the playoff stage. They don't care, actually. It doesn't even matter if what seed do they get. Some of the teams may do, but some of them, it's just make it or break, especially knowing how stacked this league is. A lot of people, or a lot of teams actually really have their standings very, very similar. Namely, Full Sense, Talon, Alter Ego, all of them had a similar standing. Same thing, the Buriram, Esports, and ONIC. So definitely, every game counts here for this tournament. But right now, our featured player is going to be Sabine for Miraen Sejong, the main attacker from the team.
Yeah, it's Subin having to use Inteleon. But so far from what we have seen of SJ, Miraen has been that priority thus far. To seem like one of the things that Miraen Sejong really wants to play out. So that is one of the expectations later on, that Miraen will be decided in terms of the composition, or either even Espion as well has seen the light of day.
Yeah, and for sure. And on the other hand, it's going to be Dream, one of the key players as well here for Blacklist International. Favorite Pokemon, Pikachu, Venusaur, and Miraidon. And for quite some time, I've been seeing Dream use Inteleon as well during his ranked game, so I'm not going to be quite sure if that's going to be used for at least... Oh, I love the prediction! It's very equal. Actually, not equal. Almost equal. 6 out of 10 prefer or chose Miraen Sejong to win this series. But on the other hand, 4 forecasters here chose Blacklist International, or predicted Blacklist International to win this series. So as far as I know, that is Locus Low and Sayo from Taiwan. As far as I know, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, well, basically, I think these two teams have just a close stature from what they have shown us past. I think that is where I'm in terms of my prediction, and I think considering as well that these two teams in terms of the series are putting up a really important matchup in a series for themselves. I think they're just gonna put their best foot forward this time around, both of them.
Oh yeah, they really have to go all out, especially that a lot of every game counts right now, just like what I've said a while ago, and a lot of things are already at stake, despite this is not yet their last game for the whole season. But might I tell you, a lot of teams were already at 50% progress in terms of the round robin format. So definitely, they have to take consideration as well on what they really do have to work on it right now.
Now we have Mimikyu as a priority by MSJ, and then Blacklist International answers back with Leafeon alongside with the Snorlax. I think this is already like a a Philippine region trademark of like having a Leafeon as one of the comfort picks time and time again. As for the likes of Miraen Sajong, I think Bleach is really good, but they need an attacker or a defender to be picked up. And Garchomp really does work well as well, so a double all-rounder immediately secured already for themselves. And now they could go for like a Mewtwo Y if ever they want to go for that route of an extra attacker. And then the last one in terms of defender could be the likes of Trevenant. A Slowbro could be an answer as well. And a Mamoswine, that's what it is.
Another surprise by Blacklist International. You know, they don't have an attacker here. It's just speedsters, and it's going to be very tough. They do have a Greedent here, and Dramp is known for using attackers, but wow. Okay, I'm trying to digest on what's gonna happen here, but do you have any idea, Infinity, what is really up here with Blacklist International?
Okay, that is really the. Because the thing is, Sableye doesn't really give any sustain. It doesn't really give any sustain. I think Sableye as a supporter is more towards like a supporter of damage and supporter of vision. I think that is what he gives in terms of utility. So I think that is what Blacklist International is banking. But the thing is, like, in terms of that sustain, I think the the only one that has it would be the Greedent with the berries with a passive as well. So really, it's a very unorthodox type of pick. It's a new type of situation, type of picks. Their main damage dealer would be the likes of Dodrio and Leafeon, and then Sableye would just be that a complementary damage dealer as well. So Blacklist International just went in for like a glass cannon, but not really. It's very difficult to describe it, PKUs.
Yeah, because it's more of the high risk, high reward composition on what I can see here for Blacklist International, because a lot of their Pokemons are actually squishy. We don't have enough sustain. Yes, they do have the defenders on their pocket, but it's just going to be the Snorlax that could actually protect him. But we could also add Sableye in addition with the Chaos Glory that could send everyone back into the base if they get caught by division. So that's actually one factor, but that's only once compared to the other defenders out there in the game that, you know, could do multiple defense for their team.
Yeah, and now you also have like a Miraen Sajong, which has a standard composition. Right? You have like the Mamoswine, you have the Snorlax, you have the likes of Mewtwo Y for that damage, and you also have Mimikyu for that chasing potential. So really, I think in terms of like draft composition, MSJ, I really do like it a lot. I love the draft of Miraen Sajong.
Yeah. I mean, I'm loving as well their draft because yes, right now, up until now, I kind of get what Blacklist International is trying to do right now. Especially they want to make that Greedent a damage dealer. Yes, it would be viable as well, but it would take some time. So definitely Miraen Sajong would have to step up their game at the early stages of this tournament.
And now Blacklist International going forward onto the top side of the map, dunking a lot of points here. 40-point lead already just to start up the matchup, which is fantastic for themselves as well. So Miraen Sajong a little late in terms of going for that response, but it's too early to really be going for it into like a significant difference. Like it doesn't really matter at this point in 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things could still happen here. But Dramp actually making use of the attack weight on his pocket, making sure that he gets the maximum attack as early as the 8-minute mark. And I think that will be the case actually here. So definitely, we might be seeing a Belch moveset here. As far as I know, if they really do want that maximized damage later on. Trick Room gonna be popped off immediately to give a lot of ability for their team. And they're actually chasing for Lance here, who's actually caught by the Trick Room once again, advancing a bit further, but managed to get a knockout out of that team battle. But Ryu trying to block the vision as well from Miraen Sajong, and that's gonna be the huge engage coming in from their team, but not gonna be quite enough to land those hits.
Yeah, for sure. Now Blacklist International is going back and forth. This is pretty much like a tag your it situation. both just waiting for the right opportunity with the Altaris and Swablues to come up, and then the Regieleki to come up as well. So it's really just patience game from here on forward for both these teams. 10 seconds remaining before the objective comes up.
Yeah, and definitely have to look forward on those objectives. So yes, that's going to be the Belch here coming in from the Creedon from Drem. So that's got to be a huge attack setup later on into the late stages of the game. But look at this, Miraen Sejong trying to rush things down all the way from the Regieleki. That is going to be a complete objective take coming in onto their team. And they feel like they're just going to give it away for free here. But, you know, Regieleki buying a lot of time here. And yes, that's going to land at the goal zone of Blacklist International.
Yeah, and now you have Miraen Sejong. There's so much points already being dunked on the top side of the map. It will be tier 1 gold zone respectively for both sides. That will be taken down. It's an even trade so far. But Blacklist International with a huge response. Emerald 2 steps to bring down the Me2i.
Yes, and definitely a huge impact investing on that Unite move a while ago, as Blacklist International focused their attention all the way from the Registeel, but Shobo is here with the Egg Bomb too early, as that Razor Leaf is going to be sealing the requirement in order to get that additional buff for their team. But right now, Drem is somewhat a little bit of a pinch here for members down. Unite move has been invested already, but the Belch here is going to be landing a little bit, and you gotta love the mobility of Drem here, making sure that he gets away, but at the same time gets a little bit of a damage, but not gonna be quite enough to make it out here, because that is for members for Miraen Sejong completely going in for the knockout.
Yeah. And that it would be another tier 1 goal zone for Miraen Sejong. This is really good. And now MSJ knows that there is any possibilities for them to go for that point, and that will be a Leafeon just waiting on the sidelines. It's pretty much just going in like a 4-1 type of split. Miraen Sejong doesn't want to give any value, trade back on the Blacklist International.
And right now, Heavy Slam, it's going to land once again against Sabine. Ward trying to set up the place here, but not going to be quite enough. But Drem is just setting up a lot of mobility here. So all the way to the back line, making sure that Ward would be confused by the confused Ray. So it is just plain tag here for Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong. But on the other hand, that maybe could get a knockout, but Jill Trio from Blacklist International gets the trade immediately, as that Piloswine hasn't reached Mamoswine yet at 4:40 time mark off the game.
And now you have the Regieleki as well for Miraen Sejong on, and surely Blacklist International denied away, but Garchomp is there. A lot of damage coming forward. Dodrio is low already. KO, it comes through.
Oh, Livid Outrage, maximum damage output to take down the Doge Rio. But right now, Ryu will be investing the block in order to force that Regieleki to back away a little bit. But that goal from Ward, not going to be quite enough. Actually, it is enough to evolve into a Mamoswine. Bless Assistance will be there for another batch of assistance. But right now, Dejong is trying to go for the chase here. Trying to take down this Drem, actually the Greedon, the Berry Belly Flop is going to be invested once again, but there's not so much of an impact, and Blacklist International with a response. Look at that! Perfectly timed Ryu. A moment a while ago, everything was invested by Drem, but there doesn't seem to be anything that's quite happening. But with the response of Ryu, there was a turn of tides that happened, and right now they're going to be scoring a lot of goals here. And Shobo, ooh, what a beautiful egg bomb to deny it.
Yeah, now you have Mamoswine as well, jumping right through, going into the backside. That's 45 points coming from Greedent. Denied already. Snorlax just deeping into the tier 1 goal zone of Miraen Sejong, but at this point, it's still a 50-point difference here for both sides. Blacklist International currently on a deficit. 3 minutes into the game already. But Snorlax is just buying time for the Regirock to be secured by Blacklist International.
Yeah, and Ward is actually in the big deficit here compared to the defender of Blacklist International, so you have to be very careful on that move, because Ward is losing a lot of XP compared to the other members of Blacklist International. So right now, this is quite interesting. So being able to sneak in some goals all the way at the very top of the base of Miraen Sejong, and right now Regieleki gonna be spawning in 6 seconds. Definitely whoever takes this has a huge guarantee onto the Rayquaza.
And now Miraen Sejong wanted to go for the Regieleki. This will be a huge value, because this will put up a lot of those pressures coming through. But Blacklist International going to deny it away, going to the backside. Garchomp, you!
Livid Outrage is gonna be very big here at the hands of Miraen Sejong. They were able to knock out 3 members from Blacklist International, and Dremp is gonna be backing away a little bit here. They do have the mobility in order to sustain this and buy a lot of time. So definitely a lot of members from Blacklist International will be back once again on their footing. And right now, they're just gonna play it all out here at the final stretch.
Now, the Reiki is being started already. Blacklist International will
Play with me?
for that single isolation target. Being shot down, KO'd. And Miraen Sejong lost one, but Blacklist does as well. But Dremp being chased down by Jijeong.
Yeah, and Dremp is gonna be taken out of the picture immediately here, but look at that! He is just still up out there, trying to buy a lot of time, but 4-4 is gonna be the situation here. But right now, Blacklist International trying to sneak in some goals, but Miraen Sejong is not yet quite starting the Rayquaza. They know that they do have an investment all the way at the base of Blacklist International by that Regieleki, and right now, 1 minute and 13 seconds, this is going to be the part wherein they have to fight for the Rayquaza once and for all.
Yeah, and Rayquaza is still up. Miraen Sejong still has that lead. Blacklist International going for the chase there, going in to go for those eliminations. 2 KOs already, and now they are up to Rayquaza as 3 people are down.
And right now, 2 members left here from Miraen Sejong. Blacklist International really has a great shot. That Hurricanes will be disseminating the position of Miraen Sejong. And right now, it's going to be Dremp securing the last hit. Garchomp, on the other hand, would force its way all the way to the goal zone. But never mind, as the AO's energies of Blacklist International is pretty stacked, and they're going to be taking this once and for all.
A fantastic way to hold your breath into the very last moment. Blacklist International persevering all throughout that matchup, and in the end, Miraen Sejong a little bit of a puzzled into what had happened there. They were at an HP disadvantage, and Blacklist International capitalized on those set timers on them coming back to full HP from the Pokemon Center.
Blacklist International. My oh my! Despite the very questionable lineup that we've seen a while ago, they don't have attackers, they don't have all-rounders, but they managed to make it work! That high-risk, high-reward Sableye actually did its job together with Dremp being degraded a while ago, and definitely have to respect that kind of composition.
Yeah, fantastic. A really good way to finish it off. The Blacklist International. It was the composition is the thing that we were looking at a while ago, how it could potentially work. But the thing is, they made it work. They're able to really just play towards it. And I think to summarize it, like Blacklist International, it's still kind of a straightforward composition, right? You have the frontliners being the Snorlax and also the Greedent that has self-sustain as well. Snorlax has self-sustain if you think about it. And then you also have the likes of Siu going with Sableye, just roaming around the map and just really strong in terms of gaining that vision and that complementary damage, and then double damage with the Leafeon alongside the other. So really it's just unorthodox from what we have seen as a pattern throughout the day in comp.
Yeah, and Blacklist International is actually doing its job. They have a very great momentum, and it's just overall, great teamwork coming in from their team. They were able to make sure that, everything would work on their favor, despite not having the great amount of sustain or the well-rounded of a team compared to Miraen Sejong, who has almost every single role filled in.
Yeah, it's different. That's something that we really have expected in the past. Like Miraen Sejong, the G standard type of position, one of each, and then you have like a double all-rounder or like a double defender, which is pretty much like what we have seen as a standard already coming down. But you know what? Time and time again, we see these unorthodox picks that really is working. The likes of like a Zoro or Comfey, the likes of like a Sableye coming through. There's just so much variations of composition that works, and Blacklist International just found their.
Yeah, they really found their room in order to, bounce back even stronger. They were going online, offline in this tournament. They get wins, they get losses. That's actually part of being a team, part of being a player. But right now, we are seeing them being more consistent in this tournament, and I really, really love their coordination so far. They're really doing their job despite despite a little bit being out-drafted. They managed to make it work because it was actually the Snorlax dealing a lot of, open space for them for the execution from the Greedent and the Sableye to be smoothest at its finest.
For sure. And all throughout that game, I feel like these two teams are going back and forth, right? In terms of advantage, like one time it will be Black International, then the other it will be off. It's like just MSJ rather. He's like back and forth all throughout. It's just a matter of like going down into the last 2 minutes, like who's gonna take the Rayquaza, who wins the final objective, who really has the capability of just trying to look for like loopholes and opportunities to capitalize on, like going in for the sneak attack or going for the sneak dunk into the side lanes as well. Those are some of the options, right? Which still has risk. Which still has risk that you have to.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this over and over again. High risk, high reward was the name of the game a while ago, in which led Blacklist International to the match point at least for tonight. This could be the last game at least for tonight, but who knows, it could be extended by Miraen Sejong if they can force actually game number 3 in this series. So really, really possible here, especially that they have been going head-to-head with Blacklist International, but it's just Blacklist International really having a great teamwork so far.
Yeah, it does. They did have that great teamwork coming down into, especially on the latter stage. But do you want a game 3? Do you want like?
I mean, for sure we want a game 3 for more action,
right,
but at least we do hope that I do hope that Blacklist would still get the W if they, go for game number 3. But yeah. It is what it is, right?
Just so your predictions, right?
Yeah, just to say my
Our
predictions, right? We do ride on the same boat, at least for this series, right?
Yeah, at least for the series. I mean, we went for the same boat in the prior series, and we both lost.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
I think it's not a good combo that we should, stick on, both predictions, because both of our predictions go wrong whenever we do have the same prediction.
We'll see. Maybe Blacklist International changes things. But this time around, you have the Sableye now bad away, so huge respect, man. Coming from MSJ.
Yeah, this could be a wake-up call for Blacklist International because they don't have to actually ban the Darkrai right now, so huge wake-up call for their team. And they're going to be choosing to ban away the Blissey if they're going to be locking this one down. But Miraidon is actually banned as well. Might you tell you, no one used Miraidon a while ago as well.
Yeah, there wasn't. I was expecting actually the Blacklist International to go for it, but no. Miraen Sejong going for the Zacian though. This is really a good start. I think this is one of the statements that we have seen a while ago in terms of composition. It was really good to set up the plays. Very tanky, still has decent amount of damage there. And how Jejong was able to go in with a little bit of that impact in game number 1, I think that really meant well into having the Zacian for Miraen Sejong along with a Mimikyu and Eldegoss.
Yeah, but I do love still the composition here for Blacklist International as well. They do prioritize that Urshifu on their favor, and they do have a double defender setup right now that would actually be a defender because it has XP shares on their pocket, so we're not going to be seeing somewhat like the Greedent that we saw a while ago being used by Dream. So right now, it's going to be more of a traditional. Potentially, this would be an attacker for Dream. So it's not going to be a defender unless they make use of the Lapras. But as far as I know, it's going to be Lance whenever they use Lapras.
Yeah. So now we'll see what the adjustments are going to be. Mamswine along to Y for Miraen Sejong. So a very similar type of draft comp from what they did in game number 1. But for Blacklist International, I think this is a really good. I prefer this type of setup much more, just because they went in for the double defender, double all-rounder, and then you have the Dodrio as well for that extra amount of damage. And you have to consider that these Pokemon, despite not having any supporter, are still a lot sustainable. You have the Umbreon, you have the Snorlax that is defenders, and then you have the Garchomp that is really sustainable as well, or well, capable in terms of its defensive strength.
Yeah, and well, you see, because this Umbra can actually, act as a supporter, regardless of the moveset on what you use. Because me, look, definitely you could lock in a single member. And when it comes to using Snarl, definitely you could debuff your opponent or your foe. So definitely the other way around, as long as you use Mean Loot on your first type of moveset, definitely you could be a supporter whenever you want. You could be a defender as well, but for the setup, I feel like it would be Snarl and the Mean Loot that will be utilized here for Blacklist International, because they do have the Snorlax later on that will be going for the Heavy Slam and the block.
So we'll see. I'm really excited. It could potentially be the last game here for the series. Is it going to be Blacklist International that's going to take home the win? Because if they do, they are going to sit still in the top 8 position. But if Miraen Sejong wins, they will be the ones who's taking the top 8 spot.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, Blacklist International is going to be the ones all the way into the match point, so they definitely want to finish strong here in order to have a better momentum for tomorrow. For tomorrow, they will be going up against Talon, their brothers, and of course, up against Alter Ego onto their last game for tomorrow as well. So right now, this is going to be their main history. If they do take this game once and for all, definitely would be a big factor for them.
Yeah, and now to start up onto the early game, I think Blacklist International, even doesn't really have to force out these fights early on to the game. Yes, they could go and take a couple of KOs here and there. That is to be expected, but we're not going to be seeing like these all-in big engages 5v5 team fights early in the game. It's not going to be realistic, and Miraen Sejong at that point having that quick response as well from that swab loop just allow them to gain a huge amount of lead early in the game with 30-40 points already and getting a much bigger XP and level against Blacklist International.
Yeah, this is actually a very strong start for Miraen Sejong, being hyper-aggressive towards Blacklist International. They really want to get the chance of, being aggressive here, take down multiple knockouts as much as they can, because they know that the duo would actually be dealing a minimal amount of damage until it reaches a Dodrio later on. And right now, they are overextending all the way into the forest of Blacklist International, being able to take out some buffs there with the wild Pokemons together with some knockouts.
Yeah, now Blacklist International going in for the first invade here. Dramp a little bit of danger. Yeah, Siu stuck in the middle of their forest, and now that will be Jong was able to capitalize on it, and Dramp being chased out. We're trying to find him, but no, he's no longer there, brother.
Yeah, no longer there. Very sad to say. But right now, Blacklist International slowly but surely trying to bounce back. Oh, that's a perfectly timed heavy slam for Ryu to get away from the casualty. After that, Mewtwo was able to pop off the Side Strike. But right now, Ward is trying to punish him with the Ice Shards. Great timing indeed, making it sure that he lands the 4-point goal, making him evolve into a Piloswine. But right now, Dramp is trying to be over-aggressive here with a tri-attack and high jump kick.
Yeah, now Blacklist International going onto the top pad, really low in terms of HP for Shifu and Garchomp already. You have to retreat back to safety as Miraen Sejong just goes in for the dunk. Huge amount of points already secured here in Blacklist International. Having a little bit of a harder time in comparison to game number 1.
Oh, yes, and Miraen Sejong really loves to punish Blacklist International even more, especially here all the way to the bottom path. And right now, they're eyeing on the Regieleki all the way to the top path for them to have an even trade when it comes to the laning phase. But right now, it's going to be Blacklist International securing the Registeel here. Definitely has an additional buff for their team fights later on. But the question is, can they actually get those Ws in the team fights? Knowing that Miraen Sejong so far really has a big lead in terms of XP.
Yeah. And now Blacklist International. Siu, what's happening, brother?
Caught immediately. Oh, press it for a pause, but would be resumed immediately. So I feel like there must be a question here that would happen. So for the information to everyone, the moment that teams requested for a pause, it's more or less likely for tactical issues only. They aren't allowed to discuss strategical things. strategical topics to be specific while requesting the pause. So this is specifically made for the technical pauses for the teams that are experiencing just as lag and others. So we really do apologize for the delay, but what do you think so far? First 3.5 minutes, Infinity.
Miraen Sajong is looking really. I think that's like one of my comments. Like Miraen Sajong is looking really clean, even into the bottom pad in terms of that engage. They were able to really just find their footing. They're able to find like I believe like double KO or triple KO early on to the game, which really just led them to a huge XP advantage in going in for a couple of dunks. If you're looking at the level difference, right? Blackest International, Dodrio's level 9, sure, rest of the crew is level 7. For Miraen Sajong, you have Zacian's at level 9, Mimikyu's at level 9, Mewtwo Y that's level 8, and Pillow Swine along with Eldegoss that's level 7. So in terms of that like average XP, average level, Miraen Sajong definitely has it.
Yeah, and we just got a word here from our tournament marshals that it was Blacklist International who actually requested for the pause due to technical issues. So right now, we are back here towards the Sky Ruins. We're going to determine who's going to be winning this game. But right now, Miraen Sajong back on track.
Yeah, they're back on track. And now Blacklist International will be able to deny away that lucky away Sajong's push onto the Tier 1 goal zone. But unfortunately enough, you're looking at the map, there's no more Tier 1 goal zone. Blacklist International left into the bottom goal zone. And now Mewtwo Y, you stop the Unite move as well to deny Blacklist International's defense onto the Tier 1 goal zone. That's 2 goal zones down. Or well, there's 2 more points still standing. But it will go down pretty soon already. And Miraen Sajong sitting at a very, very good state.
Yeah, and they're very comfortable on their current state right now. They're just going in for the dunks and the points that they really do have. Drem actually trying to back away a little bit here, but he's gonna get chased down by the Zacian. Pretty well trained here. And Blacklist International keeps on struggling despite what's happening, but they're gonna be chasing Ward here all the way into the forest. That's gonna be rewarded by XP, so definitely they are looking for more fights, for more guaranteed knockouts in order for them to get a lot of XP.
Done. And now you have 20 seconds left. The Reggie top and Reggie bottom will come up. So, Miraen Sajong expectedly and even Blacklist International will try to set up the positions already. But a little bit of a shocker that Blacklist International is not setting their plays already. But there we go. Yeah. I believe they want to go for the Reggie steal. Miraen Sajong going in for a 4-1 split, letting Zacian go for the Reggie Alecki, while the rest of the crew go for the Reggie steal. Let's see if they can deny it.
Yeah, well, you see, they actually would love to have that SP attack because they really need to force a lot of team battles here in order for them to be rewarded by XPs if they really do win those team battles. But Ryu right now will get taken out, sent back to the base, and that Regieleki marching all the way to the top path, and that is just going to be another defense game here for Blacklist International. So they need a lot of XP in order for them to catch up and have the shot later on in the final stretch.
And now they're still fighting on Tier 2, denying that Regieleki. Blacklist International, despite the triple amount of Miraen Sajong's current points. But one Rayquaza fight could definitely change the tides here. But the question is, can Blacklist International find something within that time frame, come back from like what? A 40-point deficit?
Oh, yeah, that's only 40 points, and actually Blacklist International is slowly catching up here. They're actually caught up already in terms of XP. It's only the Mimikyu that's actually ahead here, but Drem is slowly but surely trying to catch up on that XP. So that is what we expect here when it comes to a Dodrio, because you do have that runaway ability that could actually give you a lot of movement speed if you manage to regain that bar HP or bar, wherein that indicates that you do have the runaway ability available on your favor.
Now Blacklist International for the defense into the Tier 2 goal zone back into the bottom lane. It is very difficult for them. I reckon they could go in on top path to just try and put a little bit of gap pressure, because I don't know if they can contest the Reggie bottom away from Miraen Sajong. Is a preparation also for Rayquaza?
Yeah. Ooh. That's a huge knockout for Miraen Sejong, being able to take down Shrimp into the picture. But right now, they're focusing their attention once and for all. So other members of Blacklist International, 3 knockouts immediately for Miraen Sejong. They're going to be taking down the Regieleki here, but there is not enough response here for Blacklist International. They're not going to be contesting it, or they're not going to be trading the Regi Ice all the way into the bottom path. So that would be a huge gap between both of these teams. And Miraen Sejong, on the other hand, will be placing their foots immediately all the way to the Rayquaza's pit, and the block would be there for Ryu, making sure that they get a lot of space here. But right now, that with the triple trample all the way from Drem, making sure that he's all the way inside, but the Infinite Cyber will be there as well, coming in from the Mewtwo Y. But on the other hand, it's just going to be Ryu blocking the pathway of the Mamoswine, and 2 members down already for Miraen Sejong.
And now it's Blacklist International currently starting up the Rayquaza, as there are 2 people down already from Miraen Sejong. Jaejon
Mewtwo
here already so low for Rayquaza. Who's gonna take it down? Blacklist International, are you going to take it? They do, and Blacklist International, a state of success as they're in a precipice of taking the win.
Beautiful last hit from Scent, making sure that they get a bit of wicked blow and a throat chop all the way into the team fight a while ago. Despite losing a little bit of a quantity out there, they really made sure to get the last hit. But right now, Ryu cannot actually score that 50 points, and definitely they still have the Garchomp, which is Lance, in order to secure it. And that would be enough actually for them to seal this huge lead. They just have to play defense immediately, go back into their base. But right now, Lance will be taken out in the picture.
Yeah, now you also have Urshifu going for a point, down into the base, goes in for the reset. That's fantastic. It's just a play on defense from here on forward, as Blacklist International already knows that they have done over 200 points already.
Yeah, and being able to dunk over 200 points, that's going to be a huge factor, or a great number in order for you to secure a victory after taking down the Rayquaza, because it's just a matter of fact that whenever you score your goals immediately, definitely you would want your team to be ahead of 200 and 300 after the Rayquaza fight, because it would be really difficult for the teams to score, especially we're going to be using the jump pass right now. And with Outrage, it's going to be popped up once again by Lance, making sure that Miraen Sejong cannot advance even further. The power nap will be there to make a hindrance out of nowhere, and Miraen Sejong will just accept their fate as they get beaten down by Blacklist International as they safeguard their spot in top 8 for tonight.
What a play coming in from Blacklist International. And with that win off that series, they have put into the top 8 position, at least for today here in week 2 of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. So really fantastic, and they're able to make it work, especially down into the Rayquaza position, despite Miraen Sejong having sustained a huge amount of advantage all throughout that early mid game. Blacklist came back.
Yeah, for sure, and it has been really a long day, everyone, and look at that. It's just, Miraen Sejong, they really did their best a while ago. Sabine was there to deploy some damage, same thing with Zhong. And, it's just Blacklist International. They really have a great sense of teamwork a while ago, making sure that they can actually bounce back in terms of whatever the situation is. It's just, when they lose Drem, definitely there would be someone that could bounce back for the team. It's going to be Sen, it's going to be Lance, and whenever they're down, Drem is back in action, and it's just Ryu doing his job. Going for the blocks, catching everyone down. That's actually a huge factor already for them.
Yeah, for sure. Now Blacklist International, I mean, we're this in 5 minutes. This is what we're talking about, right? It was MSJ was able to sustain such a huge advantage all throughout that early mid-game, constantly just putting up 120 point advantage up against Blacklist International, but slowly but surely Blacklist International came back with a lot of denying, with a lot of team fighting that they're forcing away from their opponents, which is just incredible to watch overall from Blacklist International and how they came back from a huge deficit.
Yeah, for sure, and fine. What a day 4. And might to tell you, it's not just these teams who got the victory. Well, our viewers at home, who might have won our giveaway here, we have total of 9 winners later on. I do believe that we're going to be holding giveaways every single live stream. So, wow. I'm really excited whoever won those, prizes. They do have the keychains, they do have jerseys. But of course, before that, we're going to be showing here that you must get your commemorative gift pack here. The code is PUACL 2025 for you to get your trainer outfit of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. And coming down into it, it is a commemorative gift pack for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League fans out there. The gift code would be PUACL 2025.
Yes, and of course, you can actually choose your favorite Pokemon Unite license for 5 consecutive days. All you have to do is just log in your account, or if you don't have your account, you can actually download it and create your account. Because on day 1, you're going to be receiving a free all-rounder. You can choose from 40 Pokemons. Day 2, it's going to be an attacker, choose from 12. Day number 3, it's going to be Speedster, choose from 7. Day number 4, for defenders, you can choose from 9 Pokemons. And day number 5, you can choose a supporter from 8 Pokemons.
Yeah, and it just gives you a lot of chance to try out a different Pokemon if ever you're really for something. And this is the perfect time for you to gain one of each role.
Yeah, for sure. You would love to get those Pokemons. I got myself a Blaziken. But yes, we also have our drops campaign here for December 2024. All the way from the live stream on Twitch. You can get your holiday style Holowear. You can choose from Blastoise, Dragonite, Gardevoir, Garchomp, and Mamoswine. And you can also have a free gift pack for a chance to win the Holowear for Pikachu and Crustle.
Yeah. Choose one from 5 Holowears. It's a good holiday set. It's a holiday Garchomp, Gardevoir. Personally speaking, what would you choose?
I already have the Gardevoir and the Garchomp as far as I know, so definitely I would rather pick the Mamoswine. But yes, we do have our giveaway winners! It's gonna be Orange, Papillon, Kino Prail, if I'm not mistaken. Jojo winning the original keychain. Oh my god, Orange, I know you. Congratulations. And we also have our official jersey winners. We have Art CJ1, Mild December, and for our original puzzle, we do have Kurami and Zen. Thank you so much for participating and tuning in into our live stream, and congratulations on winning your merchandise.
Wow. And we have a couple of days more. PUACL day 5, we have day 6, 7. We have more to go for the viewers watching at home. But of course, after Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, while it's ongoing, you also have the winter tournament for APAC West, which has a total prize pool of 5,000 USD.
Yeah, for sure. And APAC West would be consisting of Thailand, Indonesia, and many more countries. But same thing goes for APAC East. A registration is open with a total prize pool of 5,000 US dollars rather. I'm sorry about that one. And of course, the champion earns a spot for Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League as well in Japan. And the countries included in APAC is going to be South Korea, Philippines, Macau, Taiwan, as far as I know. So there we go. Make sure to register right now. A lot of teams are waiting for their opportunity, their shots. But of course, we do have our leaderboard here as well. It's going to be BRU standing on top with 17 points, Paper Rex with 16 points, ONIC Rise with 12 points, Evos Onyx with 12, and Alter Ego with 11.
Yeah, Buriram United Esports is currently sitting at top 1. This is what we mentioned. Blacklist International is currently top 7 just because of that win up against their opponents just now. And Elevate and Miraen Sejong just because MSJ lost that. And this is what we mentioned a while ago. We're talking about this. That is the reason why Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong series is so important, because the team that wins it is able to be in the top 8.
And that's actually a huge jump for Evos Onyx. Just imagine, from being in the 9th place, they are actually sitting on the top 4 teams. Very interesting team here. But Miraen Sejong and Elevate still very bottom of our leaderboards. And we do hope that we could actually see them even more as this tournament goes on. They will be having around 1 to 2 games for tomorrow, so definitely wishing the luck for every single team competing here.
yeah, I really am looking forward. Who's gonna take home like the top 8 positions tomorrow? Because after tomorrow, the next one would be in January 11, 2025, wherein there's only a couple of series remaining to come through into that day. So tomorrow is pretty much like a conclusion of who's gonna be in the top.
Yeah, for sure. We can actually conclude who's going to be sitting at the very top and at the very bottom and who's going to secure their playoff spot. And with that, this has been Pickios alongside with Infinity for day number 4 of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And we'll see you again tomorrow for day number 5.